The only certainty they have is that tomorrow is going to be worse. In the West Bank and East Jerusalem, violence and dehumanization of Palestinians is increasing and has reached a boiling point. All this is taking us further away from the two-state solution, with Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace and security. Escalation of Gaza crisis into the region is now a reality. The region is at the brink of an abyss. De-escalation is urgently needed, starting with the ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon. In Sudan, we are witnessing a man-made humanitarian catastrophe, with millions displaced and in desperate need of humanitarian aid. At the same time, we are seeing the atrocity happening again in Darfur. How is this possible? Has Security Council really failed the humanity? To be honest, it is the permanent 5 Security Council members who bear most responsibility. By misusing veto power and putting national interests first, they effectively blocked the working of the UN Security Council. The concerns and pain that we feel for civilians, the condemnation of violations of the Charter and of international humanitarian law should not depend on our geographical or political proximity to the conflict. We should all put common interests first, and the world would be a much better place. Having said that, let me come to a reform of the Security Council. Our experience with the Security Council has given us renewed appreciation for the need to reform the Security Council. We urgently need a council that is a true representation of the international community, a council that is fit for the world of today. We need to ensure that the distribution of the seats is fair. The Council needs stronger voices of the regions that have been underrepresented, such as African continent. Reform of Council's composition needs to be accompanied with the reform of the veto powers. The reality is that we won't be able to eliminate veto, but we could definitely regulate this right of veto more precisely. The Security Council also needs to exercise its power with higher ambition when it comes to prevention of conflicts and play a stronger role in peace-building activities that involve all aspects of the UN system. Colleagues, let us not forget that United Nations are much more than the Security Council alone. We commend the work of nameless humanitarian workers who are on the ground in armed conflicts among the civilians representing the face of United Nations. Erosion of respect of international humanitarian law is making their work so much more difficult. Gaza conflict was, however, a turning point in this regard. In Gaza, humanitarians are not just occasional collateral victims. They seem to have become a deliberate military target. There is no other explanation for the highest number of humanitarian workers being killed last year, of whom a vast majority in Gaza. The sense of impunity for crimes in Gaza is putting humanitarian organizations under stress elsewhere. This is undermining the very essence of the United Nations, and it is affecting the work of the humanitarian organizations and agencies like ICRC and UNRWA all around the globe. Third pressing issue, climate change. The impact of climate change is mostly felt on the lifeline for people and nature, that is water, the most precious of the elements. Extreme weather events are multiplying water-related risks across the world. This global challenge demands a global and collaborative response. Solutions exist, but are not equally accessible to everybody. The UN Secretary General's Early Warning for All initiative is the right step in this direction. As the catastrophic floods devastated my home country last year, we initiated the development of an advanced digital solution linking Earth observation with supercomputing and artificial intelligence. The system, when built, will help us predict floods and droughts and improve our resilience. We are ready to share this solution with our partners globally. Remote sensing and Earth observation inform our early warning systems, but we are fully aware that many countries lack the capacity to monitoring all the hazards and are restricted in their access. A call upon all to form a global partnership around the early warning for all to help overcome these challenges. The partnership would boost our common preparedness and ensure that everyone on Earth is protected from hazardous weather, water or climate events through life-saving early warning systems. Fortunately, people suffering from armed conflicts do not have the luxury of high-tech solutions. More often than not, they are denied basic access to clean drinking water. Even more, we are increasingly seeing how access to water is becoming weaponized in Yemen, Somalia, Gaza, and Sudan. Slovenia decided to take initiative and we launched the Global Alliance to Spare Water from Armed Conflict, together with a cross-regional group of countries. Such global partnerships are urgently needed to safeguard the human right to water for all. And last but not least, on humanity. We need to make sure that people around the world age with dignity and rights. The current international human rights law offers only a fragmented and inconsistent framework for the full protection of human rights of elder persons. This is why we are leading a global action towards a legally binding instrument on human rights of older persons. The world should spare no time to address the main issues related to gender equality, including the future developments and implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. The UN should lead by example when it comes to the full, equal and meaningful role and leadership of women in our societies. In its entire history, the General Assembly has been led by only 4 women. We never had a female UN Secretary General. The time has come to reflect gender equality in top leadership positions of our organization. Slovenia has joined the supporters of the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the position of the President of the United Nations General Assembly. In the times of crisis, children are always the most vulnerable ones. Today's world is increasingly hostile to children's rights. More children than ever are experiencing violence in all settings. Many have lost their lives, are forcibly displaced, exposed to most traumatic experiences, imprisoned, denied education and healthcare, and face extreme poverty and social exclusion. Gaza is an example of extreme suffering of the children. Slovenia is offering concrete help with the foundation Let Them Dream, which is dealing with the rehabilitation of children from Gaza. It is an extremely noble and human project which was launched years ago and has already helped hundreds of children from Gaza who came on rehabilitation in Slovenia and will continue to do so. Sadly, some of these kids were now already the victims of recent aggression on Gaza. Let me finish with the story of the 2 young girls from Palestine. At the beginning of this week, I attended an event on missing futures in the occupied Palestinian territory organized by Save the Children. At this event, I heard stories from 2 courageous girls, Sarah and Rand. They spoke about their challenges in life, they spoke about their feelings, they spoke about their plans for the future. And despite all of the destruction, dehumanization and fear, there was no anger nor hate in their stories. They just had this enormous wish to live a normal, decent life. They just had this enormous wish to be able to educate and study in order to be able to contribute back to their community. One wants to become a doctor. Second wants to become a humanitarian worker. Today, I fulfill my promise to them and I bring their story to the General Assembly. Only with our united call for peace and against war, we could make sure that Sarah and Rand and all the other children of Palestine and the world are not among the thousands missing futures of children under occupation. I want to say this out loud and clear to the Israeli government. Stop the bloodshed. Stop the suffering. Bring the hostages home and end the occupation. Mr. Netanyahu, stop this war now.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Mr. President, heads of state and government, excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. Qala ya abati inni raitu أحد عشر كوكبا والشمس والقمر رأيته لي ساجدين قال يا بني لا تقصص رؤياك إلى إخوتك فيكيدوا لك كيدا إن الشيطان للإنسان عدو مبين صدق الله مولانا العظيم. Mr. President, it's a matter of great honor for me to address the United Nations General Assembly for the second time as the Prime Minister of a country that has always been a proactive member of the UN Assembly. I would like to congratulate you and wish you all the success, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. I would also like to appreciate the efforts of Ambassador Dennis Francis for his skillful stewardship of the 78th session of the UNGA. Mr. President, the father of our nation, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, declared in 1947 that we stand by the United Nations Charter and will gladly make our full contribution to peace and prosperity of the world. Pakistan has stood by this commitment unwaveringly. Today, we are facing most daunting challenges to the world order. Israel's genocidal war in Gaza, a dangerous conflict in Ukraine, destructive conflicts across Africa and Asia, rising geopolitical tensions, resurging terrorism, galloping poverty, stifling debt, and the mounting impact of climate change, we feel the chill of a new world order. In response to these challenges, our Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for the Summit of the Future. It led to the adoption of the 54 actions on development, peace and security, technology and global governance in the Pact of the Future. Mr. President, today I stand before you to express the searing pain and anguish of the people of Pakistan at the plight of the people of Gaza. Our heart bleeds as we witness the tragedy unfolding in the Holy Land, a tragedy that shakes the very conscience of humanity and the foundation of this institution. Mr. President, can we, as human beings, remain silent while children lie buried under the rubble of their shattered homes? Can we turn a blind eye to mothers cradling the lifeless bodies of the children? This is not just a conflict, this is systematic slaughter of innocent people of Palestine. Ladies and gentlemen, an assault on the very essence of human life and dignity. The blood of Gaza's children stains the hands of not just the oppressors, but also those who are complicit in prolonging this cruel conflict. When we ignore their endless suffering, we diminish our humanity. It is not enough to condemn, Mr. President. We must act now and demand an immediate end to this bloodshed. We must remember that the blood and sacrifice of the innocent Palestinians will never go waste. We must worry about their plight and difficulties and stand by them. We must work for a durable peace through the two-state nation. We must seek a viable, secure, contiguous and sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its eternal capital, and to advance the goals these goals, Palestine must also be immediately admitted as a full member of the United Nations. Mr. President, in a span of a few days, Israel's unrelenting bombing of Lebanon has killed over 500 people, including women and even small children. The failure to implement UN resolutions has emboldened Israel. It threatens to drag the entire Middle East into a war whose consequences could be very grave and beyond imagination. Similarly, like the people of Palestine, the people of Jammu and Kashmir too have struggled for a century for their freedom and right to self-determination. Instead of moving towards peace, India has resiled from its commitments to implement the Security Council resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir. These resolutions mandate a plebiscite to enable the people of Jammu and Kashmir to exercise their fundamental right to self-determination. Ladies and gentlemen, since the 5th of August 2019, India has initiated unilateral illegal steps to impose what its leaders ominously call a final solution for Jammu and Kashmir. Day in and day out, 900,000 Indian troops terrorize the people of occupied Jammu and Kashmir with draconian measures including prolonged curfews, extrajudicial killings, and the abduction of thousands of young Kashmiris. At the same time, in a classic settler colonial project, India is seizing Kashmiri lands and properties and settling outsiders into occupied Jammu and Kashmir in their nefarious design to transform the Muslim majority into a minority. This hackneyed tactic is employed by all occupying powers, but it has always failed. In Jammu and Kashmir too, it shall fail by the grace of God. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kashmiri people are resolute in rejection of the false Indian identity. The New Delhi seeks to impose upon them very, very severe conditions, and atrocities are being committed every hour. India's policy of brutal coercion and oppression in occupied Kashmir has ensured that Burhan Wani's legacy continues to inspire the struggle and sacrifices of millions of Kashmiris. Inspired by the legitimacy of their epic struggle, they remain defiant. Their heart-wrenching stories remind us that behind every statistic lies a human life, a dream deferred, and a hope shattered. Even more worryingly, it is engaged in massive expansion of its military capabilities, which are essentially deployed against Pakistan. Its war doctrines envisage a surprise attack and a limited war under the nuclear overhang. Thoughtlessly, India has spurned Pakistan's proposals for a mutual strategic restraint regime. Its leadership has often threatened to cross the line of control and take over Azad Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, let me state in no uncertain terms that Pakistan will respond most decisively to any Indian aggression. Therefore, to secure durable peace, India must reverse the unilateral and illegal measures it has taken since 5th of August 2019 and enter into a dialogue for a peaceful resolution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute in accordance with the UN security resolutions and the wishes of the Kashmiri people. Mr. President, remember, illegal occupation creates a fresh hell every day in the killing fields of Palestine and in the pristine valleys of occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Apart from conflicts, Mr. President, the 21st century has brought a cascade of crises, including the reversal of development and the mounting impact of climate change. 2 years ago, my country was devastated by catastrophic floods, causing $30 billion in damages. It is now clear that each summer will bring blistering temperatures and trigger fresh climate impacts. Pakistan emits less than 1% of global carbon emissions, yet we have paid a very heavy price for no fault of ours. This is most unfair in any calculus of global justice. We must uphold the axiom, the polluter must pay. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan looks forward to fulfillment of commitments made by our development partners to support the achievements of the SDGs and climate goals, including a new annual goal beyond $100 billion in climate finance. Mr. President, with nearly 100 developing countries trapped in the vicious cycle of debt and liquidity crisis, which I always call a death trap rather than debt trap, achieving the SDGs in these circumstances remain a distant mirage. The international financial architecture, which the Secretary General has described as morally bankrupt, and the world trade and technology regimes must be reformed and aligned to promote development and global equity. Mr. President, since assuming office in March this year, the progress and prosperity of my 240 million people has been my singular focus. We have taken some very difficult but necessary decisions that have rescued our economy from collapse, restored macroeconomic stability, controlled physical deficits, and strengthened our reserves. As a result, inflation has come down to a single digit by the grace of God, and the prospects for economic growth has revived. I would like to explain this challenge and the way we are negotiating, Mr. President, by reciting a stanza from a poem which enormously makes me very emboldened, very brave, and hardworking, and commit untiring efforts. And this stanza is a befitting example of hard work and, of course, facing challenges and then pave the way for success stories. And stanza is, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging is all uphill, when things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you are trudging seems all uphill, when the credits are low and debts are high, when the credits are low and debts are high, when you want to smile but you have to sigh, when you want to smile you have to sigh, when care, read health, when care is pressing you down a bit, when care or health is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. This is how, Mr. President, we have learned to face our challenges and negotiate the most daunting challenges we have faced. Mr. President, situated at the crossroads of South and Central Asia and the Middle East, we have prioritized geoeconomics and regional connectivity to secure win-win outcomes for our people. The second phase of the landmark China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has been successfully launched through the Apex Special Investment Facilitation Council. We are mobilizing investments in resilient infrastructure, renewable energy, minerals, sustainable agriculture, and technology. This will herald a new era of development and modernization in my beloved country. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2 decades, Pakistan has fought terrorism boldly and most successfully, defeating terrorist groups within Pakistan. We have paid a very heavy price. 80,000 of our brave soldiers and civilians have been martyred, including innocent school-going children. And the gory memories of APS school carnage haunt us till date. Our economy has suffered a loss of $150 billion. Unfortunately, today we are again confronted by a new wave of externally financed and sponsored terrorism, especially by the TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, and its associates. Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, inshallah, by the grace of God, we are determined to eliminate this threat as well through our comprehensive national effort by the name of Azm-e-Istehkam, meaning resolve to promote peace and stability. And we will work collectively with the international community to combat all forms of terrorism and reform the global counter-terrorism architecture. Mr. President, Pakistan seeks the earliest possible normalization of the situation in Afghanistan. We join the UN's appeal for $3 billion in humanitarian assistance to the millions of suffering Afghan brothers and sisters. At the same time, we endorse and share the international expectations that the Afghan interim government would respect human rights, including the rights of women and girls, and promote political inclusion. In particular, the interim government must take effective action to neutralize all terrorist groups within Afghanistan, especially those responsible for cross-border terrorism against neighboring countries. These include ISIL-K, Daesh, the Al-Qaeda-associated TTP, Fitna al-Khawarij, Majid Brigade, the BLA, and other terrorist groups which unfortunately are seen on Afghan territory. Mr. President, another troubling global development is the escalation of Islamophobia, which is now manifested by frequent desecrations of the Holy Quran, attacks on mosques, negative stereotyping of Muslims, and acts of discrimination and violence against them. The most alarming manifestation of Islamophobia is the Hindu supremacist agenda in India. It aggressively seeks the subjugation of 200 million Muslims and the obliteration of India's Islamic heritage. Pakistan and the OIC will work with the UN Secretary General and the Special Envoy to implement a plan of action to combat the scourge. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan seeks an immediate end to the tragic conflict in Ukraine and its peaceful resolution in accordance with the UN Charter and international agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has a long and proud history of solidarity, friendship, and cooperation with the nation of Africa. We will continue to cooperate with them to counter terrorism and resolve regional conflicts, including through UN peacekeeping and peace building in the region. Finally, Mr. President, as we leave this august hall, we must carry with us a message for our people, that the weak are not voiceless, that the oppressed should not lose hope, that poverty is not preordained, and that Allah Almighty promise of justice and equality in our terrestrial home must be respected. I thank you all and thank you very much for your time. God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly. Order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, order. Order, please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't intend to come here this year, My country is at war, fighting for its life. But after I heard the lies and slanders leveled at my country by many of the speakers at this podium, I decided to come here and set the record straight. I decided to come here to speak for my people, to speak for my country, to speak for the truth. And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again. Yet we face savage enemies who seek our annihilation, and we must defend ourselves against these savage murderers. Our enemies seek not only to destroy us, they seek to destroy our common civilization and return all of us to a dark age of tyranny and terror. When I spoke here last year, I said we faced the same timeless choice that Moses put before the people of Israel thousands of years ago. As we were about to enter the Promised Land, Moses told us that our actions will determine whether we bequeath to future generations a blessing or a curse. And that is the choice we face today. The curse of Iran's unremitting aggression, or the blessing of a historic reconciliation between Arab and Jew. In the days that followed that speech, the blessing I spoke of came into sharper focus. A normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel seemed closer than ever. But then came the curse of October 7th. Thousands of Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists from Gaza burst into Israel in pickup trucks, on motorcycles, and they committed unimaginable atrocities. They savagely murdered 1,200 people. They raped and mutilated women. They beheaded men. They burned babies alive. They burnt entire families alive, babies, children, parents, grandparents, in scenes reminiscent of the Nazi Holocaust. Hamas kidnapped 251 people from dozens of different countries, dragging them into the dungeons of Gaza. Israel has brought home 154 of these hostages, including 117 who returned alive. I want to assure you, we will not rest until the remaining hostages are brought home too. And some of their family members are here with us today. I ask you to stand up. With us is Eli Stevie, whose son Idan was abducted from the Nova Music Festival. That was his crime. A music festival. And these murderous monsters took him. Kobe Smirno, whose son Jonathan was murdered, and his corpse was taken into the dungeons, into the terror tunnels of Gaza. A corpse held hostage. Salim al-Atrash, whose brother Muhammad, a brave Arab-Israeli soldier, was murdered. His body too was taken to Gaza. And so was the body of Ifat Hyman's daughter in Bar, who was brutally murdered at that same music festival. With us is Sharon Sharabi, whose brother Yossi was murdered, and who prays for his older brother Eli, who is still held hostage in Gaza. And with us too is Izhar Lifsich from Kibbutz Nir Oz, a kibbutz that was wiped out by the terrorists. Thankfully, we achieved the release of his mother Yocheved, but his father Oded is still languishing in an underground terrorist hell of Hamas. I again promise you, we will return your loved ones home. We will not spare that effort until this holy mission is accomplished. Ladies and gentlemen, the curse of October 7th began when Hamas invaded Israel from Gaza. But it didn't end there. Israel was soon forced to defend itself on 6 more war fronts organized by Iran. On October 8th, Hezbollah attacked us from Lebanon. Since then, they fired over 8,000 rockets at our towns and cities, at our civilians, at our children. 2 weeks later, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen launched drones and missiles at Israel, the first of 250 such attacks, including one yesterday aimed at Tel Aviv. Iran's Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq have targeted Israel dozens of times over the past year as well. Fueled by Iran, Palestinian terrorists in Judea and Samaria perpetrated scores of attacks there and throughout Israel. And last April, for the first time ever, Iran directly attacked Israel from its own territory, firing 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles at us. I have a message for the tyrants of Tehran. If you strike us, we will strike you. There is no place in Iran that the long arm of Israel cannot reach. And that's true of the entire Middle East. Far from being lambs led to the slaughter, Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning. Ladies and gentlemen, as Israel defends itself against Iran in the seven-front war, the line separating the blessing and the curse could not be more clear. This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map. It's a map. Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery on millions. On the one hand, a bright blessing, a future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel, if you think that, then you should think again. Because Iran's aggression, if it's not checked, will endanger every single country in the Middle East and many, many countries in the rest of the world. Because Iran seeks to impose its radicalism well beyond the Middle East. That's why it funds terror networks on 5 continents. That's why it builds ballistic missiles for nuclear warheads to threaten the entire world. For too long, the world has appeased Iran. It turns a blind eye to its internal repression. It turns a blind eye to its external aggression. Well, that appeasement must end. And that appeasement must end now. Nations of the world should support the brave people of Iran who want to rid themselves of this evil regime. Responsible governments should not only support Israel in rolling back Iran's aggression, they should join Israel. They should join Israel in stopping Iran's nuclear weapons program. In this body, in the Security Council, we're going to have a deliberation in a few months. And I call on the Security Council to snap back UN Security Council sanctions against Iran, because we must all do everything in our power to ensure that Iran never gets nuclear weapons. For decades, I've been warning the world against Iran's nuclear program. Our actions delayed this program by perhaps a decade, but we haven't stopped it. We've delayed it, but we haven't stopped it. Iran now seeks to weaponize its nuclear program for the sake of the peace and security of all your countries. For the sake of the peace and security of the entire world, we must not let that happen. And I assure you, Israel will do everything in its power to make sure it doesn't happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is simple. Which of these two maps that I showed you will shape our future? Will it be the blessings of peace and prosperity for Israel, our Arab partners, and the rest of the world? Or will it be the curse in which Iran and its proxies spread carnage and chaos everywhere? Israel has already made its choice. We've decided to advance the blessing. We're building a partnership for peace with our Arab neighbors while fighting the forces of terror that threaten that peace. For nearly a year, the brave men and women of the IDF have been systematically crushing Hamas's terror army that once ruled Gaza. On October 7th, the day of that invasion into Israel, that terror army numbered nearly 40,000 terrorists. It was armed with more than 15,000 rockets. It had 350 miles of terror tunnels, an underground network bigger than the New York subway system, which they used to wreak havoc above and below ground. A year later, the IDF has killed or captured more than half of these terrorists, destroyed over 90% of their rocket arsenal, and eliminated the key segments of their terror tunnel network. In major military operations, we destroyed nearly all of Hamas's terror battalions, 23 out of 24 battalions. Now, to complete our victory, we are focused on mopping up Hamas's remaining fighting capabilities. We are taking out senior terrorist commanders and destroying remaining terrorist infrastructure. But all the while, and I'll say this one more time, we remain focused on our sacred mission, bringing our hostages home, and we will not stop until that mission is complete. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even with Hamas's greatly diminished military capability, the terrorists still exercise some governing power in Gaza by stealing the food that we enable aid agencies to bring into Gaza. Hamas steals the food, and then they hike the prices. They feed their bellies, and then they fill their coffers with money that they extort from their own people. They sell the stolen food at exorbitant prices. And that's how they stay in power. Well, this too has to end, and we're working to bring it to an end. And the reason is simple. Because if Hamas stays in power, it will regroup, rearm, and attack Israel again and again and again, as it is vowed to do. So Hamas has got to go. Just imagine, for those who say, well, Hamas has to stay, it has to be part of a post-war Gaza, imagine in a post-war situation in World War II, imagine allowing the defeated Nazis in 1945 to rebuild Germany. It's inconceivable. It's ridiculous. It didn't happen then. It's not going to happen now. This is why Israel will reject any role for Hamas in a post-war Gaza. We don't seek to resettle Gaza. What we seek is a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Only then can we ensure that this round of fighting will be the last round of fighting. We are ready to work with regional and other partners to support a local civilian administration in Gaza committed to peaceful coexistence. As for the hostages, I have a message for the Hamas captors. Let them go. Let them go. All of them. Those alive today must be returned alive, and the remains of those whom you brutally killed must be returned to their families. Those families here with us today, and others in Israel, deserve to have a resting place for their loved ones, a place where they can grieve and remember them. This war, ladies and gentlemen, this war can come to an end now. All that has to happen is for Hamas to surrender, lay down its arms, and release all the hostages. But if they don't, we will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it. Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the quintessential terror organization in the world today. It has tentacles that span in all continents. It has murdered more Americans and more Frenchmen than any group except bin Laden. It's murdered the citizens of many countries represented in this room. And it has attacked Israel viciously over the last 20 years, in the last year, completely unprovoked. A day after the Hamas massacre, on October 7th, Hezbollah began attacks against Israel, which forced more than 60,000 Israelis on our northern border to leave their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. Hezbollah turned vibrant towns in the north of Israel into ghost towns. So I want you to think about this in equivalent American terms. Just imagine if terrorists turned El Paso and San Diego into ghost towns. Then ask yourself, how long would the American government tolerate that? A day? A week? A month? I doubt they tolerate it even for a single day. Yet Israel has been tolerating this intolerable situation for nearly a year. Well, I've come here today to say, enough is enough. We won't rest until our citizens can return safely to their homes. We will not accept a terror army perched on our northern border, able to perpetrate another October 7th style massacre. For 18 years, Hezbollah brazenly refused to implement UN Security Council Resolution 1701, which requires it to move its forces away from our borders. Instead, Hezbollah moved right up to our border. They secretly dug terror tunnels to infiltrate our communities and indiscriminately fired thousands of rockets into our towns and villages. They fire these rockets and missiles not from military sites, not from that. They do that too. But they fire those rockets and missiles after they place them in schools, in hospitals, in apartment buildings, and in the private homes of the citizens of Lebanon. They endanger their own people. They put a missile in every kitchen, a rocket in every garage. I said to the people of Lebanon this week, get out of the death trap that Hezbollah has put you in. Don't let Nasrallah drag Lebanon into the abyss. We're not at war with you. We're at war with Hezbollah, which has hijacked your country and threatens to destroy ours. As long as Hezbollah chooses the path of war, Israel has no choice, and Israel has every right to remove this threat and return our citizens to their homes safely. And that's exactly what we're doing. Just this week, the IDF destroyed large percentages of Hezbollah's rockets, which it built with Iran's funding for 3 decades. We took out senior military commanders who not only shed Israeli blood, but American and French blood as well. And then we took out their replacements, and then the replacements of their replacements. And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah until all our objectives are met. Ladies and gentlemen, we're committed to removing the curse of terrorism that threatens all civilized societies. But to truly realize the blessing of a new Middle East, we must continue the path we paved with the Abraham Accords 4 years ago. Above all, this means achieving a historic peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And having seen the blessings that we've already brought with the Abraham Accords, the millions of Israelis who've already flown back and forth across the Arabian Peninsula, over the skies of Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf countries, the trade, the tourism, the joint ventures, the peace, I say to you, what blessings such a peace with Saudi Arabia would bring. It would be a boon to the security and economy of our 2 countries. It would boost trade and tourism across the region. It would help transform the Middle East into a global juggernaut. Our 2 countries could cooperate on energy, water, agriculture, artificial intelligence, and many, many other fields. Such a peace, I'm sure, would be a true pivot of history. It would usher in a historic reconciliation between the Arab world and Israel, between Islam and Judaism, between Mecca and Jerusalem. While Israel is committed to achieving such a peace, Iran and its terror proxies are committed to scuttling it. That's why one of the best ways to foil Iran's nefarious designs is to achieve the peace. Such a peace would be the foundation for an even broader Abrahamic alliance. And that alliance would include the United States, Israel's current Arab peace partners, Saudi Arabia, and others who choose the blessing of peace. It would advance security and prosperity across the Middle East and bring enormous benefits to the rest of the world. With American support and leadership, I believe this vision can materialize, and much sooner than people think. And as the Prime Minister of Israel, I will do everything in my power to make it happen. This is an opportunity that we and the world should not let go by. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel has made its choice. We seek to move forward to a bright age of prosperity and peace. Iran and its proxies have also made their choice. They want to move back to a dark age of terror and war. And now I have a question. And I pose that question to you. What choice will you make? Will your nation stand with Israel? Will you stand with democracy and peace? Or will you stand with Iran, a brutal dictatorship that subjugates its own people, exports terrorism across the globe? In this battle between good and evil, there must be no equivocation. When you stand with Israel, you stand for your own values and your own interests. Yes, we're defending ourselves, but we're also defending you against a common enemy that through violence and terror seeks to destroy our way of life. So there should be no confusion about this. But unfortunately, there is a lot of it in many countries and in this very hall, as I've just heard. Good is portrayed as evil, and evil is portrayed as good. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of genocide, when we defend ourselves against enemies who try to commit genocide against us. We see this too when Israel is absurdly accused by the ICC prosecutor of deliberately starving Palestinians in Gaza. What an absurdity! We helped bring in 700,000 tons of food into Gaza. That's more than 3,000 calories a day for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. We see this moral confusion when Israel is falsely accused of deliberately targeting civilians. We don't want to see a single person, a single innocent person die. That's always a tragedy. And that's why we do so much to minimize civilian casualties, even as our enemies use civilians as human shields. And no army has done what Israel is doing to minimize civilian casualties. We drop flyers, we send text messages, we make phone calls by the millions to ensure that Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way. We spare no effort in this noble pursuit. We see yet another profound moral confusion when self-described progressives march against the democracy of Israel. Don't they realize they support the Iranian-backed goons in Tehran and in Gaza, the goons who gun down protesters, murder women for not covering their hair, and hang gays in public squares, some progressives? According to the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Iran funds and fuels many of the protesters against Israel. Who knows, maybe some of the protesters, or even many of the protesters outside this building now. Ladies and gentlemen, King Solomon, who reigned in our eternal capital, Jerusalem, 3,000 years ago, proclaimed something that is familiar to all of you. He said, "There is nothing new under the sun." Well, in an age of space travel, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence, some would argue that's a debatable statement. But one thing is undeniable. There is definitely nothing new at the United Nations. Take it from me. I first spoke from this podium as Israel's ambassador to the UN in 1984. That's exactly 40 years ago. And in my maiden speech here, I think it's the same podium, by the way. In my maiden speech here, I spoke against a proposal to expel Israel from this body. 4 decades later, I find myself defending Israel against that same preposterous proposal. And who's leading the charge this time? Not Hamas, but Abbas, Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. This is the man who claims he wants peace with Israel. Yet he still refuses to condemn the horrific massacre of October 7th. He's still paying hundreds of millions to terrorists who murder Israelis and Americans. It's called pay for slay. The more you murder, the more you get paid. And he still wages unremitting diplomatic warfare against Israel's right to exist and against Israel's right to defend itself. And by the way, they amount to the same thing. Because if you can't defend yourself, you can't exist. Not in our neighborhood, certainly, and maybe not in yours. Standing in this podium 40 years ago, I told the sponsors of that outrageous resolution to expel Israel, "Gentlemen, check your fanaticism at the door." Today, I tell President Abbas and all of you who would shamefully support that resolution, check your fanaticism at the door. The singling out of the one and only Jewish state continues to be a moral stain on the United Nations. It has made this once respected institution contemptible in the eyes of decent people everywhere. But for the Palestinians, this UN House of Darkness is home court. They know that in this swamp of anti-Semitic bile, there's an automatic majority willing to demonize the Jewish state on anything. In this anti-Israel flat earth society, any false charge, any outlandish allegation can muster a majority. In the last decade, there have been more resolutions passed against Israel in this hall at the UN General Assembly than against the entire world combined. Actually, more than twice as many. Since 2014, this body condemned Israel 174 times. It condemned all the other countries in the world 73 times. That's more than 100 extra condemnations for the Jewish state. What hypocrisy, what a double standard, what a joke. So the UN's hostility. So all the speeches you heard today, all the hostility directed at Israel this year, it's not about Gaza. It's about Israel. It's always been about Israel's very existence. And I say to you, until Israel, until the Jewish state is treated like other nations, until this anti-Semitic swamp is drained, the UN will be viewed by fair-minded people everywhere as nothing more than a contemptuous farce. Now, given the anti-Semitism at the UN, it should surprise no one that the prosecutor at the ICC, one of the UN's affiliated organs, is considering issuing arrest warrants against me and Israel's defense minister, the democratically elected leaders of the democratic state of Israel. The ICC prosecutors rushed to judgment. His refusal to treat Israel with its independent courts the way other democracies are treated is hard to explain by anything other than pure anti-Semitism. Ladies and gentlemen, the real war criminals are not in Israel. They're in Iran. They're in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. Those of you who stand with these war criminals, those of you who stand with evil against good, with a curse against the blessing, those of you who do so should be ashamed of yourselves. But I have a message for you. Israel will win this battle. We'll win this battle because we don't have a choice. After generations in which our people were slaughtered, remorselessly butchered, and no one raised a finger in our defense, we now have a state. We now have a brave army, an army of incomparable courage, and we are defending ourselves. As the book of Samuel says in the Bible, Netzach Yisrael lo yishaker. The eternity of Israel will not falter. In the Jewish people's epic journey from antiquity, in our odyssey through the tempest and upheavals of modern times, that ancient promise has always been kept, and it will hold true for all time. To borrow a great poet's phrase, Israel will not go gently into that good night. We will never need to rage against the dying of the light, because the torch of Israel will forever shine bright. To the people of Israel and to the soldiers of Israel, I say, be strong and of good courage. חזקו ואמצו ואל תיראו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיך הוא ההולך עמך, לא ירפך ולא יעזבך. Am Yisrael Chai, the people of Israel live, now, tomorrow, forever. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Mia Amor Mottley, Prime Minister of Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Mr. President, in your absence, I congratulate you on your assumption of this chairmanship of the General Assembly. We can wait. As I said, Mr. President, we need a reset, and we need to reset. Those of us here today representing our brothers and our sisters the world over have endured 4 years of polycrises. As the children of Mother Earth, we continue to wrestle with the climate crisis. As a human family, we grapple with the legacy of the pandemic. As a digitally connected people, we are now, regrettably, confronted by multiple theaters of war and scenes of horror and famine flowing from that war, armed conflict instead of pursued development. Citizens of every country as well, struggling to contain the rising cost of living and the implications for them and their families on a day-to-day basis. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we are all now threatened by the second but silent pandemic of antimicrobial resistance, together with a growing incidence of death and disability from chronic non-communicable diseases. We cannot afford the distraction of war. If ever there was a time to pause and to reset, it is now. Collectively as an international community, and individually as leaders in each of our countries, we must now deliver new opportunities and solutions to these crises which dampen economic growth, which restrict the ambitions of our people and numb our sense of the beauty and goodness that the world ought to be offering because it has it to offer. The reset for which I am calling, and indeed all of our citizens are demanding, must see an end to all forms of discrimination. That rules and institutions today exist which create first and second class citizens, as we have said from this podium year after year, depending on your nation of origin, militate against the trust and the credibility and the hope, and it fosters a crisis of confidence in the existing international order, which must become inclusive and responsive for all. More than any other complaint from this podium has been the disparity in treatment and the inability to be able to have fair and transparent treatment for all that would lead to the trust necessary for us to solve the problems of our times that are truly beyond man-made causes. Neo-colonialist structures that perpetuate and reflect an old world order characterized by racism and classism and misogyny, while ignoring the legitimate aspirations of billions, will not help to foster the hope or trust that is necessary to meet these polycrises. We must ensure that the global institutions give developing countries, especially small vulnerable states like my own, or vulnerable middle-income countries, seats at the table of decision-making where we can be seen, heard, become active agents in our own cause and lead our own development paradigms. My friends, we are reminded that 2024 is the final year of the United Nations Decade for the People of African Descent. Much has been achieved, but the recognition, the justice, and the development for people of African descent that was promised by this decade has, to say the least, not yet been fully realized. And it is for this reason that the Caribbean community joins the growing chorus, and my own country in particular, for the immediate proclamation of a second decade to complete the unfinished work and address the matter of reparations for slavery and colonialism. I start here because this is a necessary but complex conversation. And the Caribbean community is resolute that it must happen. Its resolution lies, and I want to be very clear, its resolution lies in a multi-generational approach, in the same way that the £20 million sterling debt that was incurred by the British government only was repaid in this 21st century, almost 200 years later. So that the notion of unaffordability becomes a non-issue once we recognize that the solution to reparations must be multi-generational and grounded in development. Mr. President, of necessity, the reset must also be characterized by institutional reform, which has to start in the United Nations councils. These councils suggest that some are full members, and others are only part members, and some may be part-time members, and some may be occasional members. All of this has no place in the 21st century. And the anger and the mistrust of our citizens in institutions, in leaders, in multilateralism, and in the processes which exclude while yielding much talk and little action is very real. And nowhere is reform and consequentially trust and hope more important to the well-being of billions of people today than in relation to the global financial architecture. Restricted access to capital, its disproportionately high costs, barring us from doing that which we must, its inadequate scale, and the overwhelming burden of debt often imposed on us by circumstances beyond our control. These are all now combining to force governments in the world's poorest countries, and frankly, across many vulnerable middle-income countries, to devote more resources to debt service than to health and education, and in some instances, even infrastructure. For far too many members of the human family, cold ground is our bed, and rock is our pillow. Too many go to bed with their bellies hungry, and too many may not even have a bed. Our reset must therefore collectively build a common agenda that reflects and reinforces our shared humanity. It is that shared humanity that binds us together. Mr. President, you know better than most. Our African brothers and sisters got it right with the principle of Ubuntu, and have used this principle, this General Assembly, to remind us that its simplicity is what we should aspire to. I am because you are. I am because we are. My well-being is tied to yours, and our collective well-being is connected to Mother Earth. This best voices the approach needed to give expression to the reset that is absolutely necessary. And we acknowledge that there are glimpses of hope. We have, for example, on Monday, agreed to a pact for the future, but we still have war. We have agreed on a global digital compact, but we still have raging pandemics in the slow motion silent pandemic. All of this rests, my friends, on the common agenda that the Secretary General had set out for us before. Yesterday, we agreed in a high-level meeting on a political declaration on antimicrobial resistance. A lot of fancy words, but this is where the rubber hits the road. Because all of us in this room know people who have died from infections and for whom the antibiotics simply are no longer effective. So that within 48 hours, a person's life is snuffed out almost as if they were at war. My friends, following on the intervention of the Bridgetown Initiative and the Paris Pact for People and Planet, the efforts of many across the board, we acknowledge that there is some hope. And it is evident in the beginnings of the reform that we are seeing little by little, but nevertheless, they have started. These are all important steps, but we cannot take our eyes off the prize. Barbados' call for fundamental reset includes attitudes and behavior as much as actions or reforms. Heads of government are in agreement that we must trigger national development agendas of transformation with both speed and scale. We have a date with destiny against 1.5 degrees. We know that that is what is needed to survive. And the implications for people, even as we speak, can be dire. But if there is a failure to act with clarity of purpose, and if the political will retards progress on the front of the much-needed reform within the international financial institutions, purely because heads of government do not speak to ministers of finance when they reach Washington, D.C., or their board directors, if there is a need for that to be dealt with, then, my friends, there must be a commitment to be equal to the current challenges of member states if we are not to perpetuate the discriminatory practices that result in undermining the transformational opportunities that we need. Depriving vulnerable countries from being able to access concessional income that is long enough to build the resilience to save lives and to protect livelihoods is unjust. And that is why we must remain focused. That is why, my friends, we launched yesterday the third iteration of the Bridgetown Initiative, which identifies three key principles, very simply. One, we must change the rules of the international financial system and reform its governance and instruments. Two, we must shock-proof vulnerable economies by dealing with debt and liquidity in a comprehensive, development-focused manner. And if we need to give countries a shot of liquidity like we give them a shot of adrenaline to avoid them falling off the cliff of death, then we must do so. And thirdly, we must augment financing by boosting country capacity to invest in resilience by several means, including what has been announced already, the rechanneling of special drawing rights through our multilateral development partners, but that will only be truly effective if there is another issuance of SDRs in the near future. Indeed, we must also address the challenge, and this I believe to be the fundamental mission of this generation, of how we are going to secure the global public commons to be able to maintain our safety and stability as a global community. We're going to have to discuss how we can secure it, and of course, how we must finance it. And that is not only the climate crisis or the loss of biodiversity that we speak about, but the other many global challenges that can truly destabilize countries and regions. Mr. President, these considerations are of fundamental importance to the sustainable existence of our generations, future generations. The SIDS agenda is another story of promises made but not kept. 30 years ago, the international community gathered in my own country to take action for the first time on the unique challenges faced by small island developing states. We birthed in my home country the first ever global agenda for small island developing states, which became known as the Barbados Program of Action. I thank Mauritius for its strategy of implementation, Samoa for its pathway. They were carriers of the baton of a development agenda for small island developing states in the intervening years, in the face of multiple global crises from health to climate to finance. The vulnerabilities, yes, of our countries as small states have become more pronounced. In May of this year, we gathered in Antigua and Barbuda for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States. And I call on the international community and the multilateral system to let us work together to ensure that the promise created in Bridgetown in 1994 is delivered and realized through the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS 2024, otherwise known as ABBAS. Let me use this opportunity as well to inform you that 2 days ago we took over the presidency of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, the V20 countries of the world, from Ghana, whose president I would like to thank for the excellent stewardship of the group over the past 2 years, and indeed for the strengthening of its institutional capacity. The priorities of our term as chair of the V20 countries will be the multiple dimensions of climate crisis, dealing with them, the impact of the climate crisis on human health, and of course, the issue of debt and climate, because if we don't solve that, we cannot take the appropriate actions to deal with climate. I invite all United Nations members who are not yet members of the V20 but who are climate vulnerable to join this group, because it is only through amplification of our voices and consistency of our message and solidarity that we will continue to see the pace and scale of reforms that we need to be able to save our people's lives. I commend to you the declaration of the leaders of the Climate Vulnerable Forum that was adopted this week on Wednesday. Mr. President, above all else, we need a global reset on peace. There needs to be global peace. And those of us who are old enough would have recognized that there are peaks and valleys as it relates to this issue of conflict. There are few areas where the world is more in need of the United Nations acting as the United Nations to secure the objectives of the Charter than in the area of peace and security. The silence that has engulfed Sudan is unacceptable and may well be rooted in the racism that the world still carries as a badge of honor from the victories of the last great war of the World War II. The actions in Myanmar cannot continue. Ukraine has sucked more oxygen out of the global community and the global financial system than any of us can appropriately accept at the very time when the world needs to be applying its resources and efforts to fighting the greatest crisis known to mankind. And the spread of the war from Gaza to the consequences in the West Bank to now clearly what is happening in Lebanon as we speak with Israel, all of these are but the tip of an iceberg of death, violence, and instability, and robs the global community of oxygen and resources at the very time when we need it most in a strategic way. We all know, as students of history, that even the longest war in history came to an end. These wars, yes, they too will come to an end. But the question is when and at what cost, and without much loss of life, with how many children not being able to be either given the chance to live or will now live with memories of war that will affect their every action for the next 60, 70, 80 years of their lives. Innocent people are paying the price with the one thing that is theirs to give, and they don't give it willingly. It is their life. Unless we address the root causes of these wars, one by one, and the manners in which they are being sustained and financed, we will never know anything else other than war and rumors of war in these theaters. The transmittal of these scenes of horror in real time into people's bedrooms, into people's living rooms, will trigger two extreme reactions, neither of which are acceptable to us in the third decade of the 21st century. We will either get the desensitizing of ordinary people to the loss of lives, especially those of innocent children and women on the one hand, or we will get, on the other hand, the anger and inclination for vengeance that it spawns necessarily. We need peace. And it cannot be too difficult for us to work for peace. It is the same Bible that tells us in the stories of the Old Testament, much which has guided many people across this world. But when we turn from the Old Testament to the New Testament, it is Romans that says to us, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, not any country, not any human being. So that the Bible can't be used as a convenient aid when it suits us and rejected when it doesn't. In the midst of this maelstrom, we were very clear. My country took the step this year of recognizing and establishing diplomatic relations with the state of Palestine, in spite of having supported a two-state solution since 1969. And we did this because it is clear to us that the state and people of Palestine, human beings, are entitled to full recognition by integration into and support from the international community. The Charter does not say we the people, with the exception of any one group from any one part of the world. We join with others, therefore, in congratulating the state of Palestine in taking their seat among the United Nations member states as they did on the 10th of September of this year. And let me be clear, we condemn the actions of Hamas on October 7th. But we equally and strongly deplore the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, which is the result of the disproportionate use of force by Israel. There is no justification for it. And that is why treaties exist governing the rules of engagement for war. Because we as human beings learnt better and know better and committed to better. A two-state solution, no matter how elusive it may appear to be now, is the only answer. And I've said already this week that we have known difficult battles in mankind's history. But when we were in it, we didn't think we could achieve it. But we did. We abolished slavery. We removed apartheid in South Africa. These battles are not beyond our creativity, our capacity, and our resilience to resolve them. Similarly, we insist that the killing in Ukraine really has to stop. The people of Ukraine must be allowed to live within the internationally recognized boundaries of their state in peace and freedom from the threat of use or force. And as I said, it is sucking too much oxygen out of the global financial system, and countries that should be the beneficiary of aid are being told that they may have to wait in the interest of the defense of others because of war. I say to us truly, there has to be a singular commitment to build a peace. Truly. Mr. President, my own region has not escaped the scourge of instability and violence. The Americas do not constitute today a theater of war. But we are today witnessing, for some years now, an unprecedented escalation in the number and caliber of assault weapons which are finding themselves in the hands of criminals who are wreaking havoc on the legal systems and our societies, particularly in the small island developing states of the Caribbean and indeed in the wider states of Central and Latin America. This scourge caused by guns manufactured in the United States of America primarily also requires a fundamental reset. The right of persons to bear arms in countries not engaged in military conflict should not be an opening to accept as legitimate the presence of assault weapons in countries. It is simply not right. There is no place for assault weapons in our societies. I turn now to the fate of the people of Haiti, which continues to be of major concern to our people in the Caribbean region. The global community now has an opportunity for an essential reset with how it addresses its relationship with Haiti, and which has been born in all kinds of semi and partial concern over the course of the last few decades. We continue to have it as a recurrent decimal because we have failed to solve the problems and put them on a sustainable path to development for its people. What is needed is transformation of our sister nation. And yes, we must provide first and foremost security, but transformation must be its handmaiden. The government and people of Haiti need the full support of the international community, not just in the short term, but in the long term. And yes, this starts by extending the mandate of the Multinational Security Support Force, escalating the work of the United Nations, deploying all the tools of bilateral, regional, and global cooperation, not excluding countries who want to participate for spurious reasons, ensuring that those of us who can step up to the plate by significantly increasing the pledge funds, that we do so, because we know that it takes cash to be able to deploy the forces and the police necessary to help with the restoration, so that Haitian mother or that Haitian child can go about their day-to-day life without fear of being assaulted or killed or being denied the right to work because of their simple fear of walking the streets. The Caribbean community has been working hard this year to support our largest member state. And in the early part of the first few months of this year, we met on Haiti almost 3 to 4 times a week to guarantee the stability that we ask you now to help us secure. We thank the efforts of the Eminent Persons Group of former CARICOM prime ministers who were on the front line of helping to resolve this complex problem day in and day out, so that we could find a political consensus for Haiti. That Haiti had at this General Assembly both the interim president of the Transitional Council and Prime Minister Cornille is a remarkable achievement given where Haiti was in February of this year. Let them continue on a path, please, of securing their future. And we cannot be on this podium speaking about Haiti without thanking Kenya and President Ruto for their remarkable leadership. After many delays and in what represents now a historical precedent for an African country, they have ensured that an African country has taken the lead in helping to tackle the peace and security challenge beyond its own continent. That is the kind of reset that we need in the international community. And Mr. President, you cannot come on this platform, regrettably, although I look forward to the day when I will not have to say it, when we must ask for reprieve for the people of Cuba. It is unacceptable, it is unconscionable, and that it continues today is a mark on our international conscience. The Cuban people continue to face the most dire of economic circumstances, and that this is directly as a result of its exclusion and its designation as a state sponsor of terrorism. And I have addressed our only knowledge of terrorism, and Cuba is in fact the downing of the Cubana plane off the waters of Barbados, where Cubans, Guyanese, and Koreans were killed. My friends, Cuba has been a valuable partner, stepping up for us when it has mattered most, by the provision of nurses and doctors in pandemics, and by the provision of other essential workers when the global community needed it, and when people needed to be liberated in southern Africa. The reality is that we must have and continue to have resolve in calling for the embargo to be lifted, and we will condemn it year after year after year because it is simply wrong. As we say so, we pray that the people of Cuba, as they determine what damages they have found from Hurricane Helen, as well as we pray for the people of Florida, who clearly are going to spend the next few days identifying the damage as a result of a hurricane that hit Category 4 when it reached Florida. This is the climate crisis that we speak about. The people of Nigeria are still counting the bodies with respect to the floods that took place there. We have hard work to do. In our own Caribbean region, Beryl literally decimated the islands of Carriacou and Union Island, and indeed would have affected Grenada and St. Vincent more broadly. Jamaica and my own country's coastal infrastructure was significantly affected, with our fishing industry, 90% of it being decimated. This season of superlatives, with its floods and droughts, its hurricanes and fires, will take the lives and livelihoods of too many. The climate crisis is hitting us almost weekly across the globe. The deniers of the climate crisis, they too need a reset that will admit of the absolute necessity of collective action by the global community to save our way of life and our planet. Mr. President, at the start of this week, the skies were much darker. I truly believe so. We are starting to see some glimmers of light. We leave New York this week noting that the clouds are lifting, conscious that the sun is peeping out in certain areas, not all, but in certain critical areas, giving us a sense of renewed hope that reset is in fact not only possible, but necessary in key areas: institutional reform, reform in our financial architecture, reform in how we view development, but above all else, reform in how we see each other and value each other. This hope springs from the Pact for the Future and the many declarations that we have made here, the terms in which my fellow leaders spoke from this platform for the most part, the urgent need to recognize reset, 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 even if they didn't call it by that name. It is as if we all truly understand and accept the challenge of rising to solve the major difficulties that are faced by the people of the world, and to recognize that global moral strategic leadership requires of us the commitment to redress the wrongs and to take care of saving people and planet. But recognition of the need for the reset, while it is the first step in any issue, what is now also needed is eternal vigilance as our companion, so that as we take the steps to transform attitudes and institutions and rules, we will not succeed overnight. We will not succeed even in the next decade. But if we don't do the reset to change the legacy of centuries of exploitation and domination, we will not be fit for purpose to meet the needs of our people in the third decade of the 21st century. I can think, therefore, of no better way to conclude than with a song that I had cause to use almost 30 years ago from my own country. Song from Edwin Yearwood when I first stood on this podium almost 30 years ago in 1995 as a young minister of youth. And I quote, "A voice in my head keeps talking to me. It tells me the road is long. It tells me we must be strong. Roll with the pain and roll with the strife, for today is the rest of the start of your life." Mr. President, may the new hope fostered here this week signal the start of a new deal for people who hitherto were not seen, and even with the existence of this body, whose voice and presence were not felt. These people have been recognized too often, and these countries, as mere statistics, and not with the human dignity that is their birthright, or the human dignity that is the conferred right from these United Nations. Mr. President, I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Tshering Tobgay, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring to you warm greetings from His Majesty the Druk Gyalpo. Excellencies, 53 years ago, on the 21st of September 1971, a small Himalayan kingdom was admitted to the United Nations. On that day, after centuries of self-imposed isolation, Bhutan became the 128th member of the United Nations. It was a defining moment for us. When a small, poor, landlocked country nestled in the world's highest mountain joined the global community of nations. That same year, the United Nations created the least developed country category to provide targeted support to the world's poorest nations. Bhutan was among the first to be admitted in that list. Back then, our economy was primarily agrarian, operating largely on a barter system. Our per capita GDP income stood at just $215. Life expectancy was barely 40 years. Infant mortality was tragically high, at 142 deaths for every 1,000 live births. And our literacy rate was woefully low. We had only, in fact, less than 300 students in the few scattered schools that had been established to provide modern education. Today, I stand before you with a story of transformation and progress. Our per capita GDP has risen to more than $3,500. Life expectancy has increased to 70 years. Infant mortality has plummeted to 15 deaths per 1,000 live births. And our literacy rate, it has climbed to 71%, with youth literacy skyrocketing to 99%. I am pleased to report to this august assembly that because of our all-round progress, last December, 52 years after joining the United Nations, Bhutan graduated from the LDC category. To achieve this achievement did not come easily. It was a journey marked by hard work, perseverance, and sacrifice. But we were not alone. We had the support of many friends who accompanied us on this important journey. I take this opportunity to extend our deep gratitude to the United Nations and its specialized agencies. I would also like to thank all our development partners, including Japan, the European Union, the World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank for their unwavering support. But most importantly, I would like to reserve our deepest thanks to India, our closest friend and neighbor. They have been with us from the very beginning of our development journey and have remained steadfast in their support and friendship. Excellencies, graduating from the LDC category is a significant milestone. But what truly matters is that we did it in our own terms. Under the leadership of our enlightened monarchs, Bhutan has pursued a development path grounded in the philosophy of gross national happiness. This approach places the happiness and well-being of our people at the center of our development agenda. Thanks to gross national happiness, our economy, while it is still small, is sustainable and inclusive. Healthcare and education are free for all. Our unique culture not only survives, but thrives. More than 72% of our land is under forest cover, and we are recognized as a biodiversity hotspot and a carbon-negative country. Our democracy, a gift from our king, has been embraced by a reluctant population. Excellencies, having graduated from the LDC category, it is now our responsibility to ensure that we sustain our hard-earned progress and that under no circumstances should we ever backslide. As we chart a new course for the future, we are faced with new challenges, particularly those arising from our weak economy. Foremost among them is youth unemployment. To address these challenges, we must strengthen our economy. We must provide our youth with meaningful opportunities to grow and to prosper. We must embrace a new development paradigm. In this context, I am pleased to report that His Majesty the King has announced the establishment of the Gaelifu Mindfulness City. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City is a transformative vision for future urban spaces, a blueprint for living mindfully and sustainably. Spanning 2,600 square kilometers of pristine forests and fertile farmlands, it will enable human innovation and natural ecosystems to thrive together while fostering human well-being, environmental sustainability, and mindful living. We invite thought leaders, innovators, and investors to join us in building this groundbreaking city, contributing to a model of peace, harmony, and progress that others can follow. Excellencies, Bhutan's story is one of hope, but it is also a call to action. More than 50 years have passed, and only 7 nations have graduated from the LDC category, leaving 46 countries still in need. This is unacceptable. The international community must intensify its efforts to ensure that no nation is left behind, that all LDC countries achieve graduation. To accomplish this, we must address poverty, inequality, and vulnerability with a renewed sense of urgency. The Pact for the Future, which we adopted collectively at the Summit of the Future, provides us with a roadmap to transform the lives of the world's most vulnerable. However, transforming the future requires that we also transform institutions shaping it. The United Nations must evolve to meet the realities of today's world. The Security Council as it stands is a relic of the past. We need a council that reflects the current geopolitical, economic landscape, and social realities. Bhutan has long advocated for the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective. For this, India, with its significant economic growth and population and leadership of the Global South, deserves a permanent seat at the Security Council. Similarly, Japan, a leading donor and peace builder, warrants permanent membership. Excellencies, in conclusion, let me reiterate our deep gratitude for the support we have received on Bhutan's journey to LDC graduation. Now we are committed to sustaining this progress, but we will need your continued support. In this regard, we invite your support and investment in initiatives like the Gaelifu Mindfulness City. However, as we celebrate Bhutan's progress, we must also intensify our efforts to support other LDCs, ensuring that they too can achieve graduation. In this regard, the role of the United Nations is more critical than ever, reinforcing the imperative for multilateralism in addressing the global challenges we face. As we look to the future, I have the honor to close by repeating a profound message from His Majesty, our beloved King. I first did so 7 years ago, and I repeat, no nation today can stand alone in achievement. Time is slowly telling us that there can be no lasting individual success without success as a community. And there cannot be lasting national progress and success if it does not fit into a future of global peace, harmony, and equality. The world must progress together or fail together. Thank you, and Tashidile.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Xavier Espot Zamora, Head of the Government of the Principality of Andorra. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senyor President, senyor Secretari General, Excel·lències, senyores i senyors. Voldria iniciar aquesta intervenció felicitant Sa Excel·lència el senyor Philemon Yang per la seva elecció com a president de la 79a Assemblea General de les Nacions Unides. Li agraïm, senyor president, el lema que ha escollit, unitat en la diversitat per a l'avançament de la pau, el desenvolupament sostenible i de la dignitat humana per a tothom i arreu. Un lema amb el qual no podem estar més d'acord i que compartim plenament perquè el nostre país, el Principat d'Andorra, és l'evidència de la capacitat de les persones de perviure al llarg de gairebé 800 anys d'història de manera pacífica gràcies al respecte i a l'entesa en el si d'un territori que mai ha conegut guerres ni ha tingut exèrcits. Fins i tot en les èpoques més convulses del vell continent, Andorra ha estat un oasi de pau, de tolerància i de convivència. També vull adreçar un agraïment molt especial al secretari general, el senyor Antonio Guterres, per la seva perseverança, per anteposar sempre la conciliació i per ser una veu contundent a favor del respecte del dret internacional i de la lluita contra el canvi climàtic. En concret, vull fer una menció especial a l'impuls del secretari general a la Cimera del Futur, de la qual es desprèn el Pacte per al Futur que el meu país ha subscrit amb l'objectiu de reforçar el sistema multilateral i adoptar mesures concretes que ens permetin fer front als nous reptes i forjar un full de ruta per encarar els riscos existencials que amenacen la humanitat i la civilització i les condicions d'habitabilitat del planeta. Els nostres clàssics, que conformen la base de la cultura occidental, afirmen, i ho dic en present perquè els clàssics no moren mai, que tota paraula és vana i buida de contingut, tret que vagi acompanyada de fets. Importen, per damunt de tot, les obres i l'acció de les persones al llarg de la seva vida. Totes les civilitzacions són filles de les circumstàncies concretes que les han envoltat i molt sovint passen a la història per les seves conquestes. Però quina és la conquesta, quina és la vocació i quin és el llegat que deixarà aquesta civilització? O millor dit, quina és la conquesta, la vocació i el llegat que volem que deixi aquesta civilització. Senyores i senyors, avui, des d'Occident, oblidem sovint que la democràcia és quelcom que va molt més enllà de dipositar una papereta cada 4 o 5 anys. Perquè el que sosté el concepte de democràcia són els valors que se'n desprenen, entre els quals hi ha la dignitat, la tolerància, la igualtat, la llibertat i el respecte, tant per a les persones com per a les nacions. Uns valors que aquesta mateixa Assemblea General es va encarregar de blindar fa 76 anys amb la Declaració Universal dels Drets Humans. Però sembla que l'esperit amb el qual es va forjar aquesta mateixa declaració com un símbol de la pau i de la dignitat després de 2 guerres mundials devastadores es va esvaint a poc a poc. L'avenç dels posicionaments polítics extrems s'explica com la reacció davant d'un ordre que es percep com amenaçat. El sentiment de pèrdua d'un passat no gaire llunyà i molt millor que el present envaeix les generacions actuals i es reactiva amb la percepció que el canvi climàtic provocarà un empitjorament de les condicions de vida, que la globalització i els moviments migratoris ens dilueixen i despersonalitzen com a societat o que els infants, els adolescents i els joves d'avui viuran pitjor que els seus pares. Ens trobem, per tant, en un punt d'inflexió en què cal encarar realment aquest debat i aportar respostes concretes i efectives per contrarrestar, per evitar tot plegat. A les portes del 80è aniversari, les Nacions Unides han de continuar sent l'organització en majúscules d'aquest món, des d'on tots els estats que la integrem i li donem sentit remem en la mateixa direcció, que no és altra que donar una resposta efectiva als grans reptes del nostre temps per deixar un llegat esperançador a les generacions futures. Senyores i senyors, mai no havíem disposat de tantes eines per assolir la cooperació i el diàleg. Per tant, davant d'un escenari complex, des de la igualtat de les nacions hem de fer prevaldre la Carta de les Nacions Unides i enfortir els seus pilars, a través de la defensa dels drets humans i el dret internacional humanitari com a conjunt normatiu de relació entre els estats. La gravetat dels conflictes a Ucraïna, a Gaza, al Líban, al Sudan o d'altres que malauradament ja són permanents, com a la regió del Sahel, no ens poden deixar indiferents i cal fer una crida urgent per arribar a un dels objectius més nobles de la política, la pau. Hem d'unir-nos i saber trobar solucions als conflictes fora de la violència i els recursos militars. Per aquest motiu, fem una crida a les parts per treballar amb horitzons de pau, per tenir respecte i per acatar, com deia, les normes del dret internacional humanitari, perquè res no justifica els atacs que està patint la població civil, perquè res no justifica els atacs contra hospitals i escoles i perquè res no justifica que utilitzem la fam com una estratègia de guerra. Res no justifica tanta irracionalitat, una irracionalitat de la qual els nens i les nenes són les principals víctimes. En l'agenda internacional andorrana, la infància i l'adolescència ocupen un lloc molt destacat, perquè creiem fermament que són el present i el futur i, per tant, tota acció al seu favor esdevé estratègica per al desenvolupament de qualsevol país. Per aquest motiu, des d'un inici hem estat donant tot el nostre suport a l'oficina de la representant especial del secretari general per als infants i els conflictes armats i, més recentment, a l'estudi sobre l'impacte del canvi climàtic en els infants i els conflictes armats. I quan els preguntava a l'inici de la meva intervenció quina és la conquesta, quina és la vocació, el llegat que volem deixar, no hi ha d'haver dubte. Assegurar un món en pau per als infants i per als adolescents i aconseguir que les generacions futures no visquin pitjor, sinó que participin plenament del progrés, tal com ha quedat palès aquests dies a la cimera d'Oslo. Excel·lències, l'any 1993 el nostre país va entrar a formar part de les Nacions Unides. Ens trobàvem en un context internacional força esperançador, amb una Europa reunificada després de la Guerra Freda. I quan vam fer el pas d'entrar a formar part d'aquesta organització, ho vam fer amb el convenciment que som una societat oberta al món que comparteix amb la comunitat internacional els reptes i les oportunitats globals. Perquè els problemes del món també són els nostres problemes i per això volíem i volem ser partícips de les solucions a aquests problemes. Han passat més de 3 dècades i malgrat que hagin tornat els fantasmes de la Guerra Freda, malgrat que el conflicte a l'Orient Mitjà hagi assolit una tensió sense precedents, malgrat que l'avenç dels extremismes sigui preocupant, el nostre país creu fermament en el concert de les nacions, en el compromís internacional i en el multilateralisme com els millors instruments, els únics instruments per resoldre tot plegat. Però Andorra també acorda una importància particular a la cooperació regional. I en aquest cas, amb la Unió Europea, qui ha negociat un acord d'associació que ens ha de permetre accedir de manera progressiva, de manera estructurada, al mercat interior europeu i facilitar la diversificació de la nostra economia, així com participar en la construcció d'una realitat geogràfica, econòmica i política, en aquest cas la de la Unió Europea, des de l'estatus privilegiat d'estat associat. Quan Andorra assumeix una obligació, sigui esdevenint membre d'un organisme internacional o comprometent-se mitjançant un tractat internacional, és molt conscient de les seves implicacions. I la nostra dimensió, per molt petita que pugui semblar, als ulls dels grans estats, no ens allunya d'objectius ambiciosos i cada dia més crucials com el multilateralisme, l'emergència climàtica, la igualtat de gènere, la transformació digital o la diversitat cultural. En aquest darrer àmbit, Andorra està orgullosa d'haver cofacilitat un any més la resolució sobre el multilingüisme a les Nacions Unides juntament amb Guatemala. Senyores i senyors, és cert que el canvi climàtic és una amenaça global, però també és ben cert que hi ha territoris que en resulten més afectats que d'altres. Ho són aquelles regions on el nivell del mar augmenta i també els territoris de muntanya amb un ecosistema més vulnerable. I aquest és el nostre cas, el cas d'Andorra. El canvi climàtic pot arribar a modificar els nostres hàbits vitals i també l'economia del nostre país. Per aquest motiu, hem fet de la lluita contra el canvi climàtic una de les nostres més grans fites, tant a escala internacional com a escala nacional. Des de la ratificació el 2011 del Conveni Marc de les Nacions Unides sobre el canvi climàtic, Andorra ha complert les seves obligacions de comunicació sota els principis de transparència, coherència, comparabilitat, exhaustivitat i precisió, i ho ha fet anticipant-se a més a les exigències del conveni. El 2015, Andorra va ser una de les parts pioneres del Conveni Marc a comunicar la seva contribució a escala nacional i a actualitzar-la el 2020 i el 2022 amb la finalitat d'incrementar els objectius a mitjà termini i assolir la neutralitat climàtica al 2050. El 2023 va ser el primer país del món en presentar l'informe bianual de transparència, demostrant així una vegada més la importància del compromís que mantenim amb la lluita contra el canvi climàtic. En l'àmbit nacional també hem fet grans esforços per implementar una nova política energètica amb l'objectiu d'augmentar progressivament la producció nacional d'energia renovable i substituir les fonts una norma fent de la protecció de la infància un principi inviolable i fent que les bretxes es tanquin per sempre. El poeta i novel·lista francès Louis Aragon va escriure que l'avenir de l'homme est la femme. Ho feia el 1963 a les portes de la irrupció de la igualtat jurídica plena entre dones i homes i va ser una autèntica declaració d'amor i d'admiració cap a la seva dona, cap a la seva musa. Encara ens queda un llarg recorregut per fer entendre a una part del món que quan les dones tenen les mateixes oportunitats per créixer, per aprendre, per manifestar-se, per treballar i per guanyar diners, tots, i dic bé tots, en sortim beneficiats. A Andorra, la igualtat, la no discriminació i la inclusió són transversals en les nostres polítiques públiques. Hem adoptat les mesures legislatives per establir els compromisos que ens permetin assolir plenament aquests objectius. És la conseqüència lògica d'una societat en què les dones han estat partícips i part molt activa en la cosa pública. Però més enllà de les polítiques públiques hi ha un element clau per a la transformació social, que és l'educació. Educar en la igualtat no és només ensenyar als nostres fills i a les nostres filles a respectar-se mútuament. És dotar-los de les eines necessàries per qüestionar les normes socials que perpetuen la desigualtat i per construir una societat on cada persona pugui desenvolupar el seu ple potencial independentment del seu gènere. Actualment, les nostres institucions exerceixen en paritat de gènere en les posicions de presa de decisions i per primer cop tenim l'honor de poder comptar amb un expert andorrana al Comitè per a l'Eliminació de la Discriminació envers la Dona de les Nacions Unides. Però la igualtat de gènere és un camí que requereix l'acció decidida i perseverant per part de totes i tots nosaltres. I com a representants dels nostres països respectius tenim l'obligació moral i política de promoure aquesta transformació. El nostre compromís ha de ser transformar la igualtat de gènere d'una aspiració llunyana a una realitat concreta en les nostres societats. Només així garantirem un futur millor per a les generacions que vindran. Excel·lències, l'accés a la informació està redefinint els paradigmes del creixement i el desenvolupament econòmic i social. A mesura que els serveis públics i el sector privat es traslladen al món digital, l'escletxa que separa els qui poden accedir-hi dels qui no serà cada cop més gran i perniciosa. El Pacte Digital Global que vam adoptar a la Cimera del Futur inclou accions per impulsar l'alfabetització digital i per assegurar un futur digital inclusiu, obert, segur i protegit. En aquest camp, el multilateralisme també té un paper crucial per facilitar les oportunitats i per garantir al mateix temps l'accessibilitat i la seguretat en aquest nou espai virtual de globalització. Per als estats de dimensió reduïda com el nostre, el potencial d'aquestes tecnologies pot aportar recursos amb un valor afegit exponencial. Conscients d'aquest escenari i amb una necessitat més que evident de diversificar la nostra economia, hem fet grans avenços en aquesta matèria. Actualment, un 96% de les llars andorranes disposen de connexió a internet i tenim al nostre abast una estratègia nacional de transformació digital que posa un èmfasi especial en garantir els drets digitals dels ciutadans i en donar compliment als objectius de desenvolupament sostenible 9, 16 i 17. Això inclou la creació d'un marc ètic i legal per preservar els drets digitals, la protecció de la privacitat i de la seguretat de les dades i el lliure accés a la informació en l'àmbit digital perquè volem que tothom tingui coneixement i accés a la dimensió digital i evitar així, com deia, situacions de desigualtat. Senyores i senyors, el Principat d'Andorra es va comprometre amb aquesta organització dels pobles i per als pobles fa més de 30 anys, amb l'esperança que un món millor és possible i amb el convenciment que el meu país, el Principat d'Andorra, des de la nostra petita dimensió, també podem fer coses grans i exemplars. Ens vam presentar al món com un país amb una llarga història, que finalment havia trobat el seu lloc en la comunitat internacional, un país que s'obria al món amb esperit constructiu i tarannà pacífic i dialogant a favor de l'entesa i l'harmonia entre els pobles. I aquests valors són els que ens continuen guiant en els àmbits nacional i internacional. Cal que entre tots els pobles impulsem una nova cultura de la pau, basada en l'abolició de la guerra i en el compromís d'arribar a acords pacífics que solucionin els conflictes. Cal que el desenvolupament arribi a tots els racons del planeta, que respectin els drets fonamentals i que el nou univers digital estigui a mans del coneixement. Iniciava aquesta intervenció citant els clàssics i permeteu-me que acabi de la mateixa manera. Hi ha una obra fundadora de la literatura grega antiga i que ha impregnat des d'ençà la cultura occidental, de la qual resulta molt difícil oblidar-se. Parla de la conquesta i de la destrucció, de la cobdícia, de l'odi i de la compassió i de l'amor i la mort. La Ilíada d'Homer és, en certa manera, un mirall de la condició humana. I si bé evidencia que la vida no sempre és justa i obeeix a les arbitrarietats dels déus, en el fons també evidencia que les relacions humanes poden ser, si ho volem, profundament humanes en el millor sentit de la paraula. I aquest, penso jo, és el missatge que hem de fer nostre encara avui aquí. Hem de mantenir la fe en la humanitat i aspirar a construir entre totes i tots un món en pau i més just, solidari i inclusiu. Moltes gràcies.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the head of government of the Principality of Andorra. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
মাননীয় সভাপতি,
Mr. President,
জাতিসংঘের সাধারণ পরিষদের সভাপতি নির্বাচিত হওয়ায়
let me congratulate you
প্রথমেই আপনাকে আন্তরিক
on your
অভিনন্দন
election as the
জানাচ্ছি।
President of the United Nations General Assembly.
আমি আশ্বস্ত করছি যে আপনার এই
I would
দায়িত্ব
like to
পালনকালে
assure you of Bangladesh
বাংলাদেশ
delegation's full
প্রতিনিধি দল
cooperation throughout the session.
আপনাকে পূর্ণাঙ্গ সহযোগিতা প্রদান করবে। জাতিসংঘের ম্যান্ডেটকে সমুন্নত রেখে
I would also
বৈশ্বিক
place on
সংকট
record
সমূহ
our deep appreciation to the
নিরসনে
Secretary
মহাসচিব
General
অ্যান্টোনিও
Antonio
গুতারেসের
Guterres
দৃঢ় প্রতিজ্ঞ
for his unwavering commitment
সাফল্যমণ্ডিত
to
নেতৃত্বের
deliver on
জন্য
the UN
তাকেও জানাই
mandates and
আন্তরিক
address the
সাধুবাদ।
global challenges.
সামিট অব দ্য ফিউচার আয়োজনে আমি মহাসচিবের দূরদর্শী ভূমিকার বিশেষ
I particularly applaud his
প্রশংসা করছি।
vision in convening the Summit of the Future.
সম্মেলনে যে প্যাক্ট ফর দ্য ফিউচার এন্ড ডিক্লারেশন অন ফিউচার জেনারেশনস
The Pact for the Future and the Declaration
সর্বসম্মতভাবে
on
গৃহীত
Future
হয়েছে
Generations could
তা
help
এজেন্ডা
in setting pathways beyond
2030
Agenda
পরবর্তী
2030.
বৈশ্বিক উন্নয়ন কর্মপন্থা নির্ধারণে বিশেষ সহায়ক হবে বলে আমি মনে করি। বাংলাদেশ বিশ্বাস করে যে এই সম্মেলনের অর্জন বৈশ্বিক সমৃদ্ধি অর্জনের জন্য আমাদের
Bangladesh
সবার
believes
অভিপ্রায়
that the
ও
summit's
সহযোগিতা
outcome
কাঠামো
will
প্রণয়নে
serve as a
দিক
guiding
নির্দেশক
framework
হিসেবে
in
কাজ করবে।
materializing our shared aspirations and rethinking collaboration
এই
for
জুলাই
posterity.
আগস্ট মাসে বাংলাদেশে যে যুগান্তকারী পরিবর্তন সংগঠিত হয়েছে
I
তার
stand in this
প্রেক্ষিতেই আজ আমি
Parliament of
বিশ্ব
Nations,
সম্প্রদায়ের এই মহান
thanks to an
সংসদে
epochal
উপস্থিত
transformation
হতে
that
পেরেছি।
Bangladesh witnessed this July and August.
আমাদের গণমানুষের বিশেষ করে তরুণ সমাজের
The power of
অফুরন্ত
the
শক্তি
ordinary people, in particular
আমাদের
our youth,
বিদ্যমান
presented
রাষ্ট্র
to our
কাঠামো
nation an
ও
opportunity
প্রাতিষ্ঠানিক
to overcome
আয়োজনগুলো
many of our systems
আমূল
and
রূপান্তরের এক
institutions.
নতুন সম্ভাবনার দ্বার উন্মোচন করেছে। আমাদের ছাত্র ও যুব সমাজের আন্দোলন প্রথম দিকে মূলত ছিল
The
বৈষম্য
uprising led
বিরোধী
by the
আন্দোলন,
students and youth was initially aimed at
পর্যায়ক্রমে
ending
তা গণ
discrimination.
আন্দোলনের রূপ নিয়েছে।
Progressively, the
এরপর
movement
সারা
evolved
পৃথিবী
into a
অবাক
people's
বিস্ময়ে দেখেছে কিভাবে
The world eventually
সমগ্র
saw
বাংলাদেশের মানুষ
how people at large
এক
stood
নায়কতন্ত্র,
against
নিপীড়ন,
autocracy, oppression,
বৈষম্য,
discrimination,
অবিচার ও দুর্নীতির
injustice,
বিরুদ্ধে
and corruption,
রাজপথ
both
ও
on the
সামাজিক
streets
যোগাযোগের মাধ্যমে
and online.
দৃঢ়ভাবে রুখে দাঁড়িয়েছিল। আমাদের ছাত্র জনতা তাদের অদম্য সংকল্প ও ও প্রত্যয়ের মাধ্যমে একটি স্বৈরাচারী ও অগণতান্ত্রিক শাসন ব্যবস্থা থেকে আমাদের মুক্তি এনে দিয়েছে। তাদের এই সংকল্পের মধ্যেই আমাদের দেশের ভবিষ্যৎ নিহিত। যা এই দেশকে বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায়ের মাঝে একটি দায়িত্বশীল জাতির মর্যাদায় উন্নত করবে বলে আমি বিশ্বাস করি। এই গণ আন্দোলন রাজনৈতিক অধিকার ও উন্নয়নের সুবিধা বঞ্চিত বাংলাদেশের আপামর জনসাধারণকে ঐক্যবদ্ধ করেছে। বাংলাদেশের মানুষ উন্নয়ন কর্মকাণ্ডকে অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক অংশীদারিত্ব রূপে দেখতে চেয়েছিল। আমাদের জনগণ একটা ন্যায্য, অন্তর্ভুক্তিমূলক ও কার্যকর গণতন্ত্রের জন্য লড়াই করেছে, যার জন্য আমাদের নতুন প্রজন্ম জীবন উৎসর্গ করেছে। আমাদের এই তরুণীরা যে প্রজ্ঞা, সাহস ও প্রত্যয় দেখিয়েছে তা আমাদের অভিভূত করেছে, সারা বিশ্ববাসীকে অভিভূত করেছে। বন্দুকের গুলি উপেক্ষা করে বুক পেতে দাঁড়িয়ে গিয়েছিল আমাদের এই তরুণরা। অবৈধ রাষ্ট্র ক্ষমতার বিরুদ্ধে প্রবলভাবে সোচ্চার হয়েছিল আমাদের তরুণ তরুণীরা, স্কুল পড়ুয়া কিশোর কিশোরীরা। তারা নিঃসঙ্গ চিত্তে উৎসর্গ করেছিল তাদের জীবন। শত শত মানুষ চিরতরে হারিয়েছে তাদের দৃষ্টিশক্তি। আমাদের মায়েরা, দিনমজুরেরা ও শহরের অগণিত মানুষ তাদের সন্তানদের কাঁধে কাঁধ মিলিয়ে নেমেছিল রাজপথে। তপ্ত রোদ, বৃষ্টি, মৃত্যু ভয়কে তোয়াক্কা না করে তারা সত্য ও ন্যায়সঙ্গত আকাঙ্ক্ষার বিরুদ্ধে দীর্ঘকালব্যাপী রাষ্ট্রযন্ত্রকে পরিচালনা করার অশুভ ষড়যন্ত্রকে পরাভূত করেছিল। জনগণের এই আন্দোলনে আমাদের জানা মতে প্রায় 800-এর বেশি জীবন আমরা হারিয়েছি স্বৈরাচারী শক্তির হাতে। উদারনীতি, বহুত্ববাদ ও ধর্মনিরপেক্ষতার উপর মানুষের গভীর বিশ্বাস থেকেই বাংলাদেশ রাষ্ট্রের অভ্যুদয় হয়েছিল। 1971 সালে যে মূল্যবোধকে বুকে ধারণ করে আমাদের গণমানুষ যুদ্ধ করেছিল, সেই মূল্যবোধকে বহু বছর পরে আবার জেনারেশন জি, যে প্রজন্ম জি, নতুনভাবে আমাদেরকে দেখতে শিখিয়েছে। এরকমটি আমরা দেখেছিলাম 1952 সালের ভাষা আন্দোলনে বাংলাকে মাতৃভাষা হিসেবে প্রতিষ্ঠার সময়। বাংলাদেশের এই অভ্যুত্থান আগামী দিনগুলোতে বিশ্বের বিভিন্ন প্রান্তে মানুষকে মুক্তি ও ন্যায় বিচারের পক্ষে দাঁড়াতে প্রেরণা যোগাবে। আমাদের মুক্তি ও গণতান্ত্রিক আকাঙ্ক্ষাকে বাস্তবে রূপ দিতে আমি তাই আজ বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায়কে আমাদের নতুন বাংলাদেশের সঙ্গে সম্পৃক্ত হওয়ার উদাত্ত আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, যে রাষ্ট্র কাঠামো দুঃসহ হয়ে গেছে তার পুনর্গঠনের জন্য আমাদের তরুণরা, দেশের আপামর জনসাধারণ একমত হয়ে আমার এবং আমার উপদেষ্টা পরিষদের উপর আস্থা রেখে সরকার পরিচালনার এক মহান দায়িত্ব আমাদের উপর ন্যস্ত করেছে। এই দায়িত্ব গ্রহণের পর আমরা গভীর বিস্ময় ও হতাশার সঙ্গে মুখোমুখিভাবে দেখতে পাচ্ছি কিভাবে সর্বগ্রাসী দুর্নীতি একটি কার্যকর গণতান্ত্রিক ব্যবস্থাকে ধ্বংসস্তূপে পরিণত করেছে, কিভাবে রাষ্ট্রের মূল প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলোকে নির্মমভাবে দলীয়করণের আবর্তে বন্দী করে রাখা হয়েছিল, কিভাবে জনগণের অর্থকে লুটপাট করা হয়েছিল, কিভাবে একটি বিশেষ স্বার্থান্বেষী গোষ্ঠী সমস্ত ব্যবসা বাণিজ্যকে অন্যায়ভাবে নিজেদের হাতে কুক্ষিগত করে দেশের সম্পদ অবাধে বিদেশে পাচার করে দিয়েছে। এক কথায় কিভাবে প্রত্যেকটি পর্যায়ে ন্যায়, নীতি ও নৈতিকতা অদৃশ্য হয়ে গিয়েছিল। এরকম এক অবস্থার দেশকে পুনর্গঠন এবং জনগণের কাঙ্ক্ষিত রাষ্ট্র ব্যবস্থা প্রতিষ্ঠিত করার জন্য আমাদের উপর দায়িত্ব প্রদান করা হয়েছে। অতীতের ভুলগুলোকে সংশোধন করে একটা প্রতিযোগিতামূলক ও শক্তিশালী অর্থনীতি এবং ন্যায়ভিত্তিক সমাজ ব্যবস্থা গড়ে তোলায় এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের মূল লক্ষ্য। বর্তমান পরিবর্তিত পরিস্থিতিতে সকল রাজনৈতিক দল এখন স্বাধীনভাবে তাদের মতামত প্রকাশ করতে পারছে। যে সব ব্যক্তি বা প্রতিষ্ঠান রাষ্ট্রীয় কাজ ও সিদ্ধান্ত গ্রহণ করার প্রক্রিয়ায় সম্পৃক্ত, তাদের প্রত্যেকের জবাবদিহিতা নিশ্চিত করাই আমাদের অগ্রাধিকার। আমরা মানুষের মৌলিক অধিকারকে সমুন্নত ও সুরক্ষিত রাখতে দৃঢ় প্রতিজ্ঞ। আমাদের দেশের মানুষ মুক্তভাবে কথা বলবে, ভয়ভীতি ছাড়া সমাবেশ করবে, তাদের পছন্দের ব্যক্তিকে ভোট দিয়ে নির্বাচিত করবে, এটাই জাতির আকাঙ্ক্ষা এবং এটাই আমাদের লক্ষ্য। বিচার বিভাগের স্বাধীনতা সংরক্ষণ ও সাইবার ডোমেইন সহ গণমাধ্যমের স্বাধীনতা সুসংহতকরণে আমরা প্রতিজ্ঞাবদ্ধ। আমাদের একজন কৃষক বা একজন শ্রমিকের সন্তানও যেন সমাজের সর্বোচ্চ শিখরে পৌঁছতে পারে, সেই লক্ষ্যে বিশালকার অবকাঠামো নির্মাণের বদলে স্বাস্থ্য ও শিক্ষা খাতে বরাদ্দ বৃদ্ধির আমরা গুরুত্ব আরোপ করছি। রাষ্ট্র ব্যবস্থার সকল পর্যায়ে সুশাসন ফিরিয়ে আনাই আমাদের অভিষ্ট। বাংলাদেশের যেসব আন্তর্জাতিক, আঞ্চলিক এবং দ্বিপাক্ষিক চুক্তির পক্ষভুক্ত, সেগুলো প্রতিপালনে আমাদের সরকার বদ্ধপরিকর। জাতিসংঘ সহ বহুপাক্ষিক বিশ্ব কাঠামোতে বাংলাদেশের সক্রিয় অংশগ্রহণ ও অবদান অব্যাহত থাকবে। পারস্পরিক শ্রদ্ধাবোধ, মর্যাদা ও স্বার্থ রক্ষণের ভিত্তিতে বাংলাদেশ বিশ্বের সকল রাষ্ট্রের সাথে বন্ধুত্বপূর্ণ সম্পর্ক বজায় রাখবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, গত 7 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে আমাদের সরকার বিভিন্ন গুরুত্বপূর্ণ পদক্ষেপ গ্রহণ করেছে। আমাদের অনুরোধে সাড়া দিয়ে জাতিসংঘের মানবাধিকার বিষয়ক হাই কমিশনার বাংলাদেশের গণ আন্দোলনকালে সংগঠিত মানবাধিকার লঙ্ঘনের বিষয়ে বিস্তৃত অনুসন্ধান এবং এইসব বিষয়ে ঘটনার পুনরাবৃত্তি রোধে পরামর্শ প্রদানের জন্য একটা ফ্যাক্ট ফাইন্ডিং কমিশন গঠন এবং তার কাজ শুরু করার জন্য দ্রুত বাংলাদেশে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে। আমি তাকে বাংলাদেশের পক্ষ থেকে অশেষ ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। দায়িত্বভার গ্রহণের 2 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে আমরা গুম প্রতিরোধে যে আন্তর্জাতিক কনভেনশন রয়েছে তাতে যোগদান করেছি। এর আশু বাস্তবায়নের জন্য প্রয়োজনীয় দেশীয় আইন ও বিধি প্রণয়নে আমরা এখন প্রক্রিয়া শুরু করেছি। বাংলাদেশে গত 1.5 দশকে যে সমস্ত গুমের অভিযোগ রয়েছে সেগুলো তদন্ত করার জন্য একটি তদন্ত কমিশন এই মুহূর্তে কর্মরত আছে। মানুষের আস্থা, আত্মবিশ্বাস ফিরিয়ে আনতে এবং নির্মম অতীত যেন আর ফিরে না আসে কোনোদিন, সেই জন্য আমরা কিছু সুনির্দিষ্ট খাতে সংস্কারকে অগ্রাধিকার দিয়েছি। সেই লক্ষ্যে আমরা বিদ্যমান নির্বাচন ব্যবস্থা, সংবিধান, বিচার ব্যবস্থা, জনপ্রশাসন, আইন শৃঙ্খলা ব্যবস্থা সংস্কারের জন্য স্বাধীন কমিশন গঠন করেছি। সংবাদপত্র ও গণমাধ্যমের সংস্কারের জন্য পৃথক কমিশন সহ আরো কয়েকটি বিশেষ বিষয়ে কমিশন গঠন প্রক্রিয়াধীন রয়েছে। ব্যবসা বাণিজ্যে অনুকূল পরিবেশ সৃষ্টির লক্ষ্যে আমরা ব্যাংক ও আর্থিক খাতের ব্যাপক সংস্কারের উদ্যোগ গ্রহণ করেছি। কোনো বিদেশি ব্যবসা বা বিনিয়োগ যেন ক্ষতিগ্রস্ত না হয় তা নিশ্চিত করতে আমরা বদ্ধপরিকর। এইসব সংস্কার যেন টেকসই হয়, দীর্ঘমেয়াদে নিশ্চিত করতে এবং অবাধ ও নিরপেক্ষ অংশগ্রহণপূর্ণ নির্বাচনের জন্য উপযোগী পরিবেশ সৃষ্টি করতে আমরা কাজ করে যাচ্ছি। গণতন্ত্র, আইনের শাসন, সমতা, সমৃদ্ধি অর্জনের মাধ্যমে একটি ন্যায়ভিত্তিক সমাজ হিসেবে আত্মপ্রকাশের অভিপ্রায় বাস্তবায়নে আমি বাংলাদেশের প্রতি আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের সমর্থন ও গভীরতর সম্পর্ক গঠন করার জন্য আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, বাংলাদেশ মনে করে যে শান্তি রক্ষা ও সংঘাত মোকাবেলা জনগণের সমৃদ্ধি নিশ্চিত করার মূল চালিকা শক্তি। সাম্প্রতিক বিপ্লবকালে আমাদের ইতিহাসের সবচেয়ে কঠিনতম সময়ে জনগণের মুক্তির আকাঙ্ক্ষা পূরণে তাদের পাশে দৃঢ়ভাবে দাঁড়িয়ে আমাদের সাহসী সশস্ত্র বাহিনী সমূহ আরও একবার শান্তির প্রতি তাদের অঙ্গীকার প্রমাণ করেছে। এটা সম্ভব হয়েছে শান্তি রক্ষায় আমাদের অঙ্গীকারের কেন্দ্রবিন্দুতে মানবাধিকারকে স্থান দেওয়ার ফলে। জাতিসংঘের পিস বিল্ডিং কমিশনের সূচনা লগ্ন থেকেই শান্তি রক্ষার মতো শান্তি বিনির্মাণেও বাংলাদেশ সমান অঙ্গীকার ব্যক্ত করে এসেছে। আমাদের দিনগুলোতে আমরা জাতিসংঘের শান্তি রক্ষা কার্যক্রমে আমাদের মূল্যবোধ ভিত্তিক অবদানের ধারাবাহিকতা রক্ষা, সমুন্নত ও প্রসারিত করতে বদ্ধপরিকর। জাতিসংঘের শান্তি রক্ষা কার্যক্রমে অবদানকারী তৃতীয় বৃহত্তম রাষ্ট্র হিসেবে বাংলাদেশ এখন পর্যন্ত ৪৩টি দেশে ৬৩টি মিশনে শান্তিরক্ষী প্রেরণ করেছে। বসনিয়া থেকে শুরু করে কঙ্গো পর্যন্ত বিশ্বের বিভিন্ন প্রান্তে এসব মিশনে দায়িত্ব পালনকালে ১৬৮ জন বাংলাদেশি শান্তিরক্ষী নিজেদের জীবন বিসর্জন দিয়েছে। আমরা আশা করি যে কোনো অবস্থায় নানা প্রতিকূলতা সত্ত্বেও জাতিসংঘের ভবিষ্যৎ শান্তিরক্ষী কার্যক্রমগুলোতে বাংলাদেশের প্রতিরক্ষা বাহিনীর সদস্যরা একইভাবে অবদান রাখার সুযোগ পাবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমাদের সকলের বাসস্থান এই পৃথিবী বৈশ্বিক অগ্রাধিকারগুলোকে সঠিকভাবে নির্ণয় করতে আগ্রহী। জলবায়ু পরিবর্তন আমাদের সকলের অস্তিত্বের প্রতি হুমকি স্বরূপ। এই গ্রীষ্মে সর্বকালের রেকর্ড ভঙ্গকারী তাপদাহ আমাদের জলবায়ুজনিত পরিবর্তনের কথা স্পষ্টভাবে স্মরণ করিয়ে দিয়েছে। আমাদের যা প্রয়োজন তা হলো জলবায়ু সম্পর্কিত ন্যায় বিচার, যাতে করে দায়িত্বজ্ঞানহীন সিদ্ধান্ত, উদাসীন আচরণ কিংবা এর মাধ্যমে সাধিত ক্ষতির বিষয়ে যারা সংশ্লিষ্ট তাদের দায়বদ্ধ করা যায়। জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনজনিত দীর্ঘমেয়াদী প্রভাবগুলো অপূরণীয় ক্ষতির কারণ হয়ে দাঁড়িয়েছে। আমরা জীব বৈচিত্র্য হারিয়ে ফেলছি, প্যাথোজেনের পরিবর্তনের ফলে নতুন রোগ বাড়ছে, কৃষিক্ষেত্রে চাপ বাড়ছে ক্রমাগতভাবে, পানি সম্পদ ঝুঁকিতে ফেলছে আমাদের বাসযোগ্যতাকে, সমুদ্র পৃষ্ঠের উচ্চতা বৃদ্ধি এবং লবণাক্ততা আমাদের ক্ষতি করছে প্রতিনিয়ত। ঘূর্ণিঝড়ের সংখ্যা ও মাত্রা বৃদ্ধির কারণে যে ক্ষতি হচ্ছে তাকে উপেক্ষা করার সুযোগ নেই। ক্ষুদ্র কৃষক, প্রান্তিক পর্যায়ে জীবিকা অন্বেষণকারীরা জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনজনিত ঝুঁকির মুখোমুখি হচ্ছে সবচেয়ে বেশি। আমি আজ এই বিশ্ব সভায় যখন কথা বলছি তখন বাংলাদেশের পূর্বাঞ্চলে ৫০ লাখেরও অধিক মানুষ তাদের জীবদ্দশায় হওয়া সবচেয়ে ভয়াবহ বন্যা মোকাবেলা করে যাচ্ছে। মহাসচিব গুতেরেস আমাদেরকে দেখিয়েছেন যে বিদ্যমান পরিক্রমা অব্যাহত থাকলে বিশ্বের গড় তাপমাত্রা ২.৭ ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস বৃদ্ধির দিকে অগ্রসর হতে থাকবে। তাই বাংলাদেশের মতো জলবায়ু ঝুঁকিতে থাকা দেশগুলোতে অভিযোজনের জন্য ব্যাপক বিনিয়োগের আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। এছাড়াও উদ্ভাবনী শক্তির প্রয়োগ, অতিরিক্ত অর্থায়নের মাধ্যমে লস এন্ড ড্যামেজ ফান্ডকে কার্যকর করা আমাদের জন্য অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। একইভাবে আমাদের প্রয়োজন প্রযুক্তির সহজলভ্যতা, সক্ষমতা বৃদ্ধি। নির্দিষ্ট করে বললে আমাদের দরকার জীবন রক্ষাকারী প্রযুক্তি, বিশেষত কৃষি, পানি এবং জনস্বাস্থ্য খাতে, যেখানে ক্ষুদ্র ক্ষুদ্র উদ্ভাবন এবং সমাধানসমূহ ঝুঁকিতে থাকা জনগোষ্ঠীকে রক্ষা করতে পারে। জলবায়ু সংকটের মোকাবেলা এবং বৈশ্বিক অর্থনীতি সুসংহতকরণে আমাদের যুগপৎভাবে কাজ করতে হবে। বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায় এখন কার্বন মুক্ত পৃথিবী গড়ে তুলতে মনোযোগী হচ্ছে। বিশ্বের অধিকাংশ মানুষকে এই ধরনের পরিবর্তনের সুফলভোগী করতে হলে নেট জিরো পৃথিবীর দিকে আমাদেরকে অগ্রসর হতে হবে। বাংলাদেশের মতো দেশগুলোকে সাথে নিয়ে যেতে হবে তা না হলে পারস্পরিক দায়িত্ববোধের মাধ্যমে পারস্পরিক সমৃদ্ধি অর্জনে আমাদের সার্বজনীন অঙ্গীকার পূরণে পিছিয়ে পড়ব আমরা। এই ক্ষেত্রে আমি বিশ্বাস করি সমগ্র বিশ্ব একসাথে ৩-০ লক্ষ্য অর্জনের ধারণা বিবেচনা করে দেখতে পারে, যার মাধ্যমে আমরা শূন্য দারিদ্র্য, শূন্য বেকারত্ব এবং শূন্য নেট কার্বন নিঃসরণ অর্জন করতে পারি, যেখানে পৃথিবীর প্রতিটি তরুণ তরুণী চাকরি প্রার্থী না হয়ে বরং উদ্যোক্তা হিসেবে নিজেকে প্রতিষ্ঠিত করার সুযোগ পাবে। তারা যেন এই সম্পদের সীমাবদ্ধতা সত্ত্বেও নিজ নিজ সৃজনশীলতার বিকাশ করতে পারে, যেখানে একটি ব্যবসায়িক উদ্যোগ সামাজিক সুফল, অর্থনৈতিক মুনাফা এবং প্রকৃতির প্রতি দায়িত্বশীলতার মধ্যে একটি চমৎকার ভারসাম্য আনতে পারে, যেখানে সামাজিক ব্যবসার মাধ্যমে যে কোনো ব্যক্তি ভোগবাদী জীবনধারা থেকে উত্তরণ করে সামাজিক ও অর্থনৈতিক পরিবর্তনের সৃজনশীল শক্তি হিসেবে নিজেকে প্রতিষ্ঠিত করতে পারে। এই সময়ে তাই প্রয়োজন উন্নত উন্নয়নশীল সকল দেশসমূহ এবং বিভিন্ন অংশীদারদের মধ্যে নতুন দৃষ্টিভঙ্গি, নতুন মূল্যবোধ এবং নতুন একতা। সামগ্রিকভাবে এই লক্ষ্য অর্জনে জাতিসংঘ ব্যবস্থা, জাতীয় আঞ্চলিক পর্যায়ে সরকারসমূহ, সকল ব্যবসা প্রতিষ্ঠান, বেসরকারি অংশীজন এবং দাতব্য সংস্থাগুলোকে একসঙ্গে কাজ করতে হবে। আমাদের অর্থনৈতিক কাঠামোতে সামাজিক ব্যবসাকে স্থান দিলেই নিচের অর্ধেকাংশ মানুষের জীবনে তা বিরাট পরিবর্তন আনতে পারে। এই পদক্ষেপ একই সঙ্গে জলবায়ুর ধ্বংসাত্মক গতিকে সফলভাবে রোধ করতে পারে এবং বাজার ব্যবস্থার মাধ্যমে এই মীমাংসা হতে পারে। এ বিষয়ে আমি মহাসচিব গুতেরেসের বিশেষ দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, বহুমুখী সংকটে জর্জরিত বর্তমান বিশ্বে যুদ্ধ এবং সংঘাতের ফলে ব্যাপক ভিত্তিতে মানুষের অধিকার খর্ব হচ্ছে। বিশ্ববাসীর উদ্বেগ এবং নিন্দা সত্ত্বেও গাজায় গণহত্যা থামছে না। ফিলিস্তিনের মতো বিদ্যমান বাস্তবতা কেবল আরব কিংবা মুসলমানদের জন্যই উদ্বেগজনক নয়, বরং তা সমগ্র মানব জাতির জন্যই উদ্বেগের বিষয়। একজন মানুষ হিসেবে প্রত্যেক ফিলিস্তিনির জীবন অমূল্য। ফিলিস্তিনের জনগণের বিরুদ্ধে যে মানবতা বিরোধী অপরাধ হচ্ছে তার জন্য সংশ্লিষ্ট সকলকে দায়বদ্ধ করতে হবে। ফিলিস্তিনের জনগণের উপর চলমান নৃশংসতা, বিশেষত নারী এবং শিশুদের সাথে প্রতিনিয়ত যে নিষ্ঠুরতা বিশ্ব দেখাচ্ছে, তা থেকে নিস্তারের জন্য বাংলাদেশ অনতিবিলম্বে সম্পূর্ণ যুদ্ধবিরতির আহ্বান জানাচ্ছে। দ্বিরাষ্ট্রভিত্তিক সমাধানেই মধ্যপ্রাচ্যে টেকসই শান্তি আনতে পারবে। তাই জাতিসংঘ সহ আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের সকলকে এর বাস্তবায়নের জন্য এখনই উদ্যোগ নিতে আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। গত ২.৫ বছর ধরে ইউক্রেনে চলমান যুদ্ধে বহু মানুষ প্রাণ হারিয়েছে। এই যুদ্ধের প্রভাব সর্বব্যাপী, এমনকি বাংলাদেশের অর্থনীতিতেও এর নেতিবাচক প্রভাব আমরা অনুভব করছি। আমরা তাই উভয় পক্ষকে সংলাপে বসে বিরোধ নিরসনের মাধ্যমে যুদ্ধের অবসান ঘটানোর আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। মাননীয় সভাপতি, বাংলাদেশ গত ৭ বছর যাবৎ মিয়ানমার হতে আগত ১২ লাখেরও বেশি রোহিঙ্গাদের মানবিক কারণে আশ্রয় দিয়ে আসছে। এর ফলে আমরা বিরাট সামাজিক, অর্থনৈতিক, পরিবেশগত ক্ষতির সম্মুখীন হচ্ছি। মায়ানমারের অভ্যন্তরীণ সমস্যা থেকে সৃষ্ট এই সংকট বাংলাদেশ ও আমাদের অঞ্চলের জন্য প্রথাগত ও অপ্রথাগত উভয় ধরনের নিরাপত্তা ঝুঁকির কারণ হয়ে দাঁড়িয়েছে। মায়ানমার থেকে বাংলাদেশে বলপূর্বক বাস্তুচ্যুত রোহিঙ্গাদের সহায়তা করতে আমরা অঙ্গীকারবদ্ধ। আমরা রোহিঙ্গাদের জন্য মানবিক সহায়তা কার্যক্রম চালু রাখা এবং তাদের টেকসই প্রত্যাবর্তন নিশ্চিত করার উদ্দেশ্যে আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের পর্যাপ্ত সহায়তা অব্যাহত রাখার আহ্বান জানাচ্ছি। রোহিঙ্গাদের সাথে সংগঠিত হওয়া ব্যাপক ভিত্তিক মানবাধিকার লঙ্ঘনের জন্য আন্তর্জাতিক বিচার আদালত এবং আন্তর্জাতিক অপরাধ আদালতে চলমান বিচার প্রক্রিয়ার মাধ্যমে ন্যায় বিচার নিশ্চিত করাও সমানভাবে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। রোহিঙ্গারা যাতে নিজ দেশে স্বাধীন এবং মর্যাদাপূর্ণ জীবন যাপন করতে পারে সেই লক্ষ্যে অনুকূল পরিবেশ তৈরিতে জাতিসংঘ অন্যান্য আন্তর্জাতিক প্রতিষ্ঠানের ধারাবাহিক প্রচেষ্টার প্রশংসা দাবিদার। এই লক্ষ্যে রোহিঙ্গারা যাতে পর্যাপ্ত নিরাপত্তা ও অধিকার নিশ্চিত করে তাদের নিজ ভূমি রাখাইনে ফিরে যেতে পারে তার পথ সুগম করা অত্যন্ত দরকার। মায়ানমারের প্রতিনিয়ত পরিবর্তনশীল অবস্থা বিবেচনা রেখে বাংলাদেশ আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়ের সাথে একযোগে রোহিঙ্গাদের নিজ দেশে মর্যাদাপূর্ণ টেকসই প্রত্যাবর্তনের জন্য পরিবেশ সৃষ্টিতে কাজ করতে প্রস্তুত। মাননীয় সভাপতি, রাজনৈতিক মুক্তি এবং সামাজিক অর্থনৈতিক জাগরণ ব্যতীত শান্তি ও নিরাপত্তা নিশ্চিতে সাফল্য অর্জন করা সম্ভব নয়। প্রায় এক দশক পূর্বে বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায় সর্বসম্মতক্রমে এজেন্ডা 2030 প্রণয়ন করেছিল। আমরা সবাই আমাদের সামষ্টিক আকাঙ্ক্ষা ও বিশ্বাস অর্পণ করেছি এই সার্বজনীন টেকসই উন্নয়ন অভিষ্টগুলো অর্জনে। সার্বিকভাবে মাত্র 17% ও কম লক্ষ্যমাত্রা অর্জন হয়েছে। স্পষ্টতই এই ক্ষেত্রে অনেক উন্নয়নশীল রাষ্ট্র আরও পিছিয়ে আছে। উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলোকে এসডিজি অর্থায়নে বছরে প্রায় 2.5 থেকে 4 ট্রিলিয়ন মার্কিন ডলারের সমান ঘাটতি মোকাবেলা করতে হচ্ছে। উন্নয়নশীল বিশ্বের ঋণের বোঝা, ক্ষয়িষ্ণু আর্থিক সক্ষমতা এবং জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের ক্ষতিকর প্রভাবের কারণে বাংলাদেশের মতো দেশগুলিতে বেশি ঝুঁকিতে রয়েছে। আমরা আশা করি উন্নয়নের জন্য অর্থায়ন সংক্রান্ত চতুর্থ আন্তর্জাতিক সম্মেলনে এই ধরনের জটিল এবং কাঠামোগত সমস্যাগুলোর দিকে নজর দেওয়া হবে। বহুপাক্ষিক আর্থিক প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলোকে এমন অভিন্ন লক্ষ্যে নিয়ে যাওয়ার কাজ করতে হবে যাতে সকল রাষ্ট্র সমানভাবে সম্পদ ও সুযোগের ব্যবহার করতে পারে। তারা নিজেদের কর্মসূচিতে সামাজিক ব্যবসাকে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ ভূমিকা দিতে পারে যাতে নিম্ন আয়ের দেশগুলোর বাস্তবতাকে বিশেষভাবে মোকাবেলা করা যায়, যা ব্যবসায়ী উদ্যোগ এবং ব্যক্তির সৃজনশীলতাকে উদ্বুদ্ধ করে, যা বঞ্চিত জনগোষ্ঠীকে বিশালভাবে সহায়তা করে। এই ক্ষেত্রে অবৈধ অর্থের প্রবাহ এবং উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলো থেকে সম্পদ পাচার বন্ধ করা অত্যন্ত আবশ্যক। উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলো থেকে পাচার হয়ে যাওয়া সম্পদ ফেরত আনার জন্য আন্তর্জাতিক সহযোগিতা জোরদার করতে হবে। আমরা আশা করি কর ফাঁকি রোধে আন্তর্জাতিক কর কনভেনশন অতি শীঘ্রই গৃহীত হবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমরা যে নিবিড়ভাবে সংযুক্ত বিশ্বে বসবাস করছি সেখানে অভিবাসন এবং মানুষের অবাধ প্রবাহ এক অলঙ্ঘনীয় বাস্তবতা। বাংলাদেশি নাগরিকরা প্রতিনিয়ত বিভিন্ন দেশে অভিবাসী হিসেবে যাচ্ছেন। তারা বিভিন্ন দেশে তাদের কর্মসংস্থানের সন্ধানে আছেন। বিশ্বের বিভিন্ন প্রান্তে এই মুহূর্তে প্রায় 1.5 কোটি প্রবাসী বাংলাদেশি আছেন। সকলের জন্য অভিবাসনের উপযোগিতা নিশ্চিত করতে বিশ্ব সমাজকে নিরাপদ, সুশৃঙ্খল এবং নিয়মিত মর্যাদাপূর্ণ অভিবাসনের পথ সুগম করতে হবে। আন্তর্জাতিক সম্প্রদায়কে অভিবাসীদের মানবাধিকার এবং তাদের প্রতি মানবিক আচরণ নিশ্চিত করতে হবে। অভিবাসনের উপর 2018 সালে যে গ্লোবাল কম্প্যাক্ট অন মাইগ্রেশন গৃহীত হয়েছে তার পূর্ণ বাস্তবায়নে বাংলাদেশ প্রতিশ্রুতিবদ্ধ এবং একই সাথে অনিরাপদ অভিবাসন রোধেও আমরা বদ্ধপরিকর। মাননীয় সভাপতি, প্রতি বছর প্রায় 25 লক্ষ তরুণ তরুণী বাংলাদেশের শ্রমবাজারে যুক্ত হচ্ছেন। বাংলাদেশের বিপুল জনশক্তির প্রায় 2/3 তরুণ। এই জনশক্তিকে বর্তমান ও আগামীর জন্য গড়ে তোলা বাংলাদেশের জন্য একটা বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ। ক্রমপরিবর্তনশীল কর্মজগতে একজন তরুণকে প্রতিনিয়ত নতুন দক্ষতা অর্জন করতে হয়। এই কর্মপরিবেশের সাথে মানিয়ে নেওয়া শিখতে হয়। এই জন্য বাংলাদেশ যখন মধ্যম আয়ের দেশ হিসেবে উন্নতি হচ্ছে, তখন আমরা শিক্ষা এবং প্রযুক্তিগত সহায়তা লাভের উপর বিশেষ জোর দিচ্ছি। এবার কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার বিষয়ে আসি। কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার অভাবনীয় বিকাশ এবং এর বহুমাত্রিক প্রয়োগে বাংলাদেশ বিশেষভাবে আগ্রহী। আমাদের তরুণ সমাজ জেনারেটিভ আর্টিফিশিয়াল ইন্টেলিজেন্সের সম্ভাবনা নিয়ে উচ্ছ্বসিত। একজন বিশ্ব নাগরিক হিসেবে তারাও চায় নতুন পৃথিবীতে নিয়োজিত হতে, কর্মক্ষম হিসেবে নিজেকে গড়ে তুলতে। বাংলাদেশের মতো বৃহৎ তরুণ জনগোষ্ঠীর দেশ যাতে কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার প্রয়োগজনিত অর্জিত সুফল থেকে পিছিয়ে না পড়ে, বিশ্ব সম্প্রদায়কে তা নিশ্চিত করতে হবে। একই সঙ্গে নিশ্চিত করতে হবে যেন কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তার কারণে কর্মক্ষেত্রে মানুষের চাহিদা ক্রমাগতভাবে সংকুচিত হয়ে না যায়। এই প্রসঙ্গে আমি উল্লেখ করি যে আমরা ভিন্ন একটা ইন্টেলিজেন্স, অটোনোমাস ইন্টেলিজেন্স, অর্থাৎ যে কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তা নিজেই নিজের কৃত্রিম বুদ্ধিমত্তাকে সম্প্রসারিত করতে পারে মানুষের কোনো হস্তক্ষেপ ছাড়াই, তার ব্যাপারে আমরা বৈজ্ঞানিকদের দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করতে চাই। তারা যেন এই ক্ষেত্রে অগ্রসর হওয়ার আগে মানুষের উপরে প্রভাব সম্বন্ধে নিশ্চিত হয়ে অগ্রসর হন। আমাদের ধারণা অটোনোমাস ইন্টেলিজেন্স মানুষের অস্তিত্বকে বিপন্ন করে তুলতে পারে, কাজে এই ব্যাপারে আমাদের সম্পূর্ণ সজাগ থাকতে হবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমাদের আসলে দরকার নতুন ধরনের সহযোগিতা কাঠামো, যেখানে বৈশ্বিক ব্যবসা ও জ্ঞানের অধিকারী গোষ্ঠী মানুষের চাহিদাগুলোকে যথাযথভাবে অনুধাবন করবে। আন্তর্জাতিক সহযোগিতার মাধ্যমে উন্নয়নশীল দেশগুলোর জন্য এমন একটি রূপান্তরকারী ব্যবস্থা তৈরি করতে হবে যা কর্মসংস্থান, আর্থসামাজিক প্রতিকূলতা বা জীবিকার জন্য জুৎসই সমাধান নিশ্চিত করবে। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমাদের প্রচেষ্টা, সক্ষমতা এবং সম্পদ একত্রীকরণের মাধ্যমে সকলের সামর্থ্য, উদ্ভাবনী শক্তি এবং সমৃদ্ধিকে কাজে লাগাতে হবে। আর্থসামাজিক উন্নয়ন এবং জলবায়ু সহনশীলতা নিয়ে আমরা প্রতিনিয়ত যে প্রতিকূলতার সম্মুখীন হচ্ছি, সম্মিলিত উদ্যোগের মাধ্যমে তার মোকাবিলা করতে হবে। বৈশ্বিক দক্ষিণের দেশগুলোকে অনন্য অর্থনৈতিক এবং সামাজিক প্রেক্ষাপটে দক্ষিণ দক্ষিণ এবং ত্রিভুজীয় সহযোগিতা এই ক্ষেত্রে বিশেষভাবে সহায়ক হতে পারে বলে আমি মনে করি। বৈশ্বিক দক্ষিণের আওয়াজকে বিশ্বব্যাপী জোরালোভাবে তুলে ধরার জন্য প্রয়োজন সম্মিলিত উদ্যোগ। সেজন্য বৈশ্বিক এজেন্ডা প্রণয়ন ও বাস্তবায়ন নিশ্চিত করতে বৈশ্বিক দক্ষিণের দেশগুলোর মতামতকে যথাযথ গুরুত্বের সাথে বিবেচনা করতে হবে। জনাব সভাপতি, কোভিড অতিমারির অভিজ্ঞতায় আমরা দেখেছি জনস্বাস্থ্যে ব্যাপক বিনিয়োগ কতটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ হতে পারে। বিশ্ব স্বাস্থ্য সংস্থায় বৈশ্বিক অতিমারি চুক্তির চলমান আলোচনায় বাংলাদেশ নেতৃত্ব প্রদান করে চলেছে। আমরা চাই কার্যকর আন্তর্জাতিক সহযোগিতা, জনস্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থায় অর্থায়ন, প্রযুক্তি হস্তান্তর, গবেষণা ও উন্নয়ন, ভ্যাকসিন থেরাপিউটিক্সের উৎপাদন, বহুমুখীকরণ এবং সকল ভ্যাকসিনকে মেধাস্বত্ব অধিকার মুক্ত ঘোষণা করার ব্যাপারে ঐক্যমত্য গঠন। অসংক্রামক রোগসমূহের বিরুদ্ধে লড়াইয়ে এই বিষয়গুলি অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। জনাব সভাপতি, এবছর আমরা জাতিসংঘের সাথে বাংলাদেশের অংশীদারিত্বের সুবর্ণ জয়ন্তী উদযাপন করছি। গত 50 বছর ছিল আমাদের জন্য একটা পারস্পরিক শিক্ষণীয় সম্মিলিত যাত্রা। সীমিত উপায়ে বাংলাদেশ বৈশ্বিক শান্তি ও নিরাপত্তা, ন্যায়, সমতা, মানবাধিকার প্রতিষ্ঠায় ধারাবাহিকভাবে অবদান রেখে আসছে। আমাদের সমন্বিত প্রয়াসের পেছনে আছে সত্যিকার অর্থে একটি নিয়মভিত্তিক বৈশ্বিক ব্যবস্থা গড়ে তোলা। এই প্রসঙ্গে উদাহরণ হিসেবে আমি স্মরণ করছি 1999 সালে জাতিসংঘ সাধারণ পরিষদে ক্ষুদ্র ঋণের উপর গৃহীত রেজুলেশনের কথা। সেই সময় জাতিসংঘ 2005 সালকে ইয়ার অফ মাইক্রোক্রেডিট ঘোষণা করেছিল, যার ফলে ক্ষুদ্র ঋণ বিশ্বব্যাপী সম্প্রসারিত হবার সুযোগ পেয়েছিল। একই সময়ে বাংলাদেশের উদ্যোগে গঠিত হয়েছিল ফ্রেন্ডস অফ মাইক্রোক্রেডিট। 2001 সাল থেকে সাধারণ পরিষদে কালচার অফ পিস সংক্রান্ত বাৎসরিক যে রেজলিউশন গৃহীত হয়ে আসছে, বা নিরাপত্তা পরিষদে নারী, শান্তি ও নিরাপত্তা সংক্রান্ত যে 1325 নম্বর রেজলিউশন গৃহীত হয়েছিল, তা বাংলাদেশের বিশ্বজনীন উদ্যোগগুলোর প্রতিফলন এবং অবদান। মাননীয় সভাপতি, আজ এই মহান বিশ্বসভায় বিশ্ব নেতৃবৃন্দের উপস্থিতিতে প্রতিধ্বনিত হচ্ছে শান্তি, নিরাপত্তা, ন্যায় বিচার প্রতিষ্ঠা এবং সম্পদের সুষম বন্টনের মাধ্যমে সকলের অন্তর্ভুক্তি নিশ্চিত করার আহ্বান। সদস্য রাষ্ট্র হিসেবে আমাদের প্রত্যেককে আজ গভীরভাবে অনুধাবন করতে হবে কিভাবে আমরা নারী, পুরুষ সকলের জন্য ও আগামীর দিনগুলোতে উদ্যোক্তা হবার সমান সুযোগ সৃষ্টি এবং তাদের ক্ষমতায়ন নিশ্চিত করতে পারি। সকল বৈশ্বিক সমস্যার সমাধানের জন্য আমাদের সবার হাতে যথেষ্ট সক্ষমতা, সম্পদ এবং উপায় রয়েছে। আসুন আমরা জাতীয় বা আন্তর্জাতিক যেসব প্রতিশ্রুতি দিয়েছি তা বাস্তবায়ন করি এবং অর্থনৈতিক ক্ষেত্রে সামাজিক ব্যবসার ধারণা প্রতিষ্ঠিত করে সকল প্রকার বৈষম্য, অসমতার অবসানে ঐক্যবদ্ধভাবে আমরা কাজ করি। বাংলাদেশের তরুণরা প্রমাণ করেছে যে মানুষের স্বাধীনতা, মর্যাদা ও অধিকার সমুন্নত রাখার অভিপ্রায় কোনো উচ্চাভিলাষ নয়, বরং এটা সকলের নিশ্চিত প্রাপ্য। আজ এই মহান সমাবেশে আপনাদের উপস্থিতিতে শান্তি, সমৃদ্ধি ও ন্যায় বিচার নিশ্চিত করতে আন্তর্জাতিক, আঞ্চলিক এবং জাতীয় পর্যায়ে বাংলাদেশে তার ভূমিকাকে ক্রমাগতভাবে জোরদার করার নিশ্চয়তা দিচ্ছে। আজ আপনাদের সবাইকে শুভেচ্ছা জানাচ্ছি, ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি।
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Dorin Recean, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, it is an honor to represent my country, Republic of Moldova, at this unique forum where small and large nations alike address core issues on the global agenda. Climate change, poverty, and the global cost of living crisis are our generational challenges. So is peace and security. For some time now, it seemed we were living in a rules-based international system which strongly discouraged geopolitical conquest, spheres of influence, and disregard for the aspirations of smaller nations. The world proved to be a much safer place when smaller nations have a say and the choices their people make are respected. Peace and security, prosperity, and free choice is the core agenda for Moldova today. Generations of our intellectuals, writers, and civic activists have fought for our independence and for the freedom to pursue our identity and values. These have succeeded in making Moldova free. After 33 years of independence, we see it in the confidence of our youth, in the revitalization of our culture, and in the way our people stand proud on the international stage, knowing their future lies in their own hands. Very next to us, Russia's unprovoked and unjust war of aggression against Ukraine threatens the fabric of our international order. It throws us back to the times of great power politics, when a large state pursues cynical geopolitical designs to divide the region into spheres of influence and annex smaller neighbors, denying them a say in their own destiny. For Moldova, this is not a mere distant memory, it is a looming threat. Moldova knows all too well the consequences, and we are determined to never return to those times. Don't forget, Kremlin doesn't want us at the table. Kremlin wants us on the table. Never mind all the excuses and the circumstances. Compulsion and raw force are perpetuated and complemented now with hybrid warfare, malign influence, and subversion of the democratic state. And these latest developments, ladies and gentlemen, are threatening not only Moldova. We see them escalating throughout the democratic world too. Even mature democracies find it difficult to cope with, witnessing polarization and division. Therefore, Ukraine is now fighting not just for its statehood, nation, and its very existence. It is fighting for each nation's freedom to choose and pursue its own national aspirations. Moldova stands by and in solidarity with Ukraine in defense against Kremlin's aggression. And we urge the international community to timely provide all necessary support to Ukraine. Distinguished audience, despite the war at our border, Moldova remains an active and committed contributor to the regional security. We are a reliable partner for our neighbors, Romania and Ukraine, as well as the European Union. We have preserved peace and security in Moldova. At the same time, we have supported humanitarian efforts by welcoming over 1 million Ukrainian refugees and ensuring their safety. Peace is not just our goal, it is our duty. Peace remains our core commitment. Moldova is also committed to a just, peaceful resolution of the Transnistrian conflict with full respect for Moldova's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. For this to happen, Russia's illegal military presence must end. I call on the international community to reaffirm the need for the immediate and unconditional withdrawal of the Russian military from Moldova. This is not just about Moldova, it's about upholding international law, safeguarding regional stability, and ensuring that no country's sovereignty is compromised by foreign military presence. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova's destiny belongs to Moldovans, not outside powers. Kremlin's efforts to suppress the dignity and will of the people of Moldova through both internal subversion and external intimidation have no place in the 21st century. Despite our differences, we have always taken big decisions as a nation together and have proudly reaffirmed our national dignity and self-worth. The social compact of our society is individual freedoms, human rights, competitive elections, and open society, not Kremlin's satellite state. Today, our people are closer than ever to fulfilling these aspirations. We're full of hope and determination. Hope for a democratic, prosperous future in the European family of nations, to which we rightfully belong. And this hope is firmly rooted in Moldova's collective achievements over the past years, determined to work hard and tirelessly to become a proud member of the EU's peaceful and prosperous family. Moldova stands today stronger and more united. despite flooding Moldova with illicit money, propaganda and falsehoods, and waging a fully-fledged hybrid attack, Kremlin has failed to divide our house against itself. Moldova is no longer a grey zone, a profitable money laundering enterprise for unscrupulous oligarchs and foreign powers who plundered the state and the people and manipulated institutions for their benefit. International sanctions against these perpetrators have helped, and we are working to return their stolen money. Our commitment to reform is unwavering, and we have made progress in cleaning up its justice system and law enforcement. The international community has recognized these efforts, with Moldova's corruption perception and rule of law rankings improving significantly. We acted to make our economy resilient even in the face of the regional instability. Despite proximity to the war zone, Moldova's business environment is improving, though slowly. Small and medium enterprises have a more promising outlook, and exports of high-quality products are picking up thanks to our access to European markets. Moldova is doing digital and is bringing the government closer to its citizens and businesses. Over the past few years, more has been invested in infrastructure than over 10 years before that. Our energy independence is now a reality. Energy can no longer be used to blackmail and extract geopolitical concessions. Moldova's energy security is ensured by its integration in the regional and international grids and markets, and we proceed to a fast-paced agenda of renewables and energy efficiency. Resilience is not just about security, it is about our institutions, which are stronger today than ever before, thanks to the support received from our partners. Institutions are better prepared to safeguard the choices of the Moldovan people from external interference. Crucially, Moldova has genuinely opened itself to the world. In recognition of the country's progress, in December of 2023, EU leaders unanimously agreed to open accession negotiations with Moldova. This is our most significant achievement since independence, and we are committed to be ready to join the EU by 2030. Our European path is a matter of vital national interest and our strongest guarantee of peace, democracy, and development. On October 20th, Moldova will reaffirm its European choice in a referendum to enshrine EU integration into our constitution. Russia may continue its attempts to disrupt Moldova's path through the threats, disinformation, and destabilization to change the sovereign choice of the Moldovan people. They want to keep Moldova captive in its past. But we, the Moldovan people, are united in determination. Only we can choose our future. We will not return the country to oligarchs who plunder the state and want to once again turn the country into their personal fiefdom, which yields massive wealth to a few but fails the majority. We will not return to a past dominated by oligarchs and corruption. We will not be dragged back into a sphere of influence that does not reflect our aspirations. The people of Moldova choose freedom. We choose Europe. And next month, we will reaffirm the goal of our generation: fully fledged membership in the EU, a union which has supported Moldova throughout our independence. I will touch on climate change issues now. Moldova has long been known for a temperate, welcoming climate and agricultural fertility. But just over the past year, we have aced the most severe weather extremes in our history: devastating snowfalls, unprecedented droughts, and heat waves, and severe floods. They cause massive damages and disruptions like never before in our history. These challenges are not hypothetical. They are here, and they threaten the livelihoods of our farmers, economy, the infrastructure of our villages and towns, and the future of many things we heavily rely on throughout the planet. In this context, we welcome the adoption of the Pact for the Future by the United Nations General Assembly. This is a significant step to an inclusive and sustainable global order. It reaffirms our collective responsibility to future generations. We are committed to working alongside the international community to turn these pledges into concrete actions that will shape a better, more resilient world. As a final remark, Moldova stands at its historic crossroads, both as a nation and as a member of the international community. Moldovan people will not allow it to be stripped of its agency. Moldova chooses peace, democracy, freedom, and rule of law over war, authoritarianism, and repression. For us, this means Europe. It is our choice, and it strengthens our resolve to move more decisively towards the EU, a peace and prosperity project, while rejecting war, aggression, and any assaults on human dignity. Dragi moldoveni, de acasă și de pretutindeni, acum este momentul să ne unim efortul, să fim consolidați și să aducem Republica Moldova acolo unde este locul, în marea familie europeană, unde pacea și prosperitatea sunt asigurate. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charlot Salwai Tabimasmas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, chef d'État et de gouvernement,
President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honour to address this eminent Assembly on behalf of the Government and of the people of the Republic of Vanuatu. Mr. President, I join previous speakers in extending my sincere congratulations to you upon your election as President of the 79th session of the General Assembly.
Vous pouvez compter sur le soutien de la coopération de ma délégation pour diriger les travaux de cette auguste Assemblée. Le Vanuatu se félicite du thème de cette 79e session. Ne laissez personne de côté. Agir ensemble pour promouvoir la paix, le développement durable et la dignité humaine pour les générations présentes et futures, car il aborde les défis mondiaux de notre époque. Monsieur le Président, 79 ans après la création des Nations Unies, nos efforts collectifs pour créer un monde meilleur pour les générations actuelles et futures ont tout simplement décevants. Il est alarmant de constater qu'après toutes ces années, nous continuons d'être en proie de multiples crises mondiales qui sapent la promesse de la Charte des Nations Unies et laissent de côté nos peuples, en particulier les plus vulnérables. Le Vanuatu salue le dernier rapport du secrétaire général des Nations Unies qui met en évidence le fait que nous sommes loin d'atteindre nos objectifs en matière d'ODD, d'où la nécessité d'accélérer les actions visant à intensifier la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et les objectifs de développement durable. Le rapport avertit que nous risquons de franchir un seuil de température dangereux au cours des 10 prochaines années. C'est pourquoi le Vanuatu a sollicité un avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice afin d'obtenir des éclaircissements sur les obligations juridiques des États en matière de changement climatique. Une initiative qui a suscité une attention mondiale sans précédent. Les 91 soumissions écrites des États et des organisations reçues par la Cour dans le cadre de cette procédure est née de notre résolution consensuelle de l'année dernière, démontre l'importance cruciale de la clarté juridique sur les obligations et les responsabilités des États en matière de climat. Ceci ne vise pas à blâmer ni à stigmatiser un pays en particulier. Elle cherche à mettre en évidence les règles du droit international existantes, leur implication sur toutes les nations, afin de créer une base solide pour une action climatique concrète et une justice climatique, fondée sur une responsabilité et une redevabilité partagée. Je lance un appel à tous les membres de l'ONU, en particulier aux autres nations vulnérables face au climat, à participer à ces audiences historiques qui commencent le 2 septembre 2024. Vos votes sont indispensables pour que la Cour comprenne pleinement les répercussions du changement climatique sur les populations les plus touchées et pour que nous soyons unis dans notre engagement commun en faveur de la justice, des droits humains et d'un avenir durable. Monsieur le Président, l'économie du Vanuatu se portait bien lorsque nous avions le statut de pays les moins avancés. Après notre graduation, nos défis structurels et vulnérabilités sont restés, tandis que les coûts ne cessent d'augmenter. Nous réitérons la nécessité pour nos partenaires de développement à nous soutenir dans la suppression progressive et prévisible des aides spécifiques aux PME. Les petites économies insulaires continuent également de faire face à de multiples crises dans un contexte de resserrement des conditions financières et de hausse des coûts d'emprunt. Cela a accru le risque de surendettement et a réduit notre capacité à investir dans la reprise. Le Vanuatu se félicite des résultats du sommet pour l'avenir qui appelle à des efforts mondiaux concertés pour réformer l'architecture économique et financière mondiale afin de la rendre adaptée aux défis de ce siècle. Nous appelons à des réformes profondes des institutions de Bretton Woods pour restructurer le système monétaire et financier international afin qu'il reflète les réalités et les défis mondiaux en évolution, y compris la mise en place d'un mécanisme international de restructuration des dettes souveraines pour résoudre les crises d'endettement actuelles dans les pays en développement et en particulier ceux les plus vulnérables. Le Vanuatu et d'autres pays, d'autres petites économies insulaires luttent contre l'assaut des catastrophes d'origine climatique, alors que nous continuons à essayer de renforcer la résilience et nous adapter au changement climatique, nous reculons trop souvent. Le Vanuatu perd plus de la moitié de son PIB à chaque fois qu'un cyclone sévère frappe. Nous avons connu 5 cyclones violents au cours des 3 dernières années. Le dernier rapport du Fonds d'adaptation estime que le déficit de financement de l'adaptation se situe entre 194 et 366 milliards de dollars par an. En tant que pays en première ligne de catastrophes climatiques fréquentes et croissantes, Vanuatu appelle un nouvel objectif de financement qui accélérera la transition vers l'abandon des énergies fossiles, renforcera la résilience et traitera de manière réaliste les pertes et dommages. À la lumière de ces initiatives visant à atténuer les changements climatiques et à s'y adapter, le Vanuatu estimait également qu'il est essentiel de prévenir les dommages les plus graves causés aux écosystèmes vitaux et régulateurs du climat de notre planète avant qu'ils ne se reproduisent. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons pris la décision formelle de proposer à la Cour pénale internationale un crime d'écocide indépendant. Nous remercions les délégations pour leur soutien actuel, en particulier Fidji et Samoa pour leur coparrainage de la proposition. Nous reconnaissons que cette initiative bénéficie d'un soutien large et croissant dans le monde. Monsieur le Président, le Vanuatu et de nombreux pays insulaires du Pacifique ont été confrontés à de multiples retraits de correspondants bancaires qui ont limité les flux financiers, notamment en retardant les transferts des fonds de développement internationaux et des fonds d'aide humanitaire et des secours en cas de catastrophe, et en décourageant aussi les investissements du secteur privé. Et ce, malgré de réels efforts pour améliorer et appliquer les réglementations nationales en matière de blanchissement d'argent et de financement du terrorisme. Il est essentiel de préserver un accès ininterrompu aux services financiers internationaux pour accéder les paiements transfrontaliers, y compris les envois de fonds et les recettes d'exportation. Nous saluons les efforts déployés par la Banque mondiale pour soutenir les pays des îles du Pacifique dans la gestion de cette problématique et d'autres enjeux. Monsieur le Président, en 2019, le Vanuatu a présenté son premier examen national volontaire, mettant en évidence un message positif du progrès malgré une vulnérabilité extrême aux catastrophes liées au climat. La présentation du deuxième examen national volontaire cette année au Forum politique de haut niveau a mis en évidence des défis importants dans notre poursuite du développement durable. Nous subissons des cyclones tropicaux de plus en plus fréquents et intenses, aggravés par les répercussions de la pandémie Covid-19, sans qu'une issue claire soit en vue. La perspective des futures catastrophes reste toujours présente. Le gouvernement et le peuple du Vanuatu a dû continuellement s'adapter et renforcer leurs mécanismes de résilience pour atténuer les effets de ces menaces et perturbations persistantes. Monsieur le Président, la réalisation des ODD n'est pas seulement une aspiration, mais une nécessité pour nous. Le sommet 2023 sur les ODD a vu l'adoption d'une déclaration politique forte et a lancé une nouvelle phase d'action accélérée pour réaliser les ODD d'ici 2030, en juillet de cette année. La convocation d'un forum politique de haut niveau, une fois de plus, sert de plateforme pour le suivi et l'examen de l'agenda 2030 pour le développement durable, dans le but de galvaniser un véritable changement transformationnel pour atteindre des objectifs de développement durable. Plus encore, la récente convocation du sommet de l'avenir vise à rallier un soutien collectif afin de concrétiser plus rapidement et plus intelligemment l'agenda 2030, le programme d'action d'Addis Abeba et l'accord de Paris sur le changement climatique. J'espère que les réformes mises en avant dans le pacte de l'avenir permettront de rétablir la confiance dans le système multilatéral. Le pacte pour l'avenir nécessite une volonté politique pour mener des actions transformatrices qui ouvriront la voie à un avenir plus radieux pour tous. Monsieur le Président, le financement est le carburant du développement. Pourtant, le manque de financement est au cœur de notre capacité à réaliser de réels progrès dans la réalisation des objectifs du millénaire pour le développement. Nous restons en première ligne d'une urgence climatique qui non seulement menace notre développement durable, mais qui, faute d'alternatives abordables, nous oblige à nous endetter à des niveaux insoutenables pour financer le redressement après une catastrophe naturelle. L'architecture financière internationale doit être réformée pour répondre aux défis urgents d'aujourd'hui. Nos différents besoins doivent être intégrés dans le système économique financier mondial afin qu'il soit inclusif, plus équitable et plus réactif à tous. Il s'agit notamment de mettre en place un soutien et des solutions sur mesure qui facilite également l'accès à des financements abordables et à long terme, tout en répondant à la diminution des relations bancaires correspondantes. De même, il est crucial de renforcer la représentation et la participation significative des petits États insulaires en développement au sein des institutions économiques et financières mondiales. Monsieur le Président, Vanuatu, comme bon nombre de voisins du Pacifique, reste confronté à des menaces sanitaires et de développement aigus et existentiels, notamment le fardeau de maladies non transmissibles et à la malnutrition ainsi que des menaces de futures pandémies. Le Covid-19 et les cyclones tropicaux violents ont révélé au Vanuatu la fragilité de son infrastructure sanitaire et la nécessité d'investir dans un système de santé capable de mieux répondre aux besoins de sa population et aux futures pandémies et qui sera résilient au changement climatique, aux catastrophes naturelles qui en découlent. Nous demandons instamment à l'Organisation mondiale de la santé et aux pays des partenaires de collaborer pour améliorer l'accès au financement durable afin de soutenir nos efforts de prévention et de contrôle des maladies non transmissibles, ainsi notre démarche pour établir un système de santé adapté. Monsieur le Président, faire avancer l'agenda de ne laisser personne de côté dans le cadre des territoires non autonomes implique que nous devons travailler de manière constructive à l'achèvement du processus de colonisation. Récemment, les premiers peuples de la Nouvelle-Calédonie ont exprimé leur insatisfaction quant à la conduite du troisième référendum sur l'indépendance politique vis-à-vis de la France. Cela a conduit à des émeutes causant plusieurs décès, perturbant l'activité économique. Il est essentiel de reconnaître et respecter le droit des premiers peuples sur leurs terres, leurs océans et leur culture. J'ai encouragé les premiers peuples de la Nouvelle-Calédonie à collaborer avec la France pour discuter de leur avenir politique. En attendant, la Nouvelle-Calédonie doit demeurer sur la liste des territoires décolonisés. Dans le même ordre d'idées, nous appelons à ce que les droits des premiers peuples de la Papouasie occidentale sur leurs terres coutumières, leur culture soient respectés. Je plaide pour qu'ils collaborent avec le gouvernement indonésien afin de relever leurs défis et obtenir une plus grande autonomie pour une participation accrue au processus décisionnel. Monsieur le Président, pour parvenir à un développement durable, nous avons besoin de la paix. Aujourd'hui, certaines régions du monde ne sont pas en mesure de bénéficier d'un développement durable en raison de l'incapacité des Nations Unies à maintenir la paix et la sécurité internationale. Nous appelons à une réforme urgente du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies afin qu'il soit adapté à son objectif et capable de relever les défis de notre temps. Nous sommes profondément préoccupés par la plus grande menace pour la paix et la sécurité internationale que représente la persistance des armes nucléaires. Compte tenu de l'aggravation actuelle des tensions géopolitiques mondiales, nous appelons à un effort renouvelé et renforcé pour sortir de l'impasse actuelle en matière de désarmement nucléaire et non prolifération nucléaire sous tous les aspects. Nous appelons également au respect des chartes de la Nations Unies. Dans le monde fracturé et polarisé aujourd'hui, nous devons accélérer nos efforts pour travailler ensemble et rétablir la confiance dans le système multilatéral, au centre duquel se trouvent les Nations Unies. Le sommet de l'avenir nous offre l'espoir et nous devons passer de la rhétorique à des actions concrètes sur le terrain. Nous avons besoin de paix pour faire progresser le développement durable et la dignité humaine pour les générations actuelles et futures. Il est essentiel d'agir sur le financement comme moteur du développement. Je vous remercie.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Vanuatu. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we should stand united in the face of unprecedented global challenges. From the proliferation of conflicts and deteriorating geopolitical situation to climate crisis and food security, the world is at a critical juncture where every nation, regardless of its size, plays a vital role. Croatia's journey over the past 34 years has been a testament to resilience and determination. Emerging from a conflict and building a modern, progressive state, we have positioned ourselves as active contributors on the global stage. As we convene here, Croatia brings not just its experience, but a deep commitment to fostering peace
advancing sustainable development and upholding human rights as fundamental values rooted in our history. We live in a world increasingly ablaze. As a country that has endured conflict and the painful process of post-war recovery, we understand firsthand the value of peace, security and international solidarity. Our journey from a nation affected by aggression to a contributor to global peace efforts equips us with a unique perspective. The lessons we have learned about resilience, reconciliation, and the importance of upholding international law shape our commitment to promoting peace and security worldwide. In a world facing intensifying crises, from Ukraine to Middle East and Sudan, Croatia stands firm in its belief that every nation has the right to self-determination and protection under the UN Charter. Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine continues well into its third year, trampling all tenets of international law. While Ukrainian civilians continue to die and suffer, the largest active nuclear power plant in Europe is also at risk. This undermines all principles of nuclear safety and may bring about catastrophic consequences with cross-border impact. All member states of the United Nations have the right to be independent, and their people must be free to choose their own path. They must not depend on their neighbour's permission, nor should they be left alone to succumb to a neighbour's military aggression. In that vein, we will not tire in our support to Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity, and in our assistance, and we call upon all to do the same. At the same time, the looming threat of a wider conflict in the Middle East is evident. The heinous terrorist attack on Israel on 7 October horrified us. So did the unspeakable continued tragedy since endured by the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza, where thousands were killed and wounded. Whatever historical or present grievances continuing down this path will not bring a lasting resolution, only more death and destruction. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages and on both sides to engage in genuine negotiations to end hostilities and prevent further escalation. The Middle East and its people deserve a better future, the rest of the world as well. The wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East are overshadowing the immense humanitarian and civilian catastrophe unfolding in Sudan. This is even more alarming considering the context of increasing fragmentation of the security architecture in many parts of the African continent. Reversing this trend should be seen as a priority by all of us. We must not leave Africa behind, a continent where half of the population is younger than 19, should and must be seen as a source of hope for humanity, not as an afterthought. The UN Charter is not just another document we can simply and easily replace. The world's constitution must be upheld more than ever before. Reinvigoration of effective multilateralism with the UN in its center must not be reduced to a phrase we use on the occasions like this. In the same vein, we must not falter when it comes to strengthening international arms control, disarmament and the non-proliferation architecture. This is essential not just to avoid conflict, instability or even greater tragedies, but to reduce the already heightened risks of escalations, either deliberate or as a result of a misunderstanding. Extremist and terrorist groups and their affiliates continue to pose a severe threat around the world, leaving no society safe. Their continued expansion in various regions and the increasing level of violence they resort to only remind us that countering and preventing terrorism requires long-term commitment as well as continued coordinated efforts of the entire international community. As a country that proudly hosted, supported, and enabled the success of the United Nations Transitional Administration for Eastern Slavonia, rightly considered by many as the most successful peacekeeping mission in the history of the United Nations, and which Croatia managed to join just a decade ago NATO after the departure of the last UN peacekeeper, we know all too well the meaning of peace building, its significance, and the efforts it requires. As this year's Vice Chair of the Peace Building Commission and last year's Chair, Croatia supports strengthening the links between the three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, development, and human rights. There is no peace without sustainable development, and no sustainable development without peace. There is little time left to strengthen our focus on prevention at all levels. For the Peace Building Commission, it means to focus more on structural prevention through national prevention strategies and operational prevention by sending flexible civilian missions upon a country's request. The 2025 review of the peace-building architecture will be a crucial moment to strengthening the PBC and to broaden its mandate and give it some decision-making powers. You can count on Croatia's active participation to share its experience and in view of its candidature to be again a member of the PBC in 2026. Croatia is also proud that today a Croatian company is a global leader in robotic demining, and we are actively supporting Ukraine by providing our expertise to assist in the clearance of mines and unexploded ordnance in conflict-affected areas. Ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to sustainable development, which is deeply rooted in its unique position as one of the most biodiverse and nature-rich countries in Europe. Often referred to as the nature park of Europe, Croatia has long recognized the importance of preserving its natural resources. Our achievements in renewable energy, where we rank among the top in the European Union, and our strong performance in meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals reflect a national strategy that balances economic growth and social stability with environmental stewardship. As we stand at the crossroads of environmental crisis and digital transformation, Croatia's experience offers valuable insights into how we can harness innovation while protecting our planet for future generations. The path we take today will determine our future tomorrow. Therefore, we must choose it wisely. Croatia, in its national development strategy till 2030, espoused a vision of a competitive, innovative, and safe country with a recognizable identity and culture, a country with preserved resources, quality living conditions, and equal opportunities for all. We have built our strategy on the three main interrelated development pillars: digital transformation, decarbonization, and demographic revitalization. The digital transformation of our societies is inevitably changing our way of life and our way of doing business more rapidly and intensively than any transition in the last century. We are transforming our state and public administration, businesses, and society, and half of our population is using the digital services of the state. Croatia's IT industry is competitive and booming. At the same time, while new and emerging technologies are unlocking great potential, they also come with risks. To manage these, we need effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, as well as informed citizens. My government will continue with policies which promote this path. Humanity's greatest challenge of the 21st century is climate change, coupled with loss of biodiversity, reduction of food and natural resources, increase in the number of droughts, fires, and floods, as well as the acceleration of the sea level rise. Croatia is located in the Mediterranean, one of the world's regions expected to be hit hardest by climate change. It is not by accident that Croatia got a portfolio for the Mediterranean in the new European Commission. This summer, we saw record-breaking heat waves, followed by torrential rains in our part of Europe only last week. The green transition is therefore pivotal for us all. Promoting nature-based solutions is one of our main national tools for climate change and adaptation and migration. For this reason, we need to strengthen the multilateral system of dealing with climate, biodiversity and sustainable development. We need to put more efforts in dealing with climate as a threat amplifier that endangers security and stability of many regions and countries in the world, especially in Africa. We spare no effort to integrate the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals in our national policies and initiatives and strategies and into the reinforced and reformed global governing structure. We are proud that our reforms and investments have earned Croatia a high 8th place among 193 UN member states, according to the 2024 Sustainable Development Report. Finally, for Croatia, all these measures culminate also in a demographic revitalization as another key national structural priority. We consider it an indispensable element of our resilience, competitiveness, and a prerequisite for its successful, sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, our deep commitment to human rights stems from our own difficult experiences under totalitarian regimes and the horrors of the aggression during the Homeland War. The violations of fundamental rights that we endured as a nation have shaped our understanding of the importance of protecting human rights, dignity, justice and equality. Croatia's journey from a war-torn country to a strong advocate for human rights in the international arena has given us a unique perspective on the necessity of upholding these principles. With this background, we remain steadfast in our dedication to promoting human rights, preventing atrocities, and providing humanitarian assistance to those in need, both at home and abroad. The 2030 Agenda sets out a vision for a sustainable development grounded in international human rights standards, promoting one of the main values of the UN Charter, to leave no one behind. Only through respect for human rights can we achieve a more peaceful, equal and sustainable world. Croatia will continue to champion this cause. As a country still searching for 1,792 missing persons from the Homeland War, Croatia spares no efforts to end the anguish of uncertainty for their families. We shall never cease the search for them, and we shall never stop demanding answers from those who know their fate. We contribute by sharing our acquired expertise with interested countries and by advocating for the missing persons everywhere in the world, in our national capacity and as a committed member of the Global Alliance for the Missing. Croatia is today extending its support to Ukraine by offering its expertise in prosecuting war crimes and making its seasoned experts available to assist Ukraine in navigating the complex process of accountability and justice, drawing from its own experience in addressing the aftermath of war crimes committed during the Homeland War. Committed to eradicating domestic violence and violence against women, we have introduced femicide as a distinct criminal offence. Our goal is the elimination of gender discrimination and creation of conditions for real equality of women and men in society, at home as well as abroad and in the multilateral system. This is why Croatia promotes women, peace and security at the global level, as we know the disproportionate effect of conflict on women, but we have also seen how women, when participating in all peace-building and sustaining peace process, are agents of change and harbingers of peace. Croatia also advocates a comprehensive approach to issues affecting persons with disabilities. This includes mainstreaming disability in all fields of human rights. With this in mind, in the UN, we will be leading an effort by a cross-regional group of countries to proclaim the International Day of Deaf Blindness. This resolution will hopefully contribute to understanding as well as encourage and inspire national and legal recognition of deaf blindness as a distinct and unique disability worldwide. In the past 3 years, Croatia has also been honored to serve as a co-chair of the Group of Friends of Responsibility to Protect in New York. We still believe more has to be done in terms of atrocity prevention and the operationalization of the responsibility to protect concept. In the humanitarian context, we are facing worse circumstances than ever. Croatia presides this year over the Humanitarian Affairs segment of the Economic and Social Council. Against the challenging backdrop of unresolved conflicts and eruption and escalation of new ones, climate-related disasters, disease outbreaks, economic shocks and famine for millions of people. Focusing the discussion on the consequences of the erosion of respect for international humanitarian law, clear and strong calls were heard across the board for upholding international humanitarian law, ending impunity, bolstering women's leadership, addressing climate emergency, and for ethical and responsible use of new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of equal successor states of former Yugoslavia, Croatia is among the founders of the United Nations. Following the dissolution of former Yugoslavia in the midst of defending itself from aggression and invasion, 32 years ago, Croatia reconfirmed its commitment to the UN Charter, this time as a free, sovereign and independent member states of the United Nations. Ours is a journey of liberty and democracy, a pursuit of peace and prosperity, of vigilant defense of human rights and dignity, while honoring the values and principles of multilateralism and international cooperation that UN embodies. Our experience as a small but resilient nation with a deep understanding of peace, security and development underscores the importance of reforming and revitalizing the UN to ensure it remains fit to address the global challenges of today and tomorrow. The Pact for the Future, a pivotal document for strengthening multilateralism that we adopted earlier this week, elaborates about both General Assembly and Security Council reform, and we believe we should further strengthen, reform and revitalize these two institutions. While the role of the GA has been strengthened recently with regard to issues which the Security Council failed to address, more should be done in relation to the maintenance of international peace and security. This relates also to the cooperation of the General Assembly with both the Security Council, the Economic and Social Committee and the Peace-Building Commission. The UN Secretariat should be made fit for purpose, and the selection of the Secretary General and all other, especially high-level posts, need to be guided by the principles of merit, transparency, inclusiveness, gender and geographic rotation. Finally, allow me to reflect on Southeast Europe, a region in our neighborhood. As a country with deep expertise and a nuanced understanding of Southeast Europe, we stand as a model of successful integration into both the European Union and NATO. This unique position not only gives us Croatia a special status within the region, but also grants its significant authority in advocating for peace, stability and European aspirations of our neighbors. Croatia consistently encourages our Western Balkan partners to invest even more in fulfilling the established criteria. Regional cooperation and good neighborly relations, along with solving outstanding issues and disputes, remain an essential, indispensable part of the process. The merit-based approach and rewarding individual achievements in fulfilling the standards will accelerate accession to the European family. In this regard, those who cooperate in good faith, align with the EU's, for instance, foreign policy resolutions and positions, and conduct genuine reforms should move ahead on their EU accession path. Of particular importance for us is the stability of our neighboring Bosnia and Herzegovina, with which we share more than 1,000 kilometers long border. In order to achieve security and stability in the country, the constitutional full equality of the three constituent peoples, Croats, Bosniaks and Serbs, must be ensured, and the Dayton-Paris Accords, the peace treaties that ended the war and confirmed the multinational, multi-confessional and multicultural Bosnia and Herzegovina must be upheld. In conclusion, the story of our country is one of transformation from a nation rebuilding after war to a committed partner within the global community. Our journey reflects the power of collaboration, vision, and perseverance. As we look ahead, Croatia is ready to join, to continue contributing to a world where peace, justice, human rights, and sustainable development are attainable for all. Together, through multilateralism, we can overcome today's challenges and build a future where every country, every citizen can thrive. The path may be long and difficult, but by standing united, we can make it a reality. Let us move forward with renewed purpose, ensuring that the foundations we build today will support a prosperous and peaceful tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency James Marape, Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Philemon Young, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished Head of State and Head of Governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address this august hall once again on behalf of my people of Papua New Guinea. Mr. President, firstly, let me congratulate you, the government and people of Cameroon, on your successful election to lead the work of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Denis Francis, for his excellent leadership during the 78th UN General Assembly. I also extend my gratitude to the United Nations Secretary General for his strong leadership to mobilize the support of the global community on key issues that require our collective efforts, especially in dealing with climate change-related matters. Mr. President, you selected a theme for this debate, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for the present and future generations, I believe is very pertinent. I thank you and commend your foresight in drawing our collective attention to the work we must still do for peace and humanity, considering the vast challenges that continues to threaten our society and what we face today. Mr. President, I speak on three threats to humanity that is complementary to your theme. These threats, in my view, are religious intolerance, poverty induced by climate change, and geopolitical differences and sovereignty contests over territories and people. And I will prefix this statement here with my country as a backdrop. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea is the world's most culturally and linguistically diverse nation, with over 830 languages in a myriad of sub-ethnicities and subcultures that are still authentically indigenous today as I speak. A real-time modern nation of 1,000 tribes. And we embrace this diversity and do our utmost best to function as one people, one nation, and one country in our intention to leave no one behind. In terms of environment, Mr. President, my country hosts up to 7% of world's biodiversity, mostly housed within a tropical rainforest that is the third largest in the world and has a vast marine ecosystem. We sustainably manage our forest, land, and sea because our livelihood depends on them. Papua New Guinea, in a small way, teaches the world on how living in balance with nature, tolerating cultural diversities, and practicing environmental stewardship. The father of our country, our modern Papua New Guinea, the late great Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Somare was a champion in this regard. In fact, Sir Michael's championed the cause of Article 5 that has become has found its place into Paris Agreement as I speak today, early in year 2000s. This is a reflection of Papua New Guinea's strong affinity to the forest, land and sea. In this regard, my country has been contributing to the public or global discourse over the last 2 decades in as far as environmental management is concerned and matters relating to climate change. Unfortunately, this has been met with very little return of action. However, we continue to stand ready to assist the United Nations family in this area. Mr. President, over the last 49 years of our country's history as an independent nation, our challenges has been many, compounded by vast ethno-linguistic diversities and cultural complexities and the small size of our economy. However, we have remained as one people and one nation. We have moved in the last 49 years. We started off as a least developed nation. Today, we have entered the middle-income earning nation status, and we intend in the next 20 years to migrate from where we are today to a high-income earning nation by 2025. In doing that, we will migrate from being just a raw resource exporter to a manufacturing economy within the next decade. Mr. President, I want to assure you all that all this is being done in total alignment, and we have aligned our development agendas to the United Nations Charter, especially consistent with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Our aspirations mirror that of this august institution. In fact, in 1975, when we gained independence, our National Constitutional 8-point plan directs not just my government today, but government into the future, as it was in the past governments that led my country, on our national aspirations to leave no person behind. Mr. President, our nation's Vision 2050 that was launched in 2010 compels governments to develop Papua New Guinea into a top 50 nation by 2050 in terms of Human Development Index. Papua New Guinea looks forward to submitting to the United Nations a full progressive report in July of 2025 at the high-level political forum, secondary voluntary national review covering the work we have undertaken thus far amidst the challenges we continue to face and the steps we are taking going forward that will culminate in 2030. Mr. President, if you can indulge me in sharing an insight into managing a diverse multicultural people and what has helped us to blend as one nation, I put to you the role of Christian missionaries and their work that dates back to 1845 when the first Catholic missionaries arrived in my country. In 1975, when we gained independence, Christianity became profound. Consistency with your theme, Christianity in PNG has been the front runner, bearing message of unity, peace, and sustainable coexistence, embracing diversity of cultures, language, and tribes into one human family, living in our natural environment as God has created. Since then, Christian churches have contributed immensely to our country's development through their health and education programs. Real Christianity teaches love, peace, unity, forgiveness, giving meaning to leaving no person behind. Whilst PNG is identified as a Christian nation, Mr. President, I want to assure you and all who are listening that Section 45 of our nation's Constitution protects individuals' right to choose and practice of faith and religion. We subscribe strongly to Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights on freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. United Nations has been the anchor of this God-given right of humanity. And I offer my country's support to the protection of individuals' choice and rights to practice their faith, and urge that this remains a key duty of United Nations. Mr. President, since the dawn of humanity, history teaches us that many wars have been fought and many lives lost as a result of religious intolerance. We see that happening today. Earth's history is stained with blood of innocent people who have died from state, tribe, or church-sanctioned killings. The United Nations Mr. President, must condemn laws that encroaches upon individual choice of religion and worship. This is a God-given right. And I see the issue of enforcement of religion upon one another as a threat to peace and coexistence of mankind. I ask United Nations to keep watch over religious freedom of all people, especially minority people in society where major religions are practiced. Mr. President, the second threat I see facing humanity is poverty, and especially poverty induced by climate change. The pursuit of wealth has caused man to plunder edge of its resources beyond the threshold of sustainability, with little consideration for our children's future. The acceleration of climate change, for instance, is a direct result of mankind's insatiable appetite for resources. An attitude of survival of the fittest, nations and corporations jostle and stampede over each other in order to harvest resources, causing environmental degradation, deforestation, banning of cheaper fossil fuel, and pollution, spiraling our planet into climate catastrophes that will further engender poverty. Nations like mine oceans nations like mine continue to live with the climate change-induced sea level rise and weather pattern changes that has now become an accidental threat. That is why we welcome the Chair's summary of the high-level meeting on sea level rise. Together with other Pacific Island countries, we continue to recognize the 1982 UN Convention on Law of Sea as a legal framework within which all activities in the ocean and seas must be carried out. We reaffirm commitment to the Pacific Island Forum Declaration of Continuity of Statehood and the protection of persons in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. Last month, the Pacific Island Leaders Forum in Tonga officially recognized these climate change manifestations as existential threat to our Pacific people. We stand united in the support of Vanuatu-led United Nations General Assembly proposal for the inclusion of sea level rise as a standalone agenda in the United Nations General Assembly and other relevant United Nations processes. Mr. President, despite our economic needs, PNG remains committed to safeguarding both our blue ocean life and our green forest life for its children. As a forest nation, PNG continues to play a proactive role to progress our commitments under United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement by undertaking adaptations and mitigation effort. However, accessing of global climate finance continues to be a challenge to Papua New Guinea and many small nations. We call on the United Nations to look into this matter with a sense of urgency, or else we can liquidate our forests and marine resources to achieve our development aspirations, especially in a pursuit to alleviate poverty from our people. It is for this reason I speak in solidarity with all forest nations, especially those in the Congo Basin and those in the Amazon Basin, for adequate compensation if we are to preserve our forests, which is in fact the lungs of Earth. Mr. President, Papua New Guinea's vast forests, rich biodiversity, marine life, and indigenous people and cultures are now at the crossroads of great change, either of preservation or loss and extinction. The responsibility to save our environment and planet should bear on all of us in equal measure. It is now up to members of the United Nations to save these forests, which are global assets as I speak. On this note, I want to thank my good friend, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of France, for mobilizing European Union funding for a forest conservation area called Managalas in my country. This is the kind of partnership that should be encouraged. And again, I remind the world, the forest of PNG is a global asset. It must be preserved at a price transferable to improving the lives of my forests. You cannot talk about climate change without conversation on forestry. They are the two sides to the same coin in conversations on climate change. And I call for others out there, especially those who have big carbon footprints. You have to do justice to planet Earth by doing your part, especially assisting us in the preservation of our forests. Mr. President, the third threat facing humanity, in my view, is geopolitical differences and sovereignty contests over territories and people. Increasing geopolitical conflicts and tensions are fueling fragmentation and protectionism around the world today. The restrictions on trade, disruptions in supply chains, growing competitions are crippling our economies. We need to examine peaceful strategies and solutions and invest in peace-building initiatives for de-escalation, mutual understanding, cooperation, build trust, and foster peaceful relationships. The United Nations' role in this must be respected by all nations, for really it was for this reason that the UN was born. So the world does not need to face many more wars again or another big war again. Mr. President, I say this: violence begets violence, and is evil no matter what the justification may be. Violence begets violence. Peace must be achieved by peaceful means. No matter how long or unjust it may seem, peace must be achieved by peaceful means. We live in a time where the press of a button, an atomic or nuclear bomb has the ability and potential to destroy our planet. All conflicts can be resolved if we allow United Nations one rule book to take prominence over our own parochial national interests. In PNG, we partner United Nations in national and subnational peace-building efforts. One good example is the de-escalation of our own internal conflict on Bougainville, when the United Nations supervised the Bougainville Peace Agreement in 2001 and continues to ensure we comply with all requirements of that agreement, including bringing the 2019 referendum results to our national parliament. To this day, I am happy to report that no bullets have since been fired in Bougainville. This is the role and the strength of the United Nations, and I call on all nations and people to respect the charter of this institution and the reasons for its existence. PNG therefore calls on the UN and its systems to begin the process to review the Security Council and the reforms that must take place, including removal of veto powers, so all nations can sit equally on the table in as far as decision-making is concerned. Mr. President, we must do all we can to restore stability to the far reaches of Earth. Global conflicts cause domino effect, and the subsequent impacts are felt throughout the world, including intergenerational wounds. Mr. President, as I conclude, let me remind us again on our collective responsibility to together preserve our planet and our human race. In 1987, a space philosopher called Frank White wrote the overview effect, a cognitive shift astronauts experience after viewing planet Earth from the space, and upon their return to Earth, he records that most astronauts, if not all, experience a self-transcendence, appreciating Earth much more and feeling a very strong connection to all people on the planet. And I am sure Neil Armstrong in 1969, on July 20, when he gazed back on planet Earth, standing on the moon, he would have looked back and he would not have seen his planet, he would not have seen his country, the United States of America. He would have seen the blue planet, the planet he called home. I call upon all of us, esteemed leaders of this planet, let us adopt a little bit of overview effect to see the world through the eyes of the astronauts. They see the planet from humanity perspective, one planet, one people, one humanity. They appreciated Earth much better. And I want to ask all of us, all leaders of planet Earth, let us appreciate Earth. Let us treasure its life-sustaining gifts. Let us do everything within our means to preserve and protect planet Earth. It starts with all of us, leaders, to think and act correctly, because our children's collective future depend on this one. We have but one planet. After all, there's not two planets. You look at the observable universe, you look billions and billions of light years into the observable universe. There is no one planet that looks like us. Only one planet. Let's preserve that. Let us rise above religious bigotry, fight poverty together, and coexist in peace under the Charter we ourselves have written into this magnificent institution called the United Nations. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak. May the peace of my Lord Jesus be upon you, Mr. President, and all people of Earth, our beautiful life-sustaining Earth. May God bless each and every one of you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the independent state of Papua New Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Secretary General, President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear friends. When we gathered this time last year, little could we have predicted that just a couple of weeks later, our world would be plunged into even greater turmoil by the despicable attacks of October the 7th. And the 12 months since, we have seen continued loss of life and a humanitarian emergency on such a scale that it is all too easy to give up hope, all too easy to believe that nothing can be done, all too easy to turn the other cheek. We cannot escape from the stark reality that our world faces the gravest of challenges, and the populations of far too many of these United Nations face the greatest perils. The gravity of these threats is such that we, as leaders from across the globe, are confronted with a choice of two paths. We can choose the path of despair, dejectedly deciding that it is impossible to make a difference, or we can choose the path of persistence, determined that no matter how rough the waters, we can and we must redouble our efforts to meet those challenges and mitigate those perils. I emphatically believe that we have a moral responsibility to take the path of persistence. I will never apologize for reaffirming the simple belief that motivated me to come into public life, that tomorrow can be better than today. And no matter what the headwinds, it is a belief that still motivates all I do. I refuse to believe that we should just give up. I refuse to listen to those siren whispers that the worst is inevitable and it is not worth working for better outcomes. I refuse to give in to the notion that we can defer difficult decisions or that small countries have to passively accept the actions of the larger players. To acquiesce to that negativity would be to accept that this General Assembly, that this United Nations is nothing more than a council of despair. To that, I say a resounding no. This United Nations can and must be a council of hope. Nobody is going to pretend that we can wave any sort of magic wand or deliver instant solutions. But we have a duty to keep hope alive, to keep trying, to keep working, to keep battling for the values that were the very foundation of the idea of a United Nations. 8 decades ago, from the rubble of the first truly global conflict, our forerunners had the courage and the foresight to see that the world had to have a forum where the voice of every nation could be heard. And as colonialism rightly crumbled, there were
a lot of newly independent nations to add their signatures to the Charter. Malta is one such nation. As we gained our independence from the United Kingdom, we took our place in the world. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Malta's accession to the United Nations. Over those 6 decades, my country has developed beyond the wildest dreams of the pioneers who saw us to statehood. So, as we mark 60 years of Malta as a proud member of the United Nations, and as the United Nations itself gets ready to mark its 80th anniversary, my message is clear. The world needs the United Nations now more than ever. Malta values the United Nations now more than ever. And make no mistake, Malta may be a small country, but we will always be a loud voice against deferring difficult decisions and avoiding difficult conversations. We will never resign ourselves to a future devoid of peace. We will never abandon our commitment to supporting peace processes, no matter how tough those processes may be. We will remain steadfast in our support for steps to build and maintain peace in every region of conflict. We will remain as committed to and confident in this United Nations as that day in December of 60 years ago when the ink dried on Malta's signature. Malta has a unique political and geographical position at the heart of the Mediterranean, a bridge between Europe and North Africa, and the crossroads of Europe and the Middle East. A full member of the European Union, but with neutrality enshrined in our Constitution. We are acutely aware of the responsibility that this position brings. Two words sum up the role that I believe Malta can and does play. Honest broker. From hosting peace talks to brokering difficult dialogues, we aim to harness our unique position to bring those in conflict together, to at least try and find a way forward. This is exactly the approach that Malta has brought to our membership of the Security Council over the past 2 years. And that is exactly the approach we have brought to the chair of the OSCE, which we assumed last January. Malta was happy to step up and take the chair as an honest broker, allowing all members to endorse our leadership and ensuring the work of this vital body can continue. Like Malta, the OSCE is a bridge between neighbors across continents. Europe can only be secure and at peace if its neighbors are secure and at peace, which is why both in the Security Council and the OSCE, our guiding watchwords are always promoting sustainability, peace, and security. This approach sits well alongside the OSCE's comprehensive conception of security as not just about ending military conflict, but also addressing the social and economic tensions that create and exacerbate international tensions. To that end, we will continue to press for all nations to comply with the Arms Trade Treaty. The failure of too many countries to comply with international rules poses too great a threat to too many innocent citizens. President, as I've reflected on my country's 6 decades of membership of this United Nations, I've looked back at the wisdom of some of those who have held the office of Secretary General. Sadly, those words of Ban Ki-moon remain as true and urgent today as ever. The world is overarmed and peace is underfunded. The peace and humanitarian budgets, which are at the heart of the UN's mission, remain unfortunately severely underfunded, harshly impacting too many of the world's most vulnerable people, which is why Malta urges all member states to play their part by remitting the resources to ensure the hard-working, hard-pressed frontline UN staff can play their part in bringing relief and hope where it is so desperately needed. As Malta concludes its current term on the Security Council, I am proud of what we have been able to help achieve. Amidst the tragedy of the events in Israel and Gaza, we have worked with others to prioritize the relief of humanitarian suffering. We used our seat on the Security Council to work for Resolution 2712, which demanded urgent and extended humanitarian pauses and the provision of corridors through Gaza to supply critical supplies needed by so many innocent civilians, not the least children. The resolution also called for the release of hostages held captive by Hamas and other militant groups in Gaza. We are proud that this led to the release of 105 hostages during the negotiated 7-day pause. Similarly, I am pleased Malta played a key role in the Security Council adopting Resolution 2728, which demanded an immediate ceasefire in Gaza for the month of Ramadan, alongside the immediate release of all hostages. This was the first joint motion from the non-permanent members on a geographic situation in the Security Council's history. Understandably, much of the world's attention has been on Israel and Gaza since October the 7th, which has now expanded to a dangerous and deeply worrying escalation in Lebanon. We stand firm in our belief that we must all strive to ensure that the flames of this conflict do not engulf the whole region, and that we all take decisive steps to resolve this conflict before it is too late. Furthermore, it is imperative that we, as a global community, do not lose focus on those other parts of the world where war and the killing of civilians is also all too present and all too tragic a daily reality. Sudan, Yemen, Syria, and, of course, Ukraine. So, let me now turn to another country in conflict, Malta's southern neighbor, Libya. Helping the Libyan people achieve a genuine and lasting resolution to the institutional crisis for which they have paid too high a price for too long is a key priority for Malta. For such a resolution would not only benefit the Libyan people, it would also benefit all Libya's neighbors and also the wider region. Only with a single functioning government supported by citizens across the whole country can Libya play its full part in addressing the migrant crisis, which puts so many lives at risk. Which is why Malta welcomes the initiatives taken by Yunus in bringing the parties together to sign an agreement that will hopefully end a crisis at the central bank of Libya, and also to kickstart this stalled wider political process. Malta will continue to stand ready to do anything it can to aid that process, and we will be unstinting in advocating for proactive engagement by the international community to support and enhance those UN-led efforts. Together, we have a duty to aid the mediation needed to create a pathway towards national, parliamentary, and presidential elections in Libya. As friends and neighbors of Libya, we can and must help. But for the process to truly succeed, it must be fully Libyan-led and Libyan-owned, to which end we unequivocally call for the immediate withdrawal of all foreign forces, fighters, and mercenaries from Libya. And Malta re-emphasizes the need for a full completion of the Libyan arms embargo in line with all the relevant Security Council resolutions. Equality is a key value for my government and my country, just as the situation in Libya will only be resolved by all the people of the country knowing that they have an equal voice, so are so many of the conflicts, disputes, and tensions around the world fueled by inequality. Equality isn't some sort of added extra, nice to have but not vital to tackling the world's problems. That view couldn't be more misguided. Equality across gender, age, race, religion, disability, sexuality is not just imperative for its own sake. Equality is also imperative in finding lasting solutions to so many of the challenges that face us all. So, I am honored Malta stands at the forefront of promoting civil liberties globally. We are one of the few countries that has already implemented an anti-racism strategy, and we are now in the process of drafting a second renewed anti-racism strategy. We will never take equality for granted at home, and we will always advocate and support greater equality internationally. All too often, it is women and girls who bear the brunt of conflict, and all too infrequently are the voices of women and girls heard when it comes to solving those conflicts. Without women, there can be no peace. As the world redoubles its efforts to bring peace, so must we all redouble our efforts to ensure the voice of women and girls is heard at the top tables as well as on the ground. During our term on the Security Council, Malta has worked hard to do just that. Malta has chaired the Security Council Working Group on Children and Armed Conflict. In the last 18 months, the working group has issued conclusions on the role of children in the conflicts in South Sudan, Nigeria, Mali, Afghanistan, CAR, Colombia, Iraq, and Somalia. That long list is a sad testament to the magnitude and gravity of the repeated violations against children in crisis zones. We must never let up in our outrage and actions at these persistent and flagrant abuses of the rights of the child as enshrined by this United Nations. President, we have a saying in Maltese, El-Bahar Senor, the sea is wealthy. And indeed it is. As an island nation, for Malta, the wealth of the sea equates to the wealth of our people. The health of the sea equates to the health of our people. So we need no reminder just how essential it is to protect the wealth, health, and the biodiversity of our seas and oceans. And we know just how much small island nations like ours will be impacted as climate change warms oceans and raises sea levels. We, small island nations, are amongst the lower emitters of greenhouse gases. But we are literally the front line of the climate emergency. The impact of climate change will be felt by all our citizens. It is our duty to them to do all we can to minimize that change and maximize our resilience to the changes which are already being felt. Delay and prevarication simply aren't options. Climate change must remain at the top of the global agenda. Solidarity, standing shoulder to shoulder with our fellow small island nations, is a key value for Malta. Solidarity means actions, not just words. The Islands for Islands initiative is central to our foreign policy, providing concrete, practical assistance to small island developing states, sharing best practice and building capacity. That's why Malta has jointly taken the lead in developing the Climate Vulnerability and Resilience Index, a practical resource to help small islands identify and prepare better for the effects of the changing climate. As sea levels become an even greater concern, so does the health of our seas and oceans become ever greater a priority. Malta remains and will always remain at the forefront of efforts to protect our oceans. In the very first years of our UN membership, we were one of the foremost proponents of the principle of the common heritage of mankind. Thank you, Arvid Pardo. And it remains our lodestar. We have consistently spoken up in the Security Council about the existential threat from rising sea levels, and Malta will always remain unwavering in our support for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Malta welcomes the first ratifications of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, which will provide much needed, much greater protection for the 2/3 of global oceans that lie beyond national jurisdictions. The treaty will only come into force when 60 nations have ratified it. Our oceans need it. Our people deserve it. So I say to my fellow leaders, speed up and sign. To preserve healthy maritime environments, we all need to take practical, innovative solutions and steps. That's why I am delighted at the success Malta's new shore-to-ship initiative is having. The stunning Grand Harbour in the capital city of Malta, which is Valletta, is a magnet for cruise ships. But while docked in berth, they can produce serious amounts of pollution if relying on their engines in the confined space. So shore-to-ship is installing onshore power supply alongside the quays, which are used by cruise ships, meaning that they can switch off their engines and help reduce pollution in this most special of places by around 90%. In Malta, we know that while the sea can yield great gifts, it can also be the host for illicit activity and the breaking of international laws. The high seas must never become the Wild West. The rule of law and the will of the international community must always hold on sea as on land, which is why Malta championed the creation of a unified database of all vessels which are involved in illicit activity, shareable and usable by all participating states. Shipping is central to international trade, so ensuring they are fully applied at sea is central to any successful sanctions regime. And that can only happen if ship owners know that trying to break sanctions brings consequences. But it is essential for reasons of natural justice and to ensure buy-in from member states that the listing of those breaking sanctions is both fair and transparent. So Malta was proud to jointly hold the pen alongside the United States for Resolution 2744 that overhauls the delisting process for the first time in almost 2 decades. By creating a better system for delisting where warranted, we can ward against premature lifting of sanctions which is not warranted. President, we have witnessed how effective global health policies can unite nations, especially when addressing crises that transcend borders and that affect us all. Just yesterday, United Nations member states adopted the political declaration on antimicrobial resistance, which has been diligently facilitated by Malta and the Barbados over so many months. AMR presents a collective threat and demands our urgent attention. We know what must be done to prevent the loss of millions of lives and avert trillions of dollars in additional healthcare costs. This declaration should serve as a strategic roadmap for policymakers, guiding their efforts to tackle AMR in the years ahead. President, when we reconvene in a year's time, we will be marking the 80th birthday of our United Nations. But we mustn't ever be just marking time. We need to always be marking progress. As Dag Hammarskjöld said, the pursuit of peace and progress cannot end in a few years in either victory or defeat. The pursuit of peace and progress, with its trials and its errors, its successes and its setbacks, can never be relaxed and never abandoned. In Europe, the average life expectancy is just over 80 years. United Nations will only have life expectancy longer than that if we all recommit to its future. As the saying goes, I want reports of its death to be greatly exaggerated. Yes, we can't ignore the fact that the architecture of the world's collective security is under stress like never before. Voices of nationalism dismiss the need to work together. Instigators of conflict believe they can escape the rat and writ of the global community. Both couldn't be more wrong. Acting to end conflict, and relieve suffering is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. Reaching consensus across borders and across political differences is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. Acknowledging we have all contributed to the state our world is in today, and setting aside pride to try and make the world a better place is never easy. But that doesn't mean we should stop trying. Arguably, the temptation to wring hands and see change as too hard to achieve is greatest for small nations like mine. To sit back and sigh that the big boys have made too much of a mess of things. Well, Malta will never sit back. Malta will never wring hands. Malta will never leave it to others. Yes, Malta will always be realistic, but Malta will always remain committed to multilateralism. When the perils are at their greatest, the need to work together is at its greatest. So let us use the next 12 months in the run-up to that 80th anniversary to reassert our collective belief in this United Nations, to redouble our efforts, to resolve conflict, to take the steps the future of the Earth needs, and to deliver the change the people of this planet need and deserve. To raise our game in supporting the Secretary General in delivering the institutional reform the United Nations needs to better fulfill its purpose. In short, and with every fiber of my being, I say to my fellow leaders, now is the time to choose. And we must choose the path of persistence. We must reject the path of despair. Yes, our world faces huge challenges and huge threats. But if we lose belief in the power of collective action, if we lose belief in the ability to work together to make a difference, then we are losing belief in the very idea of a better world. If we fail to persist, we fail to lead. If we fail to persevere, we fail the people who put their faith in us. Failure simply isn't an option. The stakes are too high. The risks are too great. The consequences are too severe. So let us make that choice. Let us today recommit as a United Nations. Let us affirm the path of persistence. And no matter how tough the going, let us enter the 80th year of this United Nations with the simple goal in our head and in our hearts. Let us now, more than ever, never give up believing that tomorrow can and must be better than today. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Philip Edward Davis, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, I wish to congratulate Ambassador Yang on the accession to the presidency of the General Assembly for this year coming, and give my best wishes to outgoing Ambassador Francis for leading us in the last year. Over the past 3 years, the Bahamas has been pleading with member states to engage in urgent action in respect of climate change. Along with other small island developing states, we have highlighted our vulnerabilities and our predicament. We have told you what we know, shared our experiences from the front line, described what we are doing to address the various issues, and warned how our yesterdays are becoming your tomorrows. There's been some welcome progress, but it falls far, far short of what is needed. And now we all have to live with the reality of a climate crisis that has pushed our planet past the critical threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius for an entire year. At this very moment, the new harsh reality manifests in hurricanes and heat, fire and floods. Member states can somehow quickly find eye-watering sums of money for bullets and bombs, but only rattle small change in their pockets when it comes to financing the costs of loss and damage, repair and recovery, so desperately needed to adapt to the new climate reality. Why? Why do members persist in ignoring the biggest threat of our lives? The easy answer would be to say that you just don't care. But I cannot accept that. To do so would be to accept a view of humanity which is at odds with my faith and lived experience of humanity. But we in the Bahamas clearly see that lack of determined, committed action as a series of misguided short-term choices and priorities. We can choose differently. We can choose better. We can act to address real, consequential priorities that are already impacting the lives of every single one of us, and will continue to impact the lives of our children and their grandchildren for generations to come. The irony is that generations before us did not have an established forum such as this, a place to come together as a whole world, to work together for the common good. The genocidal crisis of the Second World War gave birth to the United Nations, and ensuing wars of independence and regional conflicts means that we have in place the structure for real, effective action. And so today, as the Bahamas celebrates 51 years of membership of the United Nations, we offer our service to the international community as we bid for non-permanent membership of the Security Council for the term 2032-2033. We do so because the present crisis of today, the looming crisis of tomorrow, requires even greater degrees of ingenuity, effort, multilateral cooperation, and sacrifice than the world needed in the aftermath of the Second World War. We understand well that the Council's mandate to maintain international peace and security goes far beyond the mere absence of war. But we also know that from where we stand, on the front line of the impact of climate change on humanity, that the mandate to cooperate in solving international problems, now more than ever, requires us to stand up and step forward. We do so to amplify the voices of small island developing states. We do so because the voices of small island developing states are the harbingers of what lies in store for all of us. The Security Council of the future will not be equipped to deal with the biggest crisis of our time without voices like ours at the table. The link between climate change and global security is undeniable. Things are bad now, and they're going to get a lot worse before they get better. Climate considerations must be integrated into all aspects of the Security Council's work. Because of this, the Bahamas stands ready to advocate and support whatever reforms are needed to help maximize the effectiveness of the work of the Council. Membership for countries like ours was not what the Charter members contemplated when the UN was established, but it is countries like ours which will help the Council with inclusive, truly representative decision-making needed to help address the greatest crisis of our time. Friends, aspirations to lasting global peace and security will remain empty dreams if not supported by economic security. For too long, the global financial system has been skewed against developing nations. It is a cruel irony that industrialized nations who bear the greatest responsibility for the climate crisis often perpetuate another form of injustice in the form of our current global system. We have been instrumental in exposing the hypocrisy of unilateral blacklisting and advocating for a framework that prioritizes fairness and inclusivity. The present system, with its dark rules and uneven playing field, drains resources from developing countries, leaving us to grapple with the consequences. The Bahamas refuses to accept this double standard. We are raising our voice to demand a fairer and more equitable international framework, one where the voices of all countries, regardless of population or GDP, are heard and respected. The Bahamas will continue to be a leading voice in championing this issue for as long as we need to do so, no matter how lonely or how long the journey may take. Even among small island developing states, the Bahamas is uniquely vulnerable. We are not waiting for solutions. We are creating them. We have created a National Youth Guard, empowering our young people to become environmental champions because we know that future generations will have an enormous burden to shoulder. We are embracing innovation, particularly in the realm of ocean technology, to find solutions to the climate crisis. The Bahamas may be small in size, but we are not short on ambition or ingenuity. We have said it before, but we can never say it often enough. Countries like the Bahamas contribute so little to the problems of the world, and yet we are among the first and greatest affected. Over 40% of my country's national debt is as a direct result of the impacts of climate change. Locked as we are into an annual cycle of severe hurricanes, repair and rebuild, how can we fulfill the reasonable aspirations of our people for national development? We need to stop thinking of climate change merely as an environmental threat. It is a threat multiplier, exacerbating existing tensions, creating new ones, and undermining the very foundations of global security. If we think we have refugee challenges now, do we really want to wait until millions are forced to cross borders just to survive? As resources become scarcer, as livelihoods are lost, the potential for conflict, for instability, and mass migration becomes inevitable. And so we ask you to take note of your own self-interest. Your Excellencies, in our Caribbean region, the Republic of Haiti is facing a multidimensional security crisis. It is born of gang violence and resource scarcity, made worse by massive earthquakes, hurricanes, and other natural hazards. In accordance with UNSC Resolution 2966, passed in 2023, and in coordination with the government of Haiti, member states are contributing to a multinational security support mission. The Bahamas government is strongly of the view that any mission in Haiti ought to be Haitian-led and aim to build the capacity of the Haitian National Police to counter gangs and improve security conditions. The Bahamas reiterates the importance of continued and sustained financial support from donor countries to ensure that UN Trust Fund is able to fund the MSSM operations now and in the future. The CARICOM region in and of itself cannot do it alone, and so we urge you to take note of this important aspect of the MSSM mission. Looking beyond our region, in 2024, the Bahamas has looked to South-South cooperation to fill the gaps in development support. We continue to be active participants in CARICOM. We value the support of the Commonwealth and the solidarity between Caribbean and Pacific Commonwealth states, and look forward to meeting this year in Zamora. We value the deepening relationship between CARICOM and the African region. We see renewed value in the group of 77 and a non-aligned movement. Our concerted efforts to collectively focus on climate reparations have resulted in new pathways to climate justice at the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea and at the International Court of Justice. We remain determined to protect and preserve our climate and our precious biodiversity through the progressive development of international law. COP29 must be a turning point. It is estimated that by 2050, climate-related damage is projected to rise to an almost unimaginable $38 trillion per year. My friends, in some respects, it is already too late. Where we are is not good enough, but there's still time just enough if we act and act now. Let's revitalize the stalled negotiations on a new collective quantified goal on climate finance. We cannot afford another year of inaction. Developed nations must step up, not just with words, but with enforceable, concrete commitments that reflect the scale and urgency of the crisis. While global military expenditure soared to an unprecedented $2.4 trillion last year, the Loss and Damage Fund, painstakingly established at COP28, has secured a mere $800 in pledges. This is a drop in the ocean compared to the trillions needed to address the escalating costs of the negative impacts of climate change. This is not just an issue of funding. It is fundamentally an issue of sustainability and survival. Without it, peace and security mean nothing. The Loss and Damage Fund must be fully operationalized. This is about responsibility, accountability, and building a future where those who have polluted the most contribute the most to cleaning up the mess. The rise in global temperatures of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius this past year has put us in a new reality. But we must do more than roll the dice. Real effort, serious action, tangible progress. These are the only paths to sustainable solutions. And the same truths remain. We must prioritize energy solutions around sources of renewable energy. Redirecting the vast subsidies given to the fossil fuel industry towards renewable energy and climate adaptation and mitigation would be a powerful start. We must reform the global financial institutions and systems. We need multilateral development banks that are fit for purpose, providing accessible finance and prioritizing climate-resilient investments. We must continue to work to strengthen international cooperation. We need a renewed commitment to collective multilateral action. But friends, within this global emergency, we also see a glimmer of hope. The 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold cannot be an endpoint, but a turning point, an opportunity to reject complacency and chart a new course, one grounded in innovation, collaboration, and a resolute commitment to a just and sustainable future. We're not asking for a handout, but for a hander. Even the strongest swimmers drowns if left alone in a raging sea. I'll be remiss if I had to leave this podium without joining my sister, Prime Minister of Barbados, in calling and renewing my call for the removal of the blockade in Cuba. It is hurting the people of Cuba, and though it is said that the blockade is against Cuba, it is the people in Cuba who suffers daily. It has not worked. It's been in place now for how many years? Over 70 years. So why should it still remain? And we call upon all of us here present to seek to persuade those who have the blockade to remove it and move it as soon as possible. Thank you for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kassimu Majaliwa, Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, on behalf of Our Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, I stand before this august assembly to deliver a message of hope and peace to the people of the world. In doing so, I wish to convey warm and fraternal greetings from the President and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania. Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, wishes this assembly every success in its important deliberation. I would also like to join the previous speakers in commending you, Mr. President, for the excellent manner you are steering the work for the Assembly. Tanzania endorses and supports the theme chosen of this session, that is, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. This theme aligns well with the United Nations Charter and builds on the efforts of your predecessor, His Excellency Dennis Francis, whose remarkable leadership is truly appreciated. Tanzania recognizes and thanks the Secretary General for his great work and the important message he shared with us at the opening of this general debate. Mr. President, the participation in the 79th General Assembly has been a unique opportunity for us to share perspectives regarding to the pledge and the commitment made for addressing global challenges such as pandemics, extreme poverty, climate change, and the conflicts. I would like to share some of Tanzania's perspectives as follows. Sustainable development, Tanzania's path to inclusive growth. Mr. President, the Sustainable Development Goals are a beacon of hope in addressing global challenges. Tanzania's journey towards sustainable development reflects that of many nations facing significant challenges from the determined impact of COVID-19 on health and economic systems. Climate change, marked by extreme weather patterns like torrential rain and droughts, has deteriorated health issues and strained infrastructures. We are concerned about the slow pace in attaining these goals, whereas of 2023, only 17% of targets were on track, with over one-third regressing or stalling. Urgent action and global solidarity are needed to overcome barriers such as economic imbalances, climate change, conflict, and gender inequality. Mr. President, our commitment toward the realization of SDGs is focused on sustainability economic growth through strategic investment in agriculture, aquaculture, livestock, fisheries, infrastructure development, energy, and digital economy. Our goal is to improve food security, reduce poverty, ensure job creation, and drive inclusive economic growth. There are many success stories in Tanzania emanating from this investment, such as the empowerment of youth through the Building Better Tomorrow agriculture initiatives in mainland Tanzania, and empowerment of local women in Zanzibar through seaweed farming. On the other hand, Tanzania implements policies to ensure access to quality healthcare and education for all citizens, including the Universal Health Insurance Act and the free basic education. The government also invests in vocational training and STEM education to prepare youth for job market and digital economy. defending human dignity, inclusivity, and equality. Mr. President, for decades, Tanzania's foreign policy has prioritized respect for human dignity. Addressing this assembly on 4th December 1961, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, the then Prime Minister of Tanganyika, stated that the basis of our action, internal and external, will be an attempt, an honest attempt, to honor the dignity of man. Mr. President, Tanzania has maintained this pledge by leading the fight against colonialism and racism. In this regard, Tanzania hosted the OAU Liberation Committee, supporting freedom fighters in their struggles for independence. Despite gaining political liberation, many countries still face economic sanction and inhuman conditions which hinders the achievement of genuine development. Thus, we call for realization of right of self-determination of all people under colonial occupation and the fighting and the lifting of economic sanctions imposed against them. This Assembly must continue to more boldly call for the lifting of economic sanctions placed against the people of Cuba and other countries too, so to allow the peoples of these countries to realize their basic rights, including rights to development. Mr. President, global humanitarian crisis due to war, conflict, and natural disaster requires unrestricted access to humanitarian aid, fair treatment of victims, accountability to actual sites, and the United Nations commitment to uphold human dignity for a peace world. Tanzania believes that every individual deserves to live in dignity, freedom, and security to reach their full potential. The United Nations must not remain indifferent in these solutions, as doing so would only determine its legitimacy. Mr. President, let me talk about peace and security. Security is indivisible. In the face of global health insecurity characterized by the pandemic such as COVID-19 and current mpox, the saying no one is safe until everyone is safe truly gathers meaning. It is imperative that we should invest more in peace, foster unity, and rebuild trust. In this regard, Tanzania welcomes the adoption of General Assembly Resolution 78/312, which proclaimed July 7th as World Kiswahili Language Day. Kiswahili is a language spoken by over 200 million people in all continents of the world. It is an important tool for advancing peace, unity, and cultural diversity. While Tanzania and other Kiswahili-speaking countries looking forward to commemorate this day in 2025 and beyond, we also call on this Assembly to explore the possibility of recognizing Kiswahili as an official language of our esteemed organization or as this Assembly. Tanzania, East African Community, South African Development Community, and African Union have already led the way to Kiswahili speaking, and it is again important that we invest more in peace initiatives because there is no development without peace and unity. Your Excellency, Mr. President, in recognition of this requirement, Tanzania has several decades participated in peacekeeping, peace building, and mediation efforts. Tanzania has and continues to contribute towards world peace through its membership in the United Nations Security Council and the African Union Peace and Security Council. This contribution is also evident through its leadership in regional arrangements, such as International Conference on the Great Lakes region of Africa, and currently the chair of the organ on politics, defense, and security of Southern Africa Development Community. I wish to reassure this august Assembly that Tanzania's commitment towards peace will not weaken. Tanzania will continue to diligently dispense the obligations emanating from the culture of the United Nations. Mr. President, let me talk about climate and change. Tanzania, like many other developing countries, is highly vulnerable to droughts, floods, desertification, and effect to sea level rise. It is estimated that the sea level will rise by 41 centimeters by 2080. While the sea level rise cannot be reversed, Tanzania is taking several adoption and mitigation measures, including the restoration and the plantation of mangrove, enhancement of coastal infrastructure, and the promotion of ecotourism and aquaculture. It is imperative that, therefore, that we must invest more in climate finance to help recover economies already suffering from these effects, and to enhance access to funding for loss and damage in the hand-hit countries. Mr. President, about transformation to clean energy, as we prepare for COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, it is worth remembering that globally, an estimated 2.4 billion people are still using polluting fuel for cooking. This contributes to health problems, food insecurity, gender inequality, and environmental damage, including millions of premature death, limited access to education and employment for women and children, and increased household gas emission and deforestation. Achieving universal clean cooking access in Africa by 2030 would require an estimated about $4 billion annually, a small fraction of global energy spending. Mr. President, in response to this alarming situation, Tanzania is championing a clean cooking agenda, which essentially contributed to several SDGs, including goals number 7, focusing on ensuring access to affordable and sustainable energy for all. Tanzania will host the African Energy Summit in January 2025, means next year, co-organized with the World Bank and the African Development Bank. The summit aims to accelerate the implementation of World Bank Group and the African Bank Group commitment to provide electricity access to 300 million people in Africa by 2030. We look forward to working together with all partners to unlock energy potential and build brighter, more resilient future for Africa. Mr. President, delivering on democracy. In November this year, Tanzania will hold the local government election, followed by the presidential and the parliamentary election in October next year. As we prepare for this electoral event, I wish to assure this Assembly that democracy, human rights, and the rule of law will be upheld in line with President Samia's vision as captured in the 4 R's philosophy, namely reconciliation, resilience, reform, and rebuilding. Since the announcement of 4R principles in 2021, the government of Tanzania has continued to foster harmony and promote unity across political, religious, and ethnic divides. In implementation of 4R, the government has also undertaken several monumental reforms that seek to address shortfall within the criminal justice system, allow the effective political process, and enhance the enjoyment of human rights. Mr. President, reforms are crucial for countries and international organizations to stay relevant, for greater inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability, especially in multilateral bodies like UN Security Council and the Bretton Woods Institution. Tanzania remains committed to rebuilding its economy and society, focusing on inclusivity and empowering its citizens for a stronger future. Mr. President, when I go to conclude my speech, Tanzania argues all the world leaders to unite against international threats that undermine unity, peace, and human dignity. We are obliged to work together with goals stipulated in the Charter of the United Nations of sparing succeeded generations from the scourge of war. We must stop war and suffering that caused death and wanton suffering to innocent civilians, including women and children. Let us leverage innovation, adopt inclusive policies, and strengthen international cooperation in accelerating the implementation of SDGs. Together, let us build perhaps partnership that transcend borders, ensuring no one left behind. Let us undertake the necessary reform to make our multilateral institution fit for purpose. Let us rebuild trust and reconcile our differences. Let us cooperate to build resilience of our institution and people. We can achieve the future we want if we commit to rebuild and restore what has been damaged by our past action. As we look to the future, let us honor the commitments made in various international fora. Together, let us embrace this moment with optimism and the shared dedication to inclusivity. Asante sana kwa kusikiliza. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs, and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is a magnificent exemplar of our Caribbean civilization. Despite a quarter century of analysis, advocacy, and prescriptions set forth by leaders of small island developing states and international institutions charged with advancing the interests of SIDS, our travails are enduring in a global community largely disinterested in our well-being and that of small states generally. We in SIDS remain unequally yoked in a global community motivated by the baser instincts of the untrammeled power of money, ideology, guns, lethal weapons, territorial and global dominance. To be sure, the SIDS have made incremental advances in the global community and in the architecture of international relations. Nevertheless, for us in SIDS, it has been a situation akin to going up a dung escalator, in which the dung escalator is moving at a faster pace than the upward baby steps. Frequently, it appears as though much of the powerful would wish the SIDS not to exist. But here we are, stubborn as the heavens. We are not going anywhere despite our massive vulnerabilities. Our people have a permanence in this world. Even if some of our lands wash away, we have a voice and we will continue to use it. We demand, as of right, a special support from the international community to address efficaciously the unique social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities of SIDS in the interests of the nearly 70 million people who permanently occupy the seascape and landscape of the SIDS, and in the interest, too, of all the other 8 billion or so persons who inhabit Mother Earth. Small island exceptionalism ought to be a category embedded formally in international law and accorded most favorable treatment. Rather than securing the most favorable treatment, the SIDS are required to fight to maintain the special considerations which providence or serendipity has bestowed upon them. A case in point is the attempt currently by the International Development Association, IDA, to pit the most vulnerable, the SIDS, against the poorest countries in its quest to tighten the terms under which qualifying SIDS of a particular income level, such as St. Vincent and the Grenadines, obtain soft loans through the World Bank IDA nexus. In any event, why is the World Bank persisting with the single, anachronistic, and ill-designed metric of average per capita income in respect of vulnerable SIDS in the age of the Anthropocene, as against a more comprehensive and sensible measure of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index? Your Excellencies, the unvarnished truth is that the developed countries have not kept their promises to the SIDS, except the most marginal ones. Importantly, the countries of the developed world, the major historic and contemporary emitters of greenhouse gases, have failed and or refused to keep their solemn commitments of restricting the global temperature at below 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Unless there are drastic alterations in the patterns of consumption, production, life, and living in developed and large emerging economies, our planet is inexorably on a path to a proverbial hell in a handbasket. In the process, countries of an island or seaboard civilization are likely to be inundated by raging seas and enveloped in searing heat. On the matter of the financing of climate change, the developed countries which have the means and the major historic responsibility to contain this existential threat have been parsimonious and less than responsible in practice. Even today, the cynicism and doublespeak of several major developed countries is breathtaking in response to the quest of most of the global community to transform the international financial institutions as fit for purpose in today's world, and for responsible, reasonable alterations in the actual modalities of climate financing. High representatives of most of these developed countries pay lip service in general to the innovative proposals, the Bridgetown 3 proposals endorsed by the Caribbean community, only to nitpick and delay in the particular on the progressive essentials. Brazenly, when these developed countries make a marginal concession, they trumpet it as a major advance so as to send the proverbial fool a little further. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, adopted earlier this year, encompass an action-oriented framework for the way forward. The recently adopted Pact for the Future by the United Nations General Assembly provides a wider and promising buttress. In our advocacy for the 39 SIDS, we embrace too the cause of the least developed countries and the landlocked developing countries, all 92 vulnerable countries in the United Nations system. Your Excellencies, growing material dissatisfaction grips increasingly large numbers of people in both the metropoles and the hinterlands in this highly interconnected world. Noticeably, the ceremony of innocence is drowned. Things are falling apart. The centers cannot hold, and the cascading effects are ripping the world asunder. The best of all lack conviction, and the worst are full of passionate intensity. creative resistance and reconstruction are the banners under which ordinary men and women across the globe are draping themselves. Sadly, in the North Atlantic countries, there is a growing and dangerous constituency for an illiberal, even a neo-fascist option of looking forward to an illusory past in search of making again their countries unalloyed, mythical paradises of unrivaled dominance. They are looking forward to a past that never was. At the same time, even a modest middling social democracy is on the retreat because this old political shell of the post-1945 global order can barely contain the erupting contradictions within and outside it. A search for new modalities is emerging, but not yet fully formed, in part because the old order is unprepared to relinquish, cede, or share power, even as it realizes that it cannot continue to rule in the old way, but the new is yet to be born, and the forces of change lack a sufficiency of strength to deliver satisfactory alterations. Your Excellencies, the war in Ukraine, the genocide in Gaza, the conflicts in the Yemen, Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the threats across the Taiwan Strait, and empire's designs on revolutionary Cuba and Venezuela, the violence and more in Haiti, and such like disruptions of the peace globally, all have specific origins and contexts. But they are all reflective, too, of a failure of multilateralism, a hamstrung United Nations framework, and a derogation from the fundamental precepts of the Charter of the United Nations. Large, powerful nations, singly or in allied combinations, have a propensity to seek dominance. In this milieu, opportunistic or servile alliances emerge or persist as the particular circumstances admit. It all degenerates into a Manichean politics of the madhouse. Hypocrisy, disinformation, and folly reign supreme. Your Excellencies, in this context arises the trope of the neoliberal global order that the principal contradiction in today's global political economy is between democracy and autocracy. Still, all the self-serving shibboleths and gloss of this fictional construct will not wash away the unrepentant sins of the past or the cruel impositions of the present. The blinding truth is that the central contradiction in today's political economy is not between democracy and autocracy. The main contradiction has been, and still is today, that which revolves around the fundamental material questions of who gets what, when, where, and how. It is centrally about the struggle or competition for ownership, control, and distribution of material resources, which constitute the basis for regional or global hegemony. Everywhere, more and more, the poor, the hungry, the marginalized, the disadvantaged are clamoring and organizing for a different and better future. Not an unacceptable past, not a present without possibilities of upliftment, but for a future beyond unbounded elements. Your Excellencies, sadly, in our region, we have been experiencing the lived reality that the imperial ghost of Monroe still stalks the marbled halls of the citadels of a neighboring great country of extraordinary possibilities to the detriment of countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. No country in our hemisphere can reasonably be considered a security or other threat to this great nation. Yet St. Vincent and the Grenadines and other Caribbean countries have been damaged collaterally and directly in significant material ways by the weaponizing of the financial system and the unjust unilateral coercive sanctions against Venezuela and Cuba, which are in breach of international law. I am pleading with our friends for an amicable reset of these troubled relations in the interest of peace, mutual respect, justice, and prosperity. The international community continues overwhelmingly and rightly to demand the end of the unilateral sanctions, the embargoes, and unfair declarations about state sponsorship of terrorism and more made against Cuba. Your Excellencies, on July the 1st, 2024, the Category 4 Hurricane Beryl battered St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and Jamaica. Since the dawn of the 21st century, this is the 12th significant natural disaster to have struck my country. Hurricane Beryl has adversely affected 1/5 of our population and has caused economic damage amounting to 1/3 of our country's gross domestic product. The relief, recovery, and reconstruction processes are underway. On behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and Grenadines, I thank all countries and organizations, including the United Nations, that have come to our aid in the aftermath of the hurricane. Unfortunately, for the recovery and rebuilding processes, we are essentially on our own. We have had to seek significant loans to rebuild our physical infrastructure and 5,000 houses, to provide income support for affected persons, and to mobilize production support for the agricultural, fishing, and tourism industries. I'm appealing to the international community, our dear friends, to assist us, not with further burdensome loans, but with requisite grants. The recovery and reconstruction after every natural disaster increased sharply our debt burden. Countries like ours have contributed little or nothing to global warming and man-made climate change, yet we suffer largely alone on the front lines. This cannot be fair. It cannot be just. Do we have to choose death or debt, D-E-A-T-H or D-E-B-T? Which one we have to choose? Your Excellencies, the Caribbean community, the African Union, the Community of States of Latin America and the Caribbean, their diasporas, and all fair-minded persons globally have been insisting that the European nations responsible for native genocide and the enslavement of African bodies pay reparations for the consequential legacy of underdevelopment. This issue of transformative reparative justice will not go away until it is appropriately addressed. Your Excellencies, the suffering and pain of the Haitian people continue to weigh heavily on the consciences of our Caribbean. Through the efforts of the Haitian people, in tandem with the regional and international communities, especially CARICOM, the USA, Canada, and Kenya, a measure of progress has been made on some fronts, but immense challenges remain in the humanitarian, security, political, and economic spheres. The building of a free, democratic, peaceful, and prosperous Haiti demands commitment and concerted action from all the relevant stakeholders in pursuance of solutions devised by Haitians and led by Haitians. Haiti fatigue is not an option for the international community. Your Excellencies, in our Caribbean, there is a growing challenge of violent crime involving the combustible mix of imported guns and bullets, illegally exported marijuana, and the trafficking of cocaine from South America. It is evident that this challenge demands much closer cooperation operationally between all the countries concerned in the Caribbean, North America, South America, and Europe. In the Middle East, the collective punishment meted against the Palestinians in Gaza and the continued illegal occupation of Palestinian lands, including in the West Bank, amidst accompanying state terror by an Israeli regime in total defiance of international law, is utterly unacceptable. Surely, Despite the complexities of the problems at hand, this United Nations, especially the Security Council, ought to summon the courage and will to stop the carnage and facilitate the lasting peace and security. Your Excellencies, in the Far East, the prospect of a disruption of the tenuous peace across the Taiwan Strait is alarming. The quest for hegemony and the denial of a people's inalienable right to self-determination are wrong in the East as it is in the West. Bullying is objectionable in the West as it is in the East. Unilateral coercive action by a big power in the East is contrary to international law as it is surely in the West. St. Vincent and the Grenadines continues to urge that Taiwan be allowed to participate fully in the specialized agencies of the United Nations, including those pertaining to health, air and sea transport, climate change, disaster preparedness, and global policy. Your Excellencies, it appears that there have been recently some positive movements in the long quest to effect a judicious and just reform of the United Nations Security Council. It is evident to all reasonable persons that reform of this body is long overdue. As the chair of the L69 group, St. Vincent and the Grenadines will continue its advocacy for an inclusive, more accountable, effective, representative, and relevant Security Council. Excellencies, we know that a better world is possible. On the United Nations rests our hopes for a better world for peace, justice, security, and prosperity. Let us also act in accord with our responsibilities, obligations, and means. Please, let us not desecrate our future. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for National Security, Legal Affairs, and Information of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Russell M. Miso Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Filip, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and government, the United Nations Secretary General, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, it is with profound gratitude and deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today at this pivotal gathering of the 79th United Nations General Assembly. I bring you the warmest greetings from His Majesty King Mswati III, the Queen Mother, the government, and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. We have convened here not merely as representatives of our nations, but as stewards of a shared global community, united in our commitment to peace, security, and sustainable development. As we gather under the theme, Leaving No One Behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, we are reminded of our shared duty to create a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive. Our obligation is to leave this planet in a better place for our posterity. The Kingdom of Eswatini joins this global assembly with unwavering dedication to the principles of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. We recognize that the challenges we face today, marked by unprecedented crises, are deeply interconnected. It is only through collective action, innovation, and a firm commitment to multilateralism that we can forge a path towards a more just and equitable world. We commend the Secretary General for convening the recently concluded Summit of the Future, which has provided a unique opportunity to reinvigorate multilateralism, enhance global solidarity, and reform our international governance structures. Eswatini fully supports the summit and its outcomes, as they resonate with our belief in a fairer and a more inclusive world. Since the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, there are concerns that it no longer addresses adequately the issues faced by the global community. There is a need to reconsider the operations of the multilateral institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank, and particularly the Security Council. The Kingdom of Eswatini stands by its efforts to call for reforms in the United Nations. In 2005, the Kingdom of Eswatini hosted the African Union meeting that resulted in the Ezulwini Consensus, which articulated Africa's common position on the reform of the United Nations, including the call for greater African representation on the Security Council. While it has taken nearly 2 decades for this conversation to advance, Eswatini is proud of her early role in championing this cause. We urge the global community to implement these long-standing commitments and ensure that all regions and peoples have a voice in shaping our collective future. Mr. President, in Eswatini, we have embraced the spirit of Nkwe, which means run. This national ethos symbolizes our collective resolve to accelerate progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a call for urgent action, for picking up the pace, and for ensuring that every effort is made to meet the needs of our people and our planet. With only a few years left until 2030, time is not on our side. We must double our efforts to bridge the gaps in development, combat poverty and inequality, and address the climate crisis. Nkwe is our rallying cry to run faster, to work harder, and to leave no one behind. We invite the global community to join us in this accelerated drive towards a better future for all. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, brimming with potential and promise. The Kingdom of Eswatini is committed to harnessing this demographic dividend by investing in our youth. Our youth empowerment program, supported by government, the United Nations in Eswatini, and other friends of the Kingdom, aims to equip young people with the skills and resources they need to succeed in a rapidly changing world. We believe that by creating opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship, we are laying the foundation for a more prosperous and inclusive society. Addressing youth unemployment and providing our young people with meaningful opportunities is not just an economic imperative, but a moral one. We must act now to ensure that our youth can participate fully in building the Africa we want, an Africa of peace, prosperity, and dignity. Poverty remains one of the greatest challenges facing our continent. In Eswatini, we are committed to eradicating poverty through inclusive growth and robust social protection programs. We have prioritized policies that provide safety nets for the most vulnerable in our society, including women, children, and persons with disabilities. We urge the international community to support these efforts by promoting fair trade, increasing development assistance, and fostering partnerships that create jobs and uplift communities. Let us work together to build a world where no one lives in poverty and every person can achieve their full potential. Mr. President, sustainable development is not a choice, but a necessity for the survival and prosperity of our planet. The Kingdom of Eswatini remains dedicated to advancing our development agenda as aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have made significant strides in promoting poverty eradication, renewable energy, the protection of our natural resources, and ensuring equitable access to education and health care for Emaswat. Our national development strategy aligns with global development goals focusing on economic diversification, poverty reduction, and human capital development. We've taken significant steps to promote renewable energy through investments in solar, wind, and hydropower projects, such as the Eswatini Electricity Company's initiative to increase the share of renewable energy in the national grid. These efforts are complemented by our progress in providing access to quality education through the free primary education program and improving healthcare services as outlined in our National Health Strategic Plan. However, as a small middle-income country, we face unique challenges, including limited access to international financing, vulnerability to climate change, and economic shocks. We call on the international community to support the developmental aspirations of countries like Eswatini, ensuring that our path towards sustainable development is not hindered by structural inequalities in the global system. In response to these challenges, Eswatini has put forth a comprehensive SDG recovery and acceleration plan valued at about $1.6 billion, covering diverse areas including digital transformation, renewable energy, agriculture, industrial expansion, and social protection. This plan prioritizes implementation over the development of new frameworks, emphasizing sectors such as job creation, specifically under SDG 8, Target 8.5, which focuses on creating jobs across industries as a multiplier for achieving other SDGs. By investing in employment opportunities, we believe we can address multiple dimensions of development, including reducing food insecurity, enhancing access to essential services, and minimizing social ills, such as crime and substance abuse. Mr. President, the implementation of SDGs requires substantial financial resources. However, many developing countries, including those in Africa, face significant barriers to accessing affordable finance. The current global financial architecture is not fit for purpose and must be reformed to make the financing more accessible and equitable. We call for the implementation of the Addis Ababa Action Plan, which emphasizes the need for innovative financing mechanisms and global solidarity. We also urge the international community to support the reform of global financial mechanisms that have seen developing countries pay much higher costs than developed nations to access the much-needed funds. This unfair practice must come to an end. The Summit of the Future provides a critical opportunity to address these disparities and ensure that all nations have the means to achieve their development goals. Mr. President, peace is the foundation upon which sustainable development and human dignity rests. The Kingdom of Eswatini, guided by its long-standing tradition of peaceful coexistence, continues to advocate for dialogue and peaceful resolution of conflicts. We condemn all forms of violence and support efforts aimed at silencing the guns across the world, particularly in Africa. We call upon the international community to support the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the African Union Master Roadmap for silencing the guns. It is imperative that we are not to leave anyone behind. We must address the root causes of conflict, including poverty, inequality, and lack of opportunity, which drive instability and undermine development efforts. Mr. President, health is a fundamental pillar of sustainable development, and its challenges are multidimensional, impacting not just individual well-being, but also national productivity and social stability. The Kingdom of Eswatini recognizes that achieving universal health coverage is integral to the broader agenda of leaving no one behind. Despite our efforts to improve healthcare access through initiatives such as the National Health Strategic Plan and investment in health infrastructure, Eswatini, like many other countries, continues to grapple with significant health challenges. These include a high burden of communicable and non-communicable diseases, inadequate health financing, and the complexities of delivering equitable health care in rural and remote areas. Furthermore, the ongoing threat of pandemics such as COVID-19 and emerging health threats such as the mpox, exacerbated by climate change, underscore the need for adequate preparedness and resilient health system. We call upon the international community to support collaborative efforts in strengthening health systems, enhancing disease surveillance, improving access to essential medicines, and building capacity for rapid response to health emergencies. Only through such global solidarity and shared commitment can we ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages as enshrined in SDG 3. Mr. President, climate change poses an existential threat to our future. In Eswatini, we have taken decisive steps to address this crisis. We have developed a comprehensive strategy to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change, investing in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and disaster risk reduction. We are also proud to announce that Eswatini has recently adopted a ban on single-use plastics. This decision, supported by UNDP and the Eswatini Environment Agency through initiatives like Pasasako Nawe, is part of our broader commitment to environmental sustainability. However, our efforts alone are not enough. We call upon developed nations to honor their commitment to climate finance and technology transfer. It is only through collective action that we can ensure a sustainable future for all. The theme of this year's UN General Assembly is leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. Ironically, Taiwan and its 23.5 million people continue to be left by the United Nations and its specialized agencies. We wish to make a call for their inclusion. They need to be part of this global platform so that they can also fully participate in global development and growth of our goals. Mr. President, the road ahead is fraught with challenges, but it is also filled with hope and opportunity. Let us seize this moment to reaffirm our commitment to the ideals of the United Nations and to the vision of a world where peace, sustainable development, and human dignity are realities for all. The Kingdom of Eswatini stands ready to work with all nations in this noble endeavor. May we all embrace the spirit of Nkwe and let us run together with accelerated speed towards our shared goals and ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Robinah Nabbanja, Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business in Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. I congratulate His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang on his election as President of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly, and I assure him of Uganda's full support. I commend His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis, former President to the General Assembly, for his stewardship of the 78th session of the General Assembly, and equally pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his commitment to the work of the United Nations. Mr. President, in the face of the current global shocks occasioned by multiple human, natural, ecological, sociological, and financial crises, we can all agree that the world is not in a good place. Today, the negative consequences of disunity have given rise to conflicts, global instability, interstate rivalry, and has worsened the already existing problems of poverty, hunger, and disease in many parts of the world. There is therefore need to recommit ourselves to a common identity of shared humanity in the modern global village. As people of the United Nations, we should live by the Charter of the United Nations with a sincere determination to save future generations from the scourge of war. We should fully commit ourselves to upholding the dignity and worth of human person for peaceful coexistence and tolerance regardless of our differences in values, cultures, race, ideologies, and religions without political, military threats or dominion by war. Your Excellencies, we must resolve our political commitment for the full implementation of the globally agreed frameworks for the promotion of socio-economic development and advancement of all people. In this regard, Your Excellency, urgent action is required to address global inequalities with regard to poverty, hunger, and disease, which continue to affect disproportionately the poorest and most vulnerable. Therefore, this is the time to ask the following questions. Why have we failed to forge stronger international cooperation in response to collective global challenges? The second question is, why is it that, in spite of the multiple global commitments derived through conceptually formulated solutions, decisions, and commitments, do all these remain unimplemented? this year's General Assembly, unlike others, should seek to answer these questions. Mr. President, we are all aware that most conflict drivers begin as unresolved local or regional tensions or problems, which become increasingly complex, sometimes involving multiple actors. Regional conflicts must be addressed comprehensively beyond security, with the need for broad and strong political commitments by the regional governments. Uganda believes in the peaceful resolution of conflicts wherever they occur. We are at the forefront of promoting regional peace, security, and stability necessary for economic development. In this respect, Uganda encourages international partners to support local and regional-led initiatives or solutions for building peace and stability as prerequisites for sustained and inclusive economic growth and development in our countries and regions. We call on the increased collaboration by the international community to eliminate or reduce the incidence of conflicts caused by factors such as inequality, climate change, pandemics, new technologies, transitional organized crime, and terrorism. Uganda believes that the benefits of this world must be shared with all humanity and detests all forms of exclusion by the relatively few wealthy nations. We reject the increasing competition and confrontation between major powers, which undermines the collective international responses to security, peace, stability, and socio-economic development. Your Excellencies, Uganda reiterates its call for the urgent and comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council for Africa to be represented in both permanent and non-permanent categories as a special case in order to address the historical injustice and the urgent imperative to address it, and fully supports the common African position on this matter. The African Union Committee of 10 heads of state, under the leadership of the Republic of Sierra Leone, has been pursuing the mandate to promote, advocate, and canvass for support of the common African position on the reform of the United Nations Security Council as stipulated in the Ezurwini Consensus and the Sati Declaration. The position is that Africa should have 2 permanent seats with a veto if others have it, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the Security Council. The Committee of 10, since 2005, has been driven with the hope and conviction of sovereign equality in representation and participation in intergovernmental negotiations for the reform of the UN Security Council to make it more responsive to the current circumstances, to achieve a future of shared goals for humanity. The core aspiration is for Africa to get representation in United Nations Security Council as equal partners and make a contribution to multilateral systems that should become inclusive, equitable, and work for international peace and security of all without paralysis or succumbing to parochial interests of major powers. Mr. President, we demand for the right to development as equal members of the international community without any preconditions and politicization for greater human dignity, freedom, and socio-economic injustice. We call for fair access to means of production, technology, and capital for the socio-economic transformation of our economies in line with our national legal frameworks and development plans. Uganda believes that the perpetual preservation of poverty and inequalities in developing countries undermines the fundamental human rights, in particular the rights of the marginalized and the poor, and remains a threat to international peace and security, which should no longer be overlooked. Uganda, as a chair of non-allied movement, will work with countries of the non-allied movement as well as other countries on the intergovernmental processes that shall lead to the adoption of the UN Covenant on the Right to Development. Mr. President, financing remains one of the greatest challenges that undermine the efforts of developing countries to fully implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and achievement of its 17 sustainable goals. Borrowing is critical for financing investments in sustainable development. Sovereign debt is an important tool for financing sustainable development, enabling low-income countries to invest in infrastructure, health, education, and other critical areas. We emphasize that loans to low-income developing countries should be concessional and at zero interest rate. This will enable our countries to finance productive investments, including building infrastructure to improve connectivity, make debt sustainable in the long run, and spur economic growth, which will in turn help to improve domestic tax collection and raise revenues. Uganda, like other developing countries, faces constraints of domestic resource mobilization due to limited tax base. We call for strengthening of the international cooperation in tax matters to ensure that it is effective and inclusive by making multinational corporations pay taxes in countries of their operations, including collecting revenue generated by e-commerce in cross-border transactions. Mr. President, we fully support the ongoing discussions on adoption of the UN Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation and call upon all countries to negotiate constructively. We also call for the strengthening of international cooperation in the prevention of and combating illicit financial flows, with a view of ensuring that all illicit funds, all resources, including assets, are returned to their countries of origin. Furthermore, Uganda calls for the urgent reform of the international financial architecture, including the international financial institutions and their rules, to ensure equitable representation of developing countries in international economic governance decision-making that affect the trajectory of their national development. Your Excellencies, Uganda identified 4 key sectors of wealth and job creation in line with its national development plan, and that includes agro-processing, industrialization, services, information and communication technologies, digitalization, and skills development to support our socio-economic transformation. There is no doubt that affordable energy and access to affordable high-quality internet connectivity is vital to catalyze their full implementation in order to realize inclusive development outcomes and benefits for our people. We need to strengthen deeper collaboration with the Global South, with the support of our partners in the North, to unlock shared prosperity by building the necessary infrastructure and connectivity to increase productive capacity for rapid growth, economic takeoff, and sustainable development. In this regard, Uganda calls on the international community to support the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Furthermore, Uganda calls on the international community to support its path to sustainable development. We encourage foreign individuals and companies to invest in the country. We welcome inflows of money, technology, knowledge, skills, and expertise as major sources of non-debt financial resources for economic development of our country. Your Excellencies, Uganda also calls for collaboration by the international community in medical research for global health to develop vaccines and treatments to combat diseases like Ebola, COVID-19, monkeypox, and improving health care capability in low-income countries, particularly in Africa. Uganda advocates for mutually beneficial trade and investment. We encourage that in pursuing sustainable development, foreign direct investment should be geared to adding value by processing raw materials inside our country where raw materials are produced and to export high-value products. This will create jobs, generate high incomes, and increase taxable revenues. We call on multinational companies to desist from purchasing raw materials and only selling processed products for consumption in developing countries. We equally call on developed economies and multinational companies that buy raw materials to process them and add value in their countries should take measures to institute policies that allow sharing the profits they generate in the value chain with the low-income raw material producing countries where it is sourced for shared prosperity. Mr. President, climate change remains one of the greatest challenges to the pursuit of sustainable development. Uganda calls on developed countries to provide the necessary financial, technical, as well as capacity building to support developing countries to effectively address climate change. We demand for climate justice, recognizing that richer countries, having historically profited from high emission activities for the development of their economies, and bear a great obligation to lead in mitigating these impacts. Therefore, high-income countries should reduce their emissions and equally support developing countries in their gradual transition to low-emission development pathways without using the environment as a political and economic tool to block or slow down their development. We emphasize that climate finance should be additional to official development assistance. Mr. President, developing countries face great challenges, including the increase in unilateral political, economic, and trade actions, or policies, and the weakening of multilateralism, which are flagrant violations of the principles established in the UN Charter, international law, and the purposes of the United nations. We consider that it is urgent to stop these actions that threaten the economic and social development of the countries that are subject to them, and consequently prevent them from achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Uganda reiterates its call to put to an end to the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed on these sister nations under sanctions, which is a major impediment to the sustainable development. Uganda also reiterates its firm rejection to the imposition of laws and regulations with extraterritorial impact and all other forms of coercive measures, including unilateral sanctions against developing countries, and reiterates the urgent need to eliminate them immediately. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Uganda took over the chairmanship of both the Group of 77 and China and the Non-Allied Movement in January 2024. I take this opportunity on behalf of His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to thank all member states of the group and the movement for their confidence in ensuring Uganda is in the capacity of chair. We commend the Africa Group for endorsing our candidature for the chairmanship of both organizations. This year, 2024, has been a crucial year with various intergovernmental processes at the United Nations on issues that are of paramount importance to both the group and the movement. And these include inter alia Fourth International Conference on the Small Islands Developing States, the Third UN Conference on the Landlocked Developing Countries, the Summit of the Future, the preparations for the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, the 2024 UN Climate Change Conference, COP29, all of which demand that we remain even more united and steadfast in promoting the interests of developing countries. Uganda therefore commends the members of both groups for keeping united in solidarity as we pursue the issues of our common interests. In conclusion, Mr. President, Uganda will continue with this stewardship, working together in solidarity to achieve a revitalized multilateral system which is capable of adequately addressing current and emerging global challenges. We firmly believe that multilateralism remains a fundamental and crucial mechanism for addressing our common challenges, namely, 1, accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. 2, scaling up action to address climate change and biodiversity loss. 3, strengthening international tax cooperation. Then 4, availing adequate concessional financing for development. And number 5, the fight against illicit financial flows and enhancing global collaboration in digital and artificial technologies to maximize the benefit to society and minimize harm, among others. I thank you for God and my country.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business in Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 14th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 14th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gaston Alphonso Browne, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today we all stand at the edge of a precipice. Never before has humanity been confronted with such stark choices: to end wars or condemn humanity to endless suffering, to eliminate poverty or watch millions starve, to act on climate change or doom future generations to a scorched planet. The choices we make today here in this Assembly and in every institution of governance will shape the survival of entire nations and the future of our world. For small states like Antigua and Barbuda, these are not distant realities. They are existential threats. Our islands are on the front lines of a climate catastrophe that we did not cause, a debt crisis we did not create, and conflicts in which we have no part. And yet, we suffer the heaviest toll. The world is at a pivotal point, and inaction is no longer an option for any of us. Small island developing state SIDS are the first to suffer, but we certainly will not be the last. All will be consumed if we continue to dither and delay. SIDS have learned to fight for survival against the rising seas and violent storms. But today, we must also fight for something greater: the survival of justice, of equity, peace, and human dignity itself. The time for games and lofty rhetoric has passed. We demand committed, concrete action, and we demand it now. We do not do so only for ourselves, but for all of humanity. The Fourth United Nations Conference on Small Island Developing States, SIDS-4, is a pinnacle of monumental achievement, a milestone that marks not only our collective progress as SIDS, but also our unrelenting resolve. SIDS-4 gave birth to the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, the ABAS, a renewed declaration for resilient prosperity. This agenda is not just a roadmap for the future. It is a lifeline for now. For SIDS, the ABAS represents the difference between thriving and perishing. It's our roadmap to a prosperous future. At its core is the SIDS Center of Excellence, built by SIDS for SIDS. This center is intended to be more than just an institution. It is an instrument for meaningful change, a center for groundbreaking technologies, revolutionary processes, and certainly pioneering solutions. With its global data hub, innovation and technology mechanism, as well as the Island Investment Forum and Debt Sustainability Support Service, the DSSS, the Center of Excellence can be literally transformed the way in which we adapt to our vulnerabilities and set a path for resilient prosperity. However, this vision cannot succeed in isolation. We need the cooperation and support of the global community to ensure its success. Without global cooperation, our hope of a secure future within our countries will crumble under the weight of inaction. That is why today I call for unwavering commitment of the international community to the center's success. Our survival depends on it. Mr. President, climate change is not an abstract or academic threat. For my people and the people of SIDS, it is a persistent and destructive reality. Intense hurricanes are now an annual terror. Coastal erosion is wiping away our productive areas for tourism and agriculture. The climate crisis is not on the horizon. It is here, now burning through our ecosystems, flooding our villages, and leaving us with fewer tomorrows. And yet, we find ourselves at an absurd situation. Continue to subsidize the very industries that are accelerating our destruction. Fossil fuel companies have become the architects of our demise while generating ostentatious profits for the owners. We must fight to end this madness, and I emphasize that we must fight to end this madness in protection of our planet and the interests of humanity. We need a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to halt the reckless destruction of our environment, to end fossil fuel subsidies, and to chart a course toward a sustainable future with a negotiated and graduated transition. Let COP29 be the moment we draw a line in the sand. Let it be known that we can no longer afford the luxury of delay. While we recognize that fossil fuels still play a vital role in the energy security of many countries, and we do not expect their production to cease overnight, we should not support companies extracting oil and gas to continue generating extravagant profits at the expense of our planet. It is only fair and just that these companies pay a global levy to fund mitigation efforts and compensation for the damage that they continue to inflict. And this is not punishment. It's climate justice. It is a moral and legal responsibility in which the polluter pays. And it is also very appropriate that the time for action is now. While we face the climate emergency, we are also drowning in a sea of plastic pollution that is choking our oceans and devastating our biodiversity. It is no longer a question if we act, but how swiftly we can mobilize against this threat. Our nations must commit to a binding treaty as required by the UNEA Resolution 5.14 to put an end to plastic pollution and safeguard our world's most fragile ecosystems. Let us not allow this tightening suffocation of our planet to continue. Distinguished delegates, Antigua and Barbuda, in concert with other small island developing states, has played a leading role in pursuit of climate justice. And I said to all of us that we cannot relent on the issue of climate justice. At COP26 in 2021, together with Tuvalu, we established the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, COSIS. Today, an expanded membership from the Caribbean and the Pacific stands united in our demand for accountability. In 2022, the Commission sought the first ever advisory opinion from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on the obligations of states to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. In May of this year, the tribunal rendered a historic opinion affirming that major polluters are under legally binding obligation to protect the oceans and, by extension, small island states from the catastrophic harm of climate change. This precedent sets the stage for the advisory proceedings now before the International Court of Justice, initiated under the leadership of Vanuatu, with the co-sponsorship of Antigua and Barbuda and other SIDS. It is remarkable that the smallest nations are those driving this global response to the greatest threat to human survival. Yet, despite our efforts, the COP process continues to fail us. Instead of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, an essential threshold for survival, the world is hurtling towards a disastrous 2.8 degrees centigrade rise. This is nothing less than a death sentence for small island states. But it is also a harbinger for grief for the rest of the planet. We must demand that major polluters not only respect their obligations on international law, but also compensate us for the loss and damages that we have suffered. Those who preach about a rule-based international order must now lead by example. Rules must apply equally to all, including the mighty, not just to the poor and powerless. At COP29, we expect no further delay in the capitalization and operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, for which we have struggled so long and certainly so hard. Equity and fairness demand it. Mr. President, the fight for survival is not just about climate. It's about financial justice, reparatory justice, and other injustices and equity. The international financial system is skewed, outdated, and unjust, literally punishing the most vulnerable while rewarding the already rich and prosperous with favorable terms for their financial instruments. For too long, small states like mine have been shackled by debt we did not cause, debt that arose from recovery spending on recurring disasters that are beyond our control. We cannot achieve climate justice without addressing the structural inequities in the international financial architecture. It is time to lift the burdens that keep us bound to the past and unable to invest in our future. The SIDS Debt Sustainability Support Service is a critical mechanism that can provide tailored solutions, utilizing debt for climate swaps, debt relief, repurposing of SDRs and carbon pricing funding to help us escape the cycle of unsustainable debt. This is not charity. It is the justice of financial inclusion. And in the end, by remedying past injustices, it will establish a world that is fairer, more just, and more at peace with itself. Excellencies, the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, which Antigua and Barbuda was honored to help advance in this organization, offers a path towards correcting the imbalance of unjust treatment accorded to small and vulnerable nations. It is a vital tool designed to acknowledge the complexities we face, not just in terms of limited economic capacity and other structural vulnerabilities and a lack of resilience, but also in our exposure to myriad external shocks. International financial institutions must act on this, integrating the MVI into their policies to ensure that support is targeted where it is most needed. The work has been done. The case has been made. The arguments are irrefutable. There can be no just and sustaining reform of the World Bank, other IFIs, and multilateral banks without their effective implementation and use of the MVI. There can be no legitimate excuse for failing to utilize the MVI. As I said before, the arguments for its use are irrefutable and just. Mr. President, these initiatives which SIDS have undertaken are a small component of the wider and more fundamental necessity for reform of the international financial architecture to provide greater funding accessibility and better terms to include lower interest rates and longer maturity transformations. They are part of the wider need for change to effectively address the historic imbalances against SIDS, including financial exclusion. The international financial institutions and the nations that sit on their controlling boards must develop bespoke funding instruments that meet the needs of small, vulnerable states and other developing countries, taking into consideration their vulnerabilities and lack of resilience. Mr. President, we must also recognize that the principles of justice and equity we champion here apply equally to all nations and are conditions precedent for a peaceful world. In this spirit, Antigua and Barbuda calls for the end of the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism and for the lifting of the long-standing, senseless embargo that has restricted its economic development. The time has come to cast off the chains of this outdated measure, which no longer serves the interests of our modern, interconnected world. Let us work together toward a future built on mutual respect and cooperation, where Cuba, like all nations, can fully participate in the global community. This is not a matter of politics. It's a matter of fairness and human dignity. The delegitimization of governments based on ideological differences, utilizing misinformation and disinformation, including atrocity propaganda, serves no useful purpose, but creates unnecessary tensions and conflicts. Let's embrace and respect our differences, standing in solidarity with each other in defense of global peace and prosperity. Excellencies, I wish now to address the grave issue of small arms and light weapons that are routinely exported from wealthy nations to our shores, creating havoc and instability. I call on the United States and other small arms and light weapons producing countries to put systems in place to curb the exportation of these lethal weapons to our shores. They are causing immense harm. This issue is now emerging as a public health epidemic among SIDS, to the extent that I hereby make a clarion call for a high-level meeting at the 80th UNGA to debate the threats of these weapons to peace and security and to devise effective solutions. Antigua and Barbuda cannot remain silent as innocent lives are destroyed and generations are condemned to fear and hatred. The events unfolding in the Middle East, particularly the conflict between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah, are deeply troubling. The violence is destabilizing the entire region and reverberating across the world. Every missile fired, every life lost deepens wounds already too many to bear. The violations of international humanitarian law are alarming. We call on all parties to end the suffering by sitting down at the table of peace, where sincere negotiations can lead to a lasting solution. We believe that the only sustainable resolution is the creation of two sovereign states with borders respected and rights upheld. It is time for the people of this region and all conflict zones to end these conflicts and to give peace a chance. Let us give peace a chance. From Gaza to Sudan, Ukraine to Yemen, the scars of conflict run deep, leaving devastation in their wake. The anguish of families torn apart by war reverberates across the globe, and it is our collective humanity that bleeds. Conflict kills the victims of bullets and bombs, but it also diminishes all mankind. On September 17th, inspired by the Secretary General's impassioned call for peace, I wrote to him proposing an initiative that transcends borders, language, and conflict. With that letter, I transmitted a concept note setting out a proposal for holding international music concerts for peace across every region of the world. This initiative is intended not only to raise our global voices in a unified chorus against the horrors of war and other conflicts, but also to raise critical funds to support displaced persons and those who continue to suffer. Music is a universal language. It speaks to the soul in ways that words cannot. In moments when words fall short, music carries our collective cries for peace and justice. This would be more than a performance. It would be a global appeal, a powerful demonstration that peace is not just an ideal. It is an absolute necessity, a survival imperative for this and future generations. I call on all nations, large and small, to support the concept of international music concerts for peace. Mr. President, the world is crumbling under the weight of crises, to include poverty, wars, pandemic, and the climate devastation. We are at a defining moment, and the choices we make now will determine the fate of every nation, large and small. We can end these grave challenges, but it requires more than words. It demands decisive, concrete, unified action. Antigua and Barbuda, like all small states, does not stand on the sidelines. We stand on the principles of peace and love for common humanity and in the path of struggle against these global predicaments we did not create. Yet we fight not just for ourselves, but for a world where justice reigns, where peace endures, and where future generations inherit not a planet in peril, but one that prospers. The world must act now, for the choices we make today will resonate through history. Let us choose peace, let us choose justice, and let us choose the survival of our one human race in our one homeland, the planet Earth. Peace.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public and Private Partnership of Antigua and Barbuda. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. As we meet today, we confront yet another year of complex crisis and conflict as a deeply divided world watches. Our prospect for a more peaceful, just, and equitable world are blurred today. Our times are challenging. A few days ago, we committed to the Pact of the Future, a sound framework with a high level of ambition and actionable deliverables. We have made other similar major commitments in the past. We have not always kept them, to put it very mildly. We have paid the price. This is yet another chance, one we take under pressure to make a difference for a more peaceful and prosperous future, while the time we live in could not be grimmer. Albania humbly joins this discussion after the conclusion of its mission for the first time at the UN Security Council. We aim to represent this community of countries that stand together for those values and principles that are non-negotiable, and we sincerely hope to have met the expectations of many. Today, more than ever, we need tolerance and trust, and an extended hand of friendship to each other. Make no mistake, by tolerance, I do not mean complacency. Tolerance demands that we go beyond our comfort zones, and not merely tolerate, but tolerate respectfully, actively and graciously, by not simply accepting others' views, but constantly engaging with the complexity of all our own histories. Tolerance for us Albanians is not merely the passive acknowledgement and grudging acceptance of someone's diversity. That form of tolerance, the tolerance that Muslims and Christian Albanians expressed during World War II towards the Jews by putting their lives on the line against evil and making Albania the only country in Europe to end the war with more Jews than it had when the war began, requires its own partisan spirit. It requires engaging with the one who is different from us, accommodating disagreements with respect, and continuing to build bridges so that we can continue to debate and foster further understanding and peace by putting ourselves in the other's shoes. But it also requires that we continue to challenge ourselves by reflecting on the possibility of our own biases and prejudices, by reflecting on the arbitrariness and unilaterality that we attribute to others, and by constantly interrogating our own double moral standards. It is with the trust in humanity and humanism that Albania became a safe haven for the people who escaped death after the fall of Kabul under the Taliban, who were welcomed and accepted by my country, while bigger and richer EU member states of NATO turned the back to them. In the same spirit, we gave shelter to several thousand Iranian refugees whose lives were in daily danger in Camp Liberty, in Iraq, where they were raided and killed by Tehran assassins. We paid a dear price for being their hosts. The Tehran totalitarian regime engaged in a large-scale cyber attack against Albania, which aimed to bring the country to its knees by wiping out all our digital infrastructure of public services. They were very brutal, but they failed miserably. We didn't waver, and we will not waver in our commitment to shelter those people in our country for as long as it takes. Our hospitality was not and is not at all related to any political stance against Iran, but only to humanitarian belief engraved in our spirit as a nation. We recently extended a hand of help to our neighbor and special friend Italy in an effort to ease the difficulties that geography has burdened on them with one of the most pressuring phenomena of our times, immigration. Meanwhile, instead of just talking, we try to act without pretending to solve the huge immigration problem in Europe, but on the other hand, without just sitting around and by trying to build and add something constructive, we just did our part. This attitude of solidarity, cooperation, and good neighborly relations is the linchpin of our policy in our region, the Western Balkans. In our region, after more than a quarter of a century, the deep wounds left by the violent disintegration of the former Yugoslavia still need to be healed. But we have also seen the construction of peace, reflected above all by the vision, unparalleled wisdom, and courage that led to the creation of the European Union. All of us in the Western Balkans have tried for over a decade to come together and meet and talk about the challenges and plans for our common future. It is Albania's firm belief that we need to look at the past with the eyes of the future and not look at the future with the eyes of the past. Today, the peoples of the Balkans have a moment of historical opportunity in a context of a historical danger in the wider Europe, where the Russian aggression against Ukraine should serve us all as a permanently ringing bell. I would say that the Western Balkans is in a much better position today than ever before. But we must work tirelessly and patiently among ourselves, in the region, and above all with our allies and partners, to make sure that the return to the past is not just impossible, but simply unimaginable. In this context, our brotherly Republic of Kosovo is an irreversible reality as a state among the six countries of the Western Balkans, with a clear European perspective and an undisputed allegiance to the large democratic community of nations. Any artificially drawn parallels between Kosovo and the occupied areas of Ukraine are meant to distract and to confuse whomever possible under this roof and the whole international public opinion, but they can never achieve to dilute the truth, which is Kosovo is now an intrinsic part of the international reality, an inspiring member of the Euro-Atlantic community, and must not be held hostage by anyone with false pretensions and excuses, starting with a group of 5 EU members that still do not recognize Kosovo's rightful place in every international forum and organization. In the 3rd year of the unprovoked and unjustified war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, we feel compelled to renew our call for Russia to stop this war. This is a war that neither Ukraine nor our community of like-minded nations choose, a catastrophe conceived by the decision of one country, and indeed one delusional dreamer of an old imperial past, rewarding an aggressor who annexes the territories of a sovereign country by disarming the victim of the aggression does not bring peace, but paves the way for more war. All those who seek peace by stopping Ukraine instead of stopping the neo-imperialist Russia's aggression are wrong. And they should be aware of a very simple truth. A peace that defeats Ukraine would bring only further aggression and will turn our world into one ruled by might, not by right. Yes, we seek peace too, and we want peace to be made between Ukraine and Russia as soon as possible. And of course, we would support any peace attempt and format that would include Russia around the table. But we seek a just peace, based on the Charter of these United Nations, international law, and the resolutions of this General Assembly of the United Nations. A peace that cannot undermine Ukraine and its rights. Earlier this year in Tirana, our capital, we hosted the 2nd summit between Ukraine and Southeast Europe and welcomed President Zelensky, a true and brave leader of a resistance which is not simply a resistance to a brutal aggression against their homeland, but at the same time a resistance for the very existence of democracy and a just rule-based Europe and world. Albania will continue to stand by Ukraine and support it for as long as necessary and as long as a lasting, just peace is achieved. There is another war waging in Europe's southeast too. Albania stands firm in its position that there is no place for Hamas and its likes in the world we want to live in a fully recognized right of the Palestinian people to have their own safe place in this world and their right to give birth and raise their children in their own state. Guaranteeing such a basic condition for millions of Palestinians is much easier said than done, just as it is much easier said than done for the Jewish people to live in their land without anyone around questions their right to exist. We need to restore our moral compass in the Middle East. Yes, of course. But there is no moral compass that can relativize and, God forbid, normalize terror and a terrorist organization like Hamas as a part of the peace we all want between Israel and Palestine. Doing so would be like relativizing the scourge of anti-Semitism and accepting to coexist with a new vicious form of Nazism, which is the worst thing that could have happened for so many years to first and foremost the Palestinian people themselves. Nevertheless, it is not too difficult to state loudly and strongly that so much violence and destruction cannot be the long-term solution for both Israel and Palestine and should stop. We reaffirm here our national support for a just and comprehensive resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict based on the two-state solution. Albania supports the international community efforts related to this conflict through dialogue and negotiations leading to a true independent state solution, living in peace and good neighborliness, a functional state of Palestine and a secure state of Israel, which instead of being lectured from far away should be supported with no yes buts in its fight against terror, while still more than 100 innocent people are being kept hostage in hellish holes under the face of the earth by the butchers of the last year, October the 7th. The rule of law stands at the heart of one of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, a goal which plays the role of the enabler and accelerator of all other sustainable development goals. Its importance stands on the promise of achieving more inclusive, just and peaceful societies. Without strong institutions, access to justice and respect for human rights, progress on other goals, such as ending poverty, ensuring food security, promoting health and well-being, including fighting climate change, will be limited. Albania is living proof of the radical transformation of good governance practices and mindset. Our public services are now 95% paperless, and the digitalization of access and services has curbed corruption, informality and mistrust in institutions. With its unprecedented justice reform, Albania has invested tremendously over the last few years in achieving SDG 16 as a crucial tool for achieving a sustainable future, for social progress, economic prosperity, environmental sustainability and justice. But for a developing country, the struggle for just and fair institutions and good governance is not one that can be won within a year through some reforms or even during a single decade. On the contrary, it is a perpetual effort to transform domestically over making to the most effective practices of providing access to citizens at all levels and instances of government. We are committed to playing our part and collaborating with the international community to ensure the successful realization of our Albania 2030 vision. Building upon the ongoing work during our previous mandate, as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, we'll continue to work with like-minded countries to improve the governance and institutional efficiency for the UN, as well as multilateralism and respect for human rights. As a member of the Human Rights Council, Albania is committed to the universal principles of human rights and dignity in a world where every human being can realize their full potential and live with dignity and respect. A very dear daughter of the Albanians, Saint Mother Teresa, once said, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples." No better saying can mirror today's need to work together on what is clearly the substance of multilateralism. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Mataafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Independent State of Samoa. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, Tara Falawa, and good afternoon. I would like to extend my congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Philemon Yang of the Cameroon on the assumption of the presidency of the 79th session of the General Assembly. The theme of your presidency is one which resonates with us as we strive to navigate a path towards a more peaceful, sustainable, and resilient future for our people and the planet. Please be assured of Samoa's support and successful execution of your mandate. The effects of climate change are being lived in real time. We're not even at the end of 2024, yet we've witnessed countries in all corners of the globe endure extreme weather events, from ferocious wildfires to devastating floods and scorching heat waves. In July this year, we saw the earliest Category 5 Hurricane Beryl hit the Caribbean with such ferocity, causing devastation, and even in parts of Mexico, Venezuela, and the USA. Our collective efforts must not end at national borders. In our most difficult times, it is easy to abandon the collective to safeguard the individual. But history reminds us of the folly of that approach. Climate change remains one of the gravest concerns for all countries, especially SIDS. Its impacts are more extensively felt due to our special circumstances and the lack of capacity to respond quickly and effectively. Unless substantial investments are made to mitigate climate change, boost adaptation, and build more resilient economies, we face urgent climate and financial risks. Climate change also has significant security implications for our food, water, and energy supplies. Competition over natural resources, loss of livelihoods, climate-related disasters, and potentially forced migration. We must do more to turn the tide, to honor our commitments and obligations, and to take urgent and ambitious climate action now. Our expectations for the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan include securing an agreement on NCQG that is truly fit for purpose. It is time to review the outcomes of the first global stocktake to ensure that new NDCs due in 2025 are as ambitious as possible. Excellencies, we must keep global temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is a red line for many SIDS like my country, Samoa. In this era of unprecedented sea level rise, international law must evolve to meet the climate crisis and the disproportionate effect it has on SIDS. Earlier this week, AOSIS leaders adopted a declaration of sea level rise and statehood. The declaration provides affirmation that international law is based on the fundamental principle of the continuity of states. Our statehood and sovereignty cannot be challenged. No matter the physical changes wrought by the climate crisis, we will remain sovereign states unless we choose otherwise. As part of the Blue Pacific continent, Samoa is committed to ensuring that our ocean spaces, resources, and ecosystems remain healthy for current and future generations. We have witnessed many demands on our marine resources from a variety of sectors. Cognizant of the threats that such demands and pressures place on these critical resources, we launched the Samoa Ocean Strategy in 2020, our national policy framework that seeks to sustainably manage Samoa's vast ocean and marine resources. The strategy provides bold and comprehensive integrated ocean management solutions to advance ocean stewardship and ensure that cultural and economic values that Samoans derive from the ocean continue to be available to all generations. Stewardship of the ocean extends beyond our national boundaries. In this regard, Samoa is working towards ratification of the BBNJ agreement, while continuing to engage regionally and internationally on advocacy of ocean health and sustainability of our marine ecosystems, including fisheries resources. We call on our partners to continue working with us to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which deprives us of resource benefits and undermines our management efforts. We continue to engage in the work of the INC for an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. For Samoa, the need to address the global plastic pollution problem, especially in the marine environment, is a priority. Your Excellencies, we need to protect our biodiversity, both terrestrial and marine. Healthy biological diversity maintains the web of life that we rely on, such as food, water, medicine, economic growth, and sustainable livelihoods. The protection of our mangroves and reef systems increase the resilience to climate change-driven erosion and flooding. Supporting healthy ecosystems and the sustainable well-being of coastal communities. Our experience with COVID-19 pandemic has taught us to be better prepared for global pandemics. Non-communicable diseases are a priority concern and accounts for much of the burden of diseases in Samoa. Chronic NCDs are overtaking communicable diseases as the dominant health problem and are the leading causes of mortality, morbidity, and disability. At the national level, NCDs account for almost half of the deaths, and premature deaths at that, in Samoa. Excellencies, food security is a priority that requires the transformation of our food systems. We must return to locally produced, quality, fresh foods with less reliance on processed, imported foods. As important is the need to address the balance of issues of access, affordability, and convenience against quality and well-being. In last May, we met in Antigua and Barbuda for the 4th SIDS conference, where we adopted the Abas, a 10-year action plan for our sustainable development. SIDS are in the crossfire of multiple crises: climate change, the economic and social repercussions of COVID-19, which many of us still haven't fully recovered from. We face a unique set of vulnerabilities which impede our ability to achieve sustainable development. Most SIDS, like Samoa, face high indebtedness, compounded every time there is a natural disaster. These disasters will only increase and intensify as long as climate change remains unaddressed. The work of the Systematic Observations Financing Facility and the Risk-Informed Early Action Partnership in this space is much appreciated and fully supported by SIDS. Samoa looks forward to the timely and effective implementation of the MVI by international financial institutions and our development partners as a tool to assist SIDS in accessing finance. I am determined in this call, not only as Prime Minister of my country, but as Chair of AOSIS. In July this year, Samoa presented its third voluntary national review report to the high-level political forum. Its focus is on the continued commitment of the government to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development at a pace commensurate with our prioritization, resource availability, and active engagement of our communities. We continue to place emphasis on achieving the SDGs through a balancing of the strengths of our culture and society, transformative reforms, effective resource mobilization, and the careful management of our natural environment. Your Excellencies, the Global Digital Compact has been a focus of this year's Summit of the Future, aimed at establishing a comprehensive framework for the governance of digital technologies and the Internet. We request that support for SIDS include capacity building, technical assistance, and strengthening digital infrastructure through cybersecurity measures and educational initiatives for public and private enterprises. The successful implementation of the Digital Compact will require a coordinated and multifaceted approach with the assistance of UN entities and development partners in applying the principles to our national context as well as to the regional and global levels. Samoa remains a peaceful country, committed to justice and the protection of human rights. We are concerned that the wars in Ukraine and the conflict in Gaza and surrounding areas are still ongoing with no resolution in sight. The terrible loss of civilian lives, displacement of people, as well as the destruction of infrastructure and the environment is something we do not condone. The provision of arms to these conflicts needs to cease. Arms and weapons only fuel more death and destruction. The UN can play a greater role in finding a path towards peace, and we are committed to the collective responsibility of our global community to achieve this through international cooperation and diplomacy. 2025, being the 80th year of the UN anniversary, presents an opportunity, all of us, to seriously consider the reforms of the Security Council. We must consider the expansion of both the permanent and non-permanent seats of the Security Council to enhance the representation of the underrepresented and the unrepresented regions. Your Excellencies, the more things change, the more we cannot afford to stay the same. The tools of a foregone era can no longer ensure our future. The complexity of the challenges that beset us requires a greater understanding of the challenges themselves, as well as those being challenged. Samoa remains committed to the United Nations, and our conviction that it remains the foremost forum to address all international issues. Whaftai, and thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sonexay Siphandon, Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President,
ก่อนอื่นเมื่อข้าพเจ้าขอแสดงความสมเสยอย่างยิ่งใจมายังประธานเซเลมอนยางที่ได้รับเลือกตั้งเป็นประธานสมัชชาใหญ่องค์การสหประชาชาติสมัยที่ 79 ข้าพเจ้าเชื่อมั่นโดยประสบการณ์การทูตอันอุดมสมบูรณ์ประธานจะสามารถนำพาความประชุมสมัชชาใหญ่สหประชาชาติครั้งนี้มีผลสำเร็จอย่างงดงามตามคำขวัญพร้อมกันกล่าวไปพร้อมกันลงมือปฏิบัติอย่างงานเพื่อความก้าวหน้าในการส่งเสริมสันติภาพการพัฒนาแบบยืนยงและเกียรติศักดิ์ศรีของมนุษย์สำหรับคนรุ่นปัจจุบันและอนาคตจึงเป็นหัวข้อที่สำคัญและเทศกับสภาพการเข้าร่วมในปัจจุบันพร้อมเดียวกันนี้ข้าพเจ้าขอสมเสยประธานเดนิสฟรานซิสที่ได้ปฏิบัติหน้าที่ประธานกรมประชุมสมัชชาใหญ่สมัยผ่านมาโดยผลสำเร็จอันยอดเยี่ยมท่านประธานในปัจจุบันวงการญาติสากลพบประสบกับสิ่งท้าทายหลายอย่างที่เกิดขึ้นอยู่ในภาคพื้นต่างๆในโลกเป็นต้นในความแข็งตึงทางด้านภูมิศาสตร์การเมืองการปะทะกันด้วยกำลังอาวุธวิกฤตการด้านเศรษฐกิจการเงินภัยธรรมชาติเกิดขึ้นอย่างเร็วทิศและมีข้อมูลแห่งหลายขึ้นอันเกิดจากการเปลี่ยนแปลงของดินฟ้าอากาศความทุกข์ยากเพิ่มขึ้นในความไม่สงบทางสังคมที่ความแพร่หลายในทั่วโลกและอื่นทั้งหมดเหล่านี้ได้สืบต่อเป็นภัยคุกคามต่อสันติภาพต่อเสถียรภาพความมั่นคงสากลพร้อมทั้งเป็นอุปสรรคกีดขวางการพัฒนาประเทศก็คือการจะตั้งปฏิบัติเป้าหมายพัฒนาแบบนิยมและก็บ่สามารถบรรลุได้ตามคาดหมายพร้อมทั้งเหตุให้สภาพเศรษฐกิจและการเงินหลายประเทศที่ยังบ่ทันฟื้นตัวจากผลกระทบของการระบาดโควิด -19สืบต่อนะครับผลกระทบประเทศเก่าๆต่อหน้าสภาพการดังกล่าวข้าพเจ้ายังว่าบรรดาประเทศสมาชิกขององค์การสหประชาชาติได้มีความพยายามเพิ่มทวีการร่วมมือในหลาย ขอบหลายฝ่ายโดยกลไกภาคพื้นต่างๆเพื่อป้องกันแก้ไขปัญหาที่ห่อนที่พบเกิดขึ้นในใส่สารสภาพแวดล้อมที่เอื้ออำนวยให้แก่การปกป้องรักษาสันติภาพที่เป็นพื้นฐานจำเป็นที่สุดแก่การพัฒนาแบบยืนยงถึงอย่างไรก็ตามบรรดาสิ่งท้าทายที่พวกเราประสบอยู่ในปัจจุบันแม้มีความเบาบางหลายขึ้นกว่าแต่ก่อนและอาจนำไปสู่วิกฤตการณ์ที่หายแห้งกว่าเก่าทั้งมีผลกระทบโดยตรงต่อสันติภาพและความมั่นคงสากลในปัจจุบันและต่อหน้าโดยเฉพาะความเข่งตึงทางด้านภูมิศาสตร์การเมืองที่มีการประเสริฐหนากันหลายขึ้นมีความแพร่ล่ามและมีความแตกแยกที่พาให้มีช่องว่างหลายขึ้นซึ่งทั้งหมดนี้เป็นความจำเป็นที่ด่วนที่ต้องได้รับการแก้ไขโดยไวรวมทั้งขอขัดแย้งที่สืบต่อแก่ยาวอยู่ในเขตกาซายูเครนในหลายประเทศแอฟริกาสปป.ลาวมีความเป็นห่วงอย่างยิ่งต่อการปะทะกันด้วยอาวุธที่มีท่าเอียงจะเพล่ามในภาคตะวันออกกลางอันนำไปสู่วิกฤตการณ์ด้านมนุษยธรรมต่อประชาชนผู้บริสุทธิ์ฉะนั้นพวกข้าพเจ้าสนับสนุนอย่างเสมอต้นเสมอปลายต่อทุกความพยายามของสากลเพื่อนำไปสู่การยุติแบบถาวรและยุติคอมมิวนิสต์ในทุกรูปแบบในการสร้างและเขตใกล้เคียงอันเป็นเงื่อนไขพื้นฐานเพื่อเฮ็ดให้การช่วยเหลือด้านมนุษยธรรมสามารถเข้าถึงประชาชนได้อย่างปลอดภัยและบ่ถูกกีดกันพร้อมทั้งนำไปสู่การเจรจาสันติภาพโดยไวสปป.ลาวขอยกขึ้นการสนับสนุนของตนในการแก้ไขปัญหาปาเลสไตน์และอิสราเอลแบบสองรัฐเอกราชที่อยู่ร่วมกันโดยสันติตามญัตติที่เกี่ยวข้องของการสหประชาชาติเรียกร้องให้มีการเคารพสิทธิอันชอบธรรมของประชาชนปาเลสไตน์เพื่อสร้างทุกเงื่อนไขให้ปาเลสไตน์สามารถเป็นสมาชิกของการสหประชาชาติได้อย่างเป็นส่วนท่านประธานหลายประเทศในโลกรวมทั้งสปป.ลาวได้มีบทเรียนผ่านมาแล้วและรับผู้อย่างชัดเจนว่าผลกระทบของสงครามและการแก้ไขปัญหาด้วยกำลังอาวุธซึ่งเป็นภัยคุมคู่โดยกลมต่อสันติภาพความมั่นคงและสร้างผลเสียหายในระดับที่บ่อาจสามารถขาดคะเนได้ต่อประชาชนผู้บริสุทธิ์ฉะนั้นวิธีทางเดียวที่จะสามารถร่วมกันแก้ไขข้อขัดแย้งทุกระดับและนำไปสู่สันติภาพแบบยั่งยืนแม้นเริ่มต้นจากการสร้างความไว้เนื้อเชื่อใจซึ่งกันและกันไปเคียงคู่กับการเจรจาทางการทูตบนพื้นฐานเคารพอำนาจอธิปไตยและยึดมั่นต่อหลักการพื้นฐานของกฎหมายสากลและกฎวัตรของการสหประชาชาติข้าพเจ้าเห็นว่าองค์การญาติสากลต้องพร้อมกันยกสูงความเป็นสอบและความหมายมั่นทางด้านการเมืองที่หันไปสู่การปฏิบัติเป็นรูปธรรมบนพื้นฐานหลักการสากลเพื่อพร้อมกันแก้ไขปัญหาต่างๆก็คือสิ่งท้าทายใหม่ที่เกิดขึ้นในอนาคตพร้อมกันนั้นพวกเราต้องสืบต่อเพิ่มทวีการร่วมมือการพัฒนาและการเป็นคู่ร่วมสากลเพื่อรับประกันการจัดตั้งปฏิบัติอย่างเป็นรูปธรรมวาระ 2030 เพื่อการพัฒนาแบบยั่งยืนก็คือผลของประชุมสุดยอดว่าโดยอนาคตที่ผู้นำโลกหาก็ได้รับทองเอาบนพื้นฐานการส่งเสริมการร่วมมือหลายฝ่ายที่มีองค์การสหประชาชาติเป็นใจกลางเพื่อให้สามารถตอบสนองความมีความต้องการของมุขญาติสากลได้อย่างเทพเหมาะและทันการข้าพเจ้าเห็นว่าการปฏิบัติมาตรการบีบบังคับฝ่ายเดียวเป็นขัดกับบรรดาหลักการของกฎบัตรของการสหประชาชาติและกฎหมายสากลซึ่งได้สร้างผลกระทบให้แห้งต่อประชาชนผู้บริสุทธิ์ทั้งกีดขวางกระบวนการพัฒนาอยู่ในหลายประเทศบนจิตใจดังกล่าวพวกข้าพเจ้าสืบต่อสนับสนุนขอให้ข้องของคณะสากลให้ยกเลิกการความบาดด้านเศรษฐกิจต่อคูบาพร้อมทั้งไล่ซื้อประเทศคูบาออกจากบัญชีประเทศที่สนับสนุนการก่อการร้ายและยกเลิกบรรดามาตรการบีบบังคับฝ่ายเดียวทั้งหมดต่อบรรดาประเทศอีกหลายท่านประธานในปี 2024 นี้สปป.ลาวได้รับเกียรติเป็นประธานอาเซียนครั้งที่ 3และได้กำหนดคำขวัญสำหรับการเป็นประธานอาเซียนคือเพิ่มทวีการเสริมจอดและความเข้มแข็งอาเซียน
and resilience,
แน่ใส่สางอาเซียน
aiming at
ให้มีการเสริมจอด
building
และความเข้ม
ASEAN
แข็งหลายขึ้น
to be a more
โดยผ่าน
connected
การจัดตั้งปฏิบัติ
and
บรรดา
resilient
บริษัท
community
ของอาเซียน
through
ใน
the
ปี
implementation
2024และบรรดาข้อริเริ่มต่างๆ
24 ASEAN
คำขวัญดังกล่าว
priorities
เป็นสอดคล้อง
and
กับนโยบายของสปปลาว
The theme
ในการ
is
หัน
reflective
ประเทศ
of the
จาก
Laos
ประเทศ
national
บริ
policy
ชายแดน
and
ติดกับ
objective
ทะเล
to turn itself
ให้กลายเป็นประเทศ
from being
เสริม
a
จอด
landlocked
ของฝั่งพื้น
country to
ทั้ง
a
สอดคล้อง
regional
กับเป้าหมาย
connectivity
ร่วม
hub.
ของอาเซียน
The
ใน
theme
การ
is
สร้าง
also
อา
in
เซียน
line with
ให้เป็น
ASEAN's
ภาค
common
พื้น
goal
ที่มี
of
การ
building
เสริม
a
โยง
more
และเสริมจอด
connected,
มีความเข้มแข็ง
and
เพื่อสามารถ
resilient
ทับมือกับสิ่ง
region
ต่าง
that is able to
ๆอย่างมี
respond
ประสิทธิภาพ
effectively
ทั้ง
and
สอด
timely to the
คล้อง
emerging
กับ
challenges
การพัฒนาของผักพืชในโลก
amidst the regional
ที่
and
กำลัง
global
สืบต่อประเสริฐกับ
complex
สิ่งท้าทาย
and rapidly
ความยุ่งยาก
changing
หลายอย่าง
landscapes,
และมีการ
thereby
ผันแปร
contributing
อย่างไวว่า
to
และ
the
สลับ
global
ซับซ้อน
common cause.
ทั้งเป็นการประกอบส่วนเขาในภารกิจร่วมของหมู่คณะญาติสากลในการปกปักรักษา
of maintaining
สันติภาพ
peace,
เสถียรภาพและความมั่นคง
stability
ก็คือการ
and
พัฒนา
security,
ที่ยืนยงในภา
as
ค
well
พื้น
as
และในโลก
sustainable development in the
สิ่ง
region
สำคัญ
and the world.
ปีนี้อาเซียนกำลังซุ้มใส่สารแผนยุทธศาสตร์
This year,
แต่ละด่าน
ASEAN
ก็
is
คือวิสัย
focusing
ทัศ
on
น์ของสังคม
developing
อาเซียน
strategic plans in
2045
each pillar,
แน่
as
ใส่
well
สาง
as
อา
the
เซียนให้
ASEAN
เป็น
Community Vision
ประสังคมที่มีความเข้มแข็ง
2045 towards
มีนวัตกรรม
resilient,
คล่องแคล่ว
innovative,
และถือเอาประสน
dynamic,
เป็นใจกลาง
and
ก็
people-centered
คือการจัดตั้งปฏิบัติ
community,
วาระ
as well as the
แห่งการพัฒนาแบบ
implementation
ยืนยงของ
of
การ
the
สหประ
UN
ชาชาติ
Sustainable Development
นอกจากนี้
Agenda.
อาเซียนจะสืบต่อเร่งรัด
ASEAN is
กระบวนการเพื่อรับข้องเอาติมอร์เลสเต
accelerating
เขาเป็นสมาชิกสมบูรณ์ของอาเซียน
to admit
ในอนาคตอันไกลๆนี้
Timor-Leste as a full
สำหรับ
member
ปัญหา
of
เมียนมา
ASEAN in the near
สปป
future.
ลาวในนามประธานอาเซียน
On the developments
ได้สืบ
in
ต่อยึด
Myanmar,
มั่นในความหมายมั่น
Laos
ของอาเซียน
as the
ในการ
ASEAN
ช่วยเหลือ
chair
เมียนมา
continues
แก้
to
ไขปัญหาของ
uphold
ต
the
น
ASEAN's commitment
บนพื้นฐานหลักการ
to
เมียนมา
assisting Myanmar
นำพา
in finding a
เมียนมา
peaceful
เป็น
and
เจ้า
durable
การ
solution
โดย
to
สวม
the
ใส่จัดตั้ง
ongoing
ปฏิบัติ
problem in
หา
Myanmar
ข้อตกลง
through
ของ
the
ผู้นำอาเซียน
implementation of the 5-point consensus
สปปลาวจะสืบต่อปรึกษาหารือกับทุกภาคส่วนที่เกี่ยวข้องแน่ใจสร้างสภาพแวดล้อมให้แก่การจัดตั้งปฏิบัติหาข้อตกลงดังกล่าว
aiming at
รวมทั้งการปรึกษาหารือแห่งชาติโดยมีทุกฝ่ายเข้าร่วมและการช่วยเหลือด้านมนุษยธรรม ท่านประธานสปปลาวสืบต่อ
Madam President,
มีความหมายหมั่นในการจัดตั้งปฏิบัติเป้าหมายการพัฒนาแบบยืนยง
steadfast to
แน่
achieving
ใจ
the sustainable development
พัฒนาเศรษฐ
goals,
กิจสังคมไปเคียงคู่กับการปกปักรักษาสิ่งแวดล้อม
socio-economic
และ
development,
การลดผ่อนความทุกข์ยาก
together with the
ในเดือนก
environment
รกฎผ่านมา
protection and
ส
reduction
ป
of
ปลาว
poverty.
ได้นำเสนอบทรายงานแห่งชาติแบบสมัครใจฉบับที่ 3 ต่อข้อมูลสุ่มเวทีการเมืองระดับสูงประจำปี 2024 ซึ่งได้ยกให้เห็นว่าพวกเขามีความคืบหน้าซ่าหลาย
which
และ
demonstrated that
ยังบ่
there
ทันสามารถ
remains
บรรลุได้
slow
ตามคาดหมาย
progress
ที่วางไว้
and off-track
ในนั้น
goals.
การจัดตั้งปฏิบัติ
Among them,
เป้าหมาย
the implementation
พัฒนา
of
แบ
the
บยืนยง
national
แห่งชาติ
SDG
ที่
18
เพื่อชีวิต
lives
ที่ปลอดภัย
safe from
จากระเบิดบ่ทันแตก
unexploded
มีความ
ordnance
คืบหน้าใน
has
หลาย
made
ระดับแตก
progress
ต่างกัน
in varying
แต่ปัญหา
degrees.
ระเบิดบ่ทันแตก
However, the
ยังเป็นภัยข่ม
unexploded
ขู่ต่อชีวิต
ordnance
ของประชาชนลาว
remains a major threat
กีดขวางการพัฒ
to the
นาประ
lives
เทศ
of the Lao people and
ก็คือ
pose
ความ
obstacles
คืบหน้า
to the
ของ
national
เป้าหมาย
development
การพัฒนา
while
แบบยืน
hindering
ย
the
ง
progress
อื่น
of
ๆอีกด้วย
the other
ฉะนั้น
SDGs.
พวกข้าพเจ้าจึง
We
ถือ
therefore
โอกาสนี้
take this
เรียกร้องมา
opportunity
ยังมุขคณะญาติ
to
สากล
call upon the international
เพิ่มทวี
community
การสนับสนุน
to
ช่วยเหลือ
provide
สปปลาวในการ
predictable
แก้
and
ไขปัญหา
adequate support
ที่ยืดเยื้อ
and
ยาวนาน
assistance to the Lao
และ
PR
ท้าทายดังกล่าว
in addressing this
ตามสน
long
ธิสัญญา
overdue
สากล
and challenging
ว่าด้วย
problem
ระเบิด
in
ลูก
accordance
หวาน
with the Convention on Cluster
สปปลาวเห็น
Munitions.
ว่าในอุป
The
สรรค
Lao PDR is of the view
อันต้นต่อที่กีดขวางการจัด
one
ตั้ง
of
ป
the
ฏิบัติ
main obstacles
เป้าหมายพัฒ
to
นาแบบยืนยง
implementing the
แม้น
SDGs
การสนองขึ้น
is
ยังบ่ทันเพียง
insufficient
พอ
funding.
ด้วยเหตุนี้
As such,
จึงมีความจำเป็น ต้องปฏิบัติต้องปฏิรูปโครงสร้างทางด้านการเงินของสากลอย่างด่วนโดยการประสานสมทบกันของระบบพัฒนาขององค์การสหประชาชาติคู่ร่วมมือในสถาบันการเงินพร้อมทั้งส่งเสริมบทบาทการมีส่วนร่วมของบรรดาประเทศกำลังพัฒนาเขาในขบวนการตัดสินปัญหาเศรษฐกิจสากลกำหนดระเบียบการและคุ้มครองเศรษฐกิจสากลความเดียวกันนี้ก็เห็นว่ากลไกการพัฒนาของการศึกษาในทุกระดับต้องเพิ่มทวีบทบาทของตนในการร่วมมือและสนับสนุนประเทศสมาชิกโดยเฉพาะเป็นประเทศด้อยพัฒนาประเทศกำลังพัฒนาบ่มีชายแดนติดกับทะเลและประเทศก็ดอนน้อยที่กำลังพัฒนาเพื่อแก้ไขบรรดาสิ่งท้าทายเฉพาะของประเทศเหล่านั้นปัจจัยสำคัญอีกอันหนึ่ง ที่สามารถเร่งรัดการพัฒนาของประเทศเน้นบทบาทของวิทยาศาสตร์เทคโนโลยีปัญญาประดิษฐ์และนวัตกรรมเพื่อส่งเสริมการเติบโตสีเขียวและหันสู่เศรษฐกิจดิจิทัลที่เป็นมิตรต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมในการลงทุนเขาในการดูดซึมและการกักเก็บคาร์บอนโดยเหตุนี้สปป.ลาวจึงเรียกร้องมายังมุขนาญาติสากลอำนวยความสะดวกในการเข้าถึงและถ่ายทอดเทคโนโลยีและนวัตกรรมที่เหมาะสมเพื่อสุขดันอยู่แห่งการพัฒนาแบบก้าวกระโดดรวมทางการสนับสนุนการจัดตั้งปฏิบัติยุทธศาสตร์วิสัยทัศน์การพัฒนาเศรษฐกิจดิจิทัลอยู่สปป.ลาวนอกจากนี้ข้าพเจ้าเห็นว่าปัจจัยตัดสินอันหนึ่งเหมือนทรัพยากรมนุษย์ปัจจุบันประชากรเกือบ1/3ของจำนวนประชากรของสปป.ลาวอยู่ในเกณฑ์อายุ10-24 ปีเหตุให้สปป.ลาวเป็นประเทศที่มีประชากรหนุ่มหลายที่สุดในอาเซียนตะวันออกเฉียงใต้และตัวเลขดังกล่าวจะสืบต่อเพิ่มขึ้นตลอดระยะ10 ปีในต่อหน้าในขณะเดียวกันประชากรในวัยเฮ็ดเวียกคาดว่าจะเพิ่มขึ้นเป็น 67% ของประชากรทั้งหมดในปี 2030 รัฐบาลลาวได้พยายามลงทุนในการพัฒนาทรัพยากรมนุษย์ของตนเพื่อสร้างผลประโยชน์จากผู้ประกอบด้านประชากรในนั้นรัฐบาลลาวได้จัดกบสุมสุดยอดว่าโดยทรัพย์สินด้านมนุษย์สปป.ลาวครั้งที่1เกี่ยวกับการศึกษาในปี 2003 และครั้งที่2เกี่ยวกับโฆษณาการในกลางปี 2014 ที่ผ่านมาเพื่อเน้นใส่ยกระดับคุณภาพการศึกษาการดูแลสุขภาพขั้นพื้นฐานและโภชนาการของพลเมืองลาวสำหรับการลดผลออกจากสถานภาพประเทศด้อยพัฒนารัฐบาลสปป.ลาวได้รับข้อแผนยุทธศาสตร์ขามผ่านของสปป.ลาวเพื่อลดผลออกจากสถานภาพด้อยพัฒนาในปี 2026 และหลังปี 2026 จากการประเมินขอบเขต3 ปีของคณะกรรมการนโยบายการพัฒนาโครงการสารศาสตร์ในปี 2024 สปป.ลาวยังสืบต่อผ่านเกณฑ์มาตรฐานทั้ง3ตัวชี้วัดเพื่อลดผลออกจากสถานภาพด้อยพัฒนาในปี 2026 แต่ในสภาพปัจจุบันพวกข้าพเจ้าเห็นว่ายังมีความจำเป็นต้องได้สืบต่อสูงทุกกำลังแห่งและความพยายามของตนเผชิญกับสิ่งท้าทายจากภายนอกและแก้ไขปัญหาความยุ่งยากด้านเศรษฐกิจการเงินอยู่ภายในประเทศและภัยทางธรรมชาติรวมทั้งภัยน้ำท่วมที่เกิดขึ้นในปัจจุบันแต่ก็สืบต่อความมือกับองค์การสหประชาชาติและบรรดาผู้ร่วมพัฒนาเพื่อให้ไทยสปป.ลาวสามารถผ่านอุปสรรคต่างๆและสืบต่อพัฒนาประเทศในจังหวะที่ดีเพื่อลดผลออกจากสถานภาพประเทศด้อยพัฒนาในอย่างโรงเรียนมีคุณภาพและยืนยงท่านประธานข้าพเจ้าขอถือโอกาสนี้แสดงความสมเสยต่อผลสำเร็จของประชุมสุดยอดว่าโดยอนาคตซึ่งเห็นได้กันย้ำขึ้นความหมายมั่นอันแห่งกล้าของบรรดาผู้นำโลกเพื่อสนับสนุนต่อการร่วมมือหลายฝ่ายการปกปักรักษาสันติภาพและส่งเสริมการร่วมมือสากลเพื่อพัฒนาแบบยืนยงโดยผ่านการทับข้องขอตกลงเพื่ออนาคตแน่ใจแก้ไขบรรดาสิ่งท้าทายที่พวกเกิดขึ้นในโลกและสร้างอนาคตที่ดีกว่าเพื่อคนรุ่นหลังในนั้นเป็นงานดิจิทัลก็ได้กำหนดเป้าหมายเพื่อจำกัดทุกอุปสรรคและเอื้ออำนวยให้แก่การร่วมมือด้านดิจิทัลในระดับสากลพร้อมทั้งรับประกันความก้าวหน้าด้านเทคโนโลยีที่สามารถประกอบส่วนเพื่อเร่งรัดการบรรลุเป้าหมายการพัฒนาแบบยืนยงสปป.ลาวย่ำใดก็คำนึงถึงข้อพิสอบร่วมกันต่อคนรุ่นหลังจึงตีราคาสูงต่อการนำข้องเอาแถลงการว่าโดยคนรุ่นใหม่ซึ่งในกำหนดหลักการและย้ำขึ้นคำหมายมั่นในการปกปักรักษาโลกของพวกเราให้มีเสถียรภาพมีความสงบและเท่าเทียมกันในการเข้าถึงการบริการด้านสังคมข้อมูลข่าวสารนวัตกรรมใหม่แก้ไขผลกระทบจากการเปลี่ยนแปลงของดินฟ้าอากาศและอื่นซึ่งทั้งหมดเหล่านั้นจะช่วยให้การปกปักรักษาโลกของพวกเราให้มีความยืนยงและให้คนรุ่นหลังได้สืบต่อส้มใส่ทรัพยากรธรรมชาติในอนาคตถึงว่าสปป.ลาวจะเป็นประเทศที่บ่ปล่อยมลพิษในปริมาณที่ปล่อยมลพิษในปริมาณน้อยที่สุดในโลกแต่พวกข้าพเจ้าได้รับผลกระทบให้แห้งจากการเปลี่ยนแปลงของดินฟ้าอากาศ
has
และภัยธรรมชาติ
encountered severe
ก็คือกับหลาย
consequences
ประเทศ
of climate
สป
change
ปลาว
and
จึงได้รับข้อ
natural
ยุทธศาสตร์
disasters.
ว่าด้วย
Hence,
การ
the
เปลี่ยนแปลง
LPR
ดินฟ้า
has
อากาศ
adopted its
และ
national
ยืนยัน
strategic
คำมั่น
plan
หมาย
on climate change
ประกอบส่วน
and
เขาใน
committed to
ความพยายามของสากล
contributing to the international
ในการแก้
efforts
ไขปัญหาการ
in
เปลี่ยนแปลง
addressing
ของดินฟ้า
climate
อากาศ
change.
ข้าพเจ้าขอถือโอกาส
Allow me
นี้
to take this
แสดงความสมเสย
opportunity
ต่อ
to
ผลสำเร็จของประชุมระดับ
congratulate
สูง ว่า
all
ด้วย
on
การ
the success
แก้ไข
of the high-level
ให้คุม
meeting
คูจากระดับ
on
น้ำทะเล
sea level rise
ที่เพิ่มสูงขึ้นในวันที่25 กันยายน 2024 เป็นวันนี้
25 September
ซึ่งได้ย้ำขึ้น
2024
ความจำเป็นของการร่วมมือที่แน่นแฟ้นในระดับสากลเพื่อแก้ไขผลกระทบจากปัญหาดังกล่าวถึงแม้ว่าสปปลาวจะบ่มีชายแดนติดกับทะเลแต่ก็เกี่ยมพร้อมเสมอที่จะประกอบส่วนเข้าในความพยายามร่วมของสากลในการปกป้องรักษาสิ่งแวดล้อมพร้อมทั้งเรียกร้องให้การสนับสนุนบรรดามาตรการเพิ่มความสามารถในการปรับตัวและสร้างความเข้มแข็งเพื่อรับมือในต่อหน้าท่านประธานท้ายสุดนี้ข้าพเจ้าขอย้ำขึ้นการสนับสนุนอย่างเสมอต้นเสมอปลายของรัฐบาลสปปลาวต่อของการร่วมมือหลายฝ่ายและบรรดาหลักการที่ได้กำหนดในกฎวัดสหประชาชาติกฎหมายสากลสปปลาวจะสืบต่อยกสูงการร่วมมือกับบรรดาประเทศสมาชิกของการสหประชาชาติและบรรดาประเทศในภาคพื้นเพื่อประกอบส่วนเขาในภารกิจปกป้องรักษาสันติภาพความมั่นคงก็คือส่งเสริมความวัฒนถาวรของบรรดาประชาชาติในโลกรวมทั้งการสืบต่อผ่านพาบรรดาสิ่งท้าทายในปัจจุบันเพื่อสามารถบรรลุเป้าหมายการพัฒนาแบบยืนยงเพื่อสร้างเงื่อนไขเอื้ออำนวยสำหรับอนาคตที่สดใสของคนหุ่นปัจจุบันและคนหุ่นใหม่ขอขอบใจ
of the current and new generations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Filip Ivanović, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, Madam President, I am humbled and indeed honored to stand before you today at this August Assembly for the first time as the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I bring to the General Assembly and the related high-level summitaries the best wishes of my people and the government of Tuvalu. I take this opportunity to congratulate His Excellency President Philemon Yang for assuming the role of the President for the 79th United Nations General Assembly. Tuvalu wishes you a very successful presidency. I also take this opportunity to congratulate the outgoing President, His Excellency Dennis Francis, for a job well done and for his exceptional leadership during his presidency. Madam President, I applaud President Yang's insightful vision for this session, namely leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. The theme challenges us to work in unison to advance peace and security, sustainable development, and human dignity. Considering how off track the progress of the SDG, it is a timely and pragmatic call. We must therefore advance in unity as a family of nations. However, it is imperative to recognize the inherent disparity in our respective developmental capacities. The LDCs and the SIDS trailing on the lower end of the global economic scale, face persistent and significant financial challenges in their developmental efforts. For Tuvalu, a purely import-oriented economy, our economic fragility is further compounded by poor natural endowment, geographical isolation from major markets, and environmental vulnerability to climatic crisis. Madam President, your vision to promote human dignity at this critical moment is highly commendable. Ensuring that all individuals have access to resources and opportunities to participate in international decision-making processes is crucial for a just and effective response to these global challenges. In that regard, it is regrettable that the Republic of China, Taiwan, continues to be excluded from the United Nations system, despite its significant contribution and partnership across various development sectors. The UNGA Resolution 2758 does not preclude Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system, and therefore must include Taiwan so that no one is left behind. As a vibrant democracy that has made remarkable progress on the SDG, Taiwan is well positioned to make meaningful contribution to global efforts in achieving those goals. It is also regrettable to observe that the people of Cuba continue to bear the economic burden of long-standing unilateral economic blockades. With such measures, Cuba is denied crucial international development assistance and partnerships necessary for its recovery and rebuilding efforts. Tuvalu aligns itself with member states that supports the lifting of those blockades and join other member states' call for the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. Excellencies, Tuvalu applauds the Secretary General and his team for their tireless efforts in the organization of several important high-level meetings this week. Tuvalu also commends the commitment and constructive contribution by all member states that enable the success of those meetings. Excellencies, Tuvalu welcomes and supports the Pact for the Future, adopted earlier this week at the Summit of the Future, together with the Declaration on Future Generations and the Global Digital Compact. What is needed now is robust political will and unwavering commitment to implement the provision of the Pact. We are heartened by the Pact's call for a bold and comprehensive outcome document on addressing climate change at the upcoming COP29 in Azerbaijan. While climate change affects every nation, its impact are disproportionately felt more by small island developing states like Tuvalu. Despite our insignificant contribution to climate change, we face the most severe consequences when climate-induced disasters do occur. We therefore urge all member states to honor their commitment to increase support for climate finance and technology transfer to help nations like Tuvalu develop and enhance their adaptive resilience. The science is very clear. Atmospheric temperatures continue to rise due to the increasing emission of greenhouse gases from burning fossil fuels. Therefore, phasing out fossil fuels is crucial to global efforts to reduce carbon emission and to curb global warming. Towards that objective, Tuvalu and several other like-minded nations are leading the promotion for the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. The initiative is to garner international support on a binding treaty arrangement that regulates and limits the use of fossil fuel with the ultimate objective of total phase-out. And I take this opportunity to invite other member states of the United Nations family to support the initiative. And I express the sincere hope that the commitment in the pact provide the much-needed reboot to the global multilateralism architecture and the UN system generally. Tuvalu supports and looks forward to the effective implementation of the pact for the future to build a more equitable global system where no nation and no community is left behind. Excellencies, climate change-induced sea level rise is and will always be a top priority for Tuvalu. Sea level rise is not only a top development priority, but also a top survivability priority for Tuvalu. The Pacific Ocean that used to define us will soon engulf us and will determine our future existence if sea level rise is not halted and the Tuvalu coastlines are not suitably fortified and reinforced. Sea level rise is a global and a multidimensional phenomenon that requires immediate global actions. For Tuvalu, sea level rise poses the greatest existential threat to our economies, to our culture and heritage, and to the land that nourished our ancestors for centuries. Current predictions on the rate of sea level rise are frighteningly disturbing. The predictions are that in 26 years' time, by 2050, more than 50% of Tuvalu's land territory will be regularly flooded by regular tidal surges. 50 years afterward, in 2100, more than 90% of Tuvalu's land territory will suffer the same fate. The predictions do not account for severe climatic conditions like cyclones and hurricanes, which would exponentially accelerate the reaching of those thresholds. Tuvalu therefore commend the President for the timely and successful organization of the high-level meeting on sea level rise on Wednesday. Tuvalu is heartened by the commitment of all member states to strengthen international cooperation and partnerships for more comprehensive and effective responses to sea level rise. We are committed to providing the Secretary General with our national report on this issue within the suggested time frame and look forward to contributing to a concise, action-oriented, and intergovernmentally negotiated declaration. The high-level meeting marks the takeoff for our global effort to shape an ambitious declaration by the General Assembly in September 2026. The declaration, in my considered view, must be a strong pronouncement in support of the expectation of the 1 billion people affected by sea level rise. The declaration shall be an unwavering commitment to our sovereignty, dignity, prosperity, and rights. The declaration must be action-oriented and comprehensive. And toward those objectives, we expect the declaration to include the following principle. Firstly, the declaration shall ascertain the principle of statehood continuity as a tenet of international law and international cooperation, and to affirm that statehood cannot be challenged under any circumstances of sea level rise. Secondly, the declaration shall reaffirm the permanency of maritime zones established in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Thirdly, the declaration shall call on the international community and regional institutions to enable human mobility pathways that facilitate movement safely, orderly, and with dignity. Fourthly, the declaration shall devise concrete programs for the international community to support our efforts to safeguard our unique culture and heritage, both tangible and intangible. Fifthly, the declaration shall establish dedicated and innovative financing mechanisms to support the positive adaptation journeys of the most vulnerable communities. And finally, the declaration shall underscore the importance of knowledge, data and science to anticipate and plan for the impact of sea level rise. Excellencies, I wish to reiterate the commitment of Tuvalu to address the effect of climate change through identified science-based transformative adaptive solutions. These solutions are designed to reclaim and elevate land, enhance our resilience against sea level rise, and ensure our sovereign rights to our land and cultural identity are safe and protected for our future generations. I acknowledge the efforts of the Pacific people and leaders in addressing the pressing issue of sea level rise. The Pacific leaders, in their annual meeting in Tonga last month, reiterated the importance of the 2021 Declaration on Maritime Boundary Preservation and the 2023 Declaration on Statehood Continuity and Climate Change-related sea level rise protection. The Pacific leaders also called for sea level rise to be a standalone agenda in the UNGA and other related UN processes like the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Furthermore, in 2021, Tuvalu, in collaboration with Antigua and Barbuda, established a Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law. The said Commission successfully secured in May of this year an advisory opinion from the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, which clarifies that greenhouse gas emissions pollute the marine environment, and that states have the legal responsibility to take all necessary measures to prevent, reduce, and control them. This advisory opinion is a significant development as it shifts the conversation from political commitment to binding legal obligations. Excellencies, the science on climate change is comprehensive and clear, and that the climate is changing and is significantly impacting small island states through rising sea levels. Nationalized scientific data and information has allowed my government to create a three-dimensional model that specifically demonstrates the impact of climate change and sea level rise in Tuvalu. We showcased this three-dimensional model here in New York during the high-level week. And I must admit it is alarming and disturbing to see how quickly Tuvalu's entire land territory will be engulfed by rising seas as greenhouse gas emissions continue to increase. Excellencies, I am pleased to share with the General Assembly this afternoon a watershed treaty between Tuvalu and Australia titled the Falepili Union Treaty. The treaty carries the title of a treasured Tuvalu value of the Falepili, which connotes good neighborliness, care and share, and mutual respect. The treaty is firmly grounded on mutual respect of each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. The treaty prioritizes three key areas, namely climate cooperation, mobility with dignity, and shared security. For the first time, there is a country, Australia, that has committed legally to come to the aid of Tuvalu upon request when Tuvalu encounters a major natural disaster, when Tuvalu is experiencing a major public health pandemic, and when Tuvalu is subjected to some form of military aggression. For the first time also, another country, Australia, is legally committed to recognize the permanency of the future statehood and sovereignty of Tuvalu, despite the impact of climate change, particularly sea level rise. The treaty also provides for a mobility pathway for citizens of Tuvalu who so chooses to live, work and study in Australia. And I look forward very much to the full operationalization of the Falepili Union Treaty next year in 2025. Excellencies, let me reiterate Tuvalu's unwavering support for the Antigua and Barbuda's agenda for SITS, the ABAS, that was adopted in May this year. ABAS addresses the unique challenges faced by small island developing states through a multifaceted approach that includes climate action, economic diversification, and social development. Excellencies, Tuvalu is one of the smallest states in the world in terms of its land territory and population. But it is a very large ocean state, considering the extent of its exclusive economic zone. So Tuvaluans have a very close affinity with the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean sustains our daily lives and economic prosperity. The impact of climate change on fish stock migration and declining marine resources, together with IUU fishing and marine pollution, pose a major challenge to Tuvalu's progress towards sustainable economic development. As a signatory to the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement, Tuvalu is committed to the sustainable utilization and equitable distribution of marine resources. Tuvalu is also committed to the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, which aims to protect the ocean. This commitment is reinforced by UNEA Resolution 5/14 to develop an ambitious international legally binding agreement to end plastic pollution based on a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastic, including its production, design, and disposal. Excellencies, Tuvalu expresses its sincere gratitude to the Economic and Social Council for their consideration of deferring Tuvalu's graduation from the least developed countries category earlier this year. It is important to reiterate that while Tuvalu has met the graduation threshold for some time now, Tuvalu continues to have serious reservations about leaving this group. As one of the last remaining Pacific Island countries in the LDC category, Tuvalu is exceptionally vulnerable to the impact of climate change and rising sea levels. Even the Committee for Developing Policy has recognized that Tuvalu's vulnerability to climate change is not only severe, but permanent. For this reason, Tuvalu applauds the newly developed multidimensional vulnerability index that could complement the traditional gross national income indicator as the basis for development and climate finance access. Excellencies, Tuvalu commends the commemoration and promotion of the International Day of the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons this year. The event served as a powerful reminder of the catastrophic consequences nuclear testing and warfare, as well as the ongoing threat posed by these weapons. By observing this event annually, as agreed to in Resolution 78/27, reinforces our commitment to nuclear disarmament. Tuvalu is also a party to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And I'm also pleased to announce that in June of this year, Tuvalu became one of the few remaining states to accede to the Biological Weapons Convention, further solidifying our steadfast commitment to creating a world safe from nuclear and other weapons of mass destruction. Excellencies, 12 months ago, we adopted a declaration on universal health coverage following the review of implementation of the 2019 Universal Health Coverage, titled Moving Together to Build a Healthy World. This year's adoption of the political declaration on antimicrobial resistance has once again unified us in a concerted global effort to build a healthier world. As unified as we ought to be, achieving equitable and adequate essential healthcare services for all must remain a common priority. International cooperation remains appropriate to the efforts of improving and strengthening healthcare systems, particularly those that are lacking. On the 5th of this month, Tuvalu celebrated its 24th anniversary of membership in the United Nations. It has been over 2 decades since Tuvalu joined this august body as the 189th member state. Tuvalu remains grateful for the privilege to engage with other member states in our common pursuit for the advancement of peace and security, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. Next week, on the 1st of October, will be Tuvalu's 46th independence anniversary. And as I prepare to celebrate this momentous occasion for the first time as the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, I wish to take this opportunity to express my special appreciation and gratitude to the United Nations and its member states, and in particular Tuvalu's generous traditional and emerging partners for all the support and assistance afforded to my country. Excellencies, in conclusion, I render Tuvalu's unwavering support to the Pact for the Future and for the accompanying declaration and compact adopted during the Summit of the Future earlier in the week. I express the sincere and genuine hope that the commitments in the Pact provide the much-needed reboot to the global multilateralism architecture and the UN system generally. The global community must seize this opportunity to reaffirm and to recommit to multilateralism and international cooperation, to the Sustainable Development Goals, and to the principle of the United Nations Charter. Tuvalu calls on the global community to rally behind the Pact for the Future and to build a more equitable global system where no nation, no community is left behind, particularly those frontline nations to the devastating impact of climate change and the climate change-induced sea level rise, like my country, Tuvalu. I thank you, Madam President. Faraftailasi, Tuvalu Modetua, Tuvalu for God.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Terrance Kiodru, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General Guterres, esteemed colleagues, excellencies, my fellow citizens of our twin island federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and friends from every corner of our shared planet. Today I rise on behalf of my island developing state, and yet in truth, I speak for the many small island nations, large ocean states, that know too well the high cost of inaction. We are small, yes, but our voices carry the weight of rising seas, thundering storms, and livelihoods teetering on the edge of erasure. A sustainable future for SIDS demands more from us all. Let us begin by paying tribute to His Excellency Dennis Francis, whose leadership and presidency of the 78th session demonstrated the fierce determination of the Caribbean. Thank you for your service. We stand ready to drive the changes necessary for a sustainable, secure world. Thank you for your sterling leadership, Mr. President. I must also acknowledge Secretary General Guterres, who with unflinching resolve has championed justice, equity, and hope. This past year tested our commitment to peace and security, yet it also revealed the vast opportunities we must seize if we are to steer humanity toward a better way. Mr. President, Philemon Yang, congratulations on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We have great confidence in your leadership as you guide us with the theme, Unity and Diversity for Advancing Peace, Sustainable Development, and Human Dignity everywhere and for all. As we convene here in this hallowed hall, I recall the words of former Secretary General Kofi Annan. The future of peace and prosperity that we seek for all the world's peoples needs a foundation of tolerance, security, equality, and justice. That foundation is fragile, but it is essential. And it is crumbling under the weight of neglect, greed, and abuse of power. 79 years ago, in the wake of war's devastation, visionaries sought to build a world where diplomacy and dialogue could triumph over destructive intolerance. Yet today, we stand on the precipice of a perilous return to a world where peace is kept at gunpoint, where weapons are romanticized and violence is exalted in the pursuit of absolute power. We need more than diplomatic platitudes. We need a humanity steeped in decency, justice, equity, and inclusivity. We must rise from these chambers, not resigned to the idea that the children of Haiti, Congo, Sudan, and Palestine are less deserving of the rights and freedoms that we enjoy. We are all one people, one world. We cannot have peace without justice, nor justice without true, solid equality. In the Caribbean, our lived reality of rising tides, washing away our hopes of unforgiving heat, setting ablaze our dreams. We pray for rain and receive the floods, dragging our homes and our futures to the abyss. When the guns flood our communities, tearing children from their mothers' arms, it is a collective cry for action. When the global south starves while food wastage continues unabated, we must be shaken from our complacency. The harsh truth is that the world is becoming mortally insecure. We stand on disappearing shores. We are besieged by storms, natural and man-made. Corporate greed, colonial arrogance, and unchecked consumerism have torn apart our social contract with each other. We are no longer at peace with nature. The greatest delusion we feed ourselves is that security and sustainability are separate endeavors. They are, in fact, intertwined. We cannot build secure nations while allowing the climate crisis to rob future generations of their birthright. Security is more than an absence of conflict. It is the presence of dignity, of justice, and hope. Generations ago, the labor movement in St. Kitts and Nevis paved the way for our people's emancipation, an emancipation built on the principles of social, economic, and human dignity. Today, I echo their call. We must do better. We must be better. Our ambitions must be grander, our visions clearer. When we say leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, it cannot be a hollow phrase. It must be a sacred commitment, a pledge to every soul, from the wealthiest nation to the smallest island state. For when the waters rise in the south, even the north will eventually drown. When the forest burns in the north, the south too will choke from the smoke. For it is one planet, one human race. The pandemic has left scars that still fester, and global economic fragmentation threatens to deepen the divides between us. From small island states like mine, the failure to meet these goals is not just a disappointment, it is a death sentence. The clock is ticking, and we cannot afford to wait any longer. We must act, and we must act now. Today, the Caribbean braces for an intense hurricane season, facing the escalating fury fueled by warming oceans and unprecedented storms. Our brothers and sisters in Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Jamaica are still recovering from the devastation of Hurricane Beryl, which became the earliest formed Category 5 hurricane on record this past July. In the Pacific, our brothers and sisters there remain exposed to the incessant battering of typhoons that ravage their islands. And as I speak, the southeast United States is being pounded by Hurricane Helene. Lives and livelihoods hang in the balance as entire communities brace for the next assault. Hoteliers, for example, in my own country of St. Kitts and Nevis, have approached our government, stating that with a sense of dread, that they may soon no longer be able to market themselves as beach resorts or famous beaches, once the lifeblood of our tourism-driven economy are steadily disappearing under the relentless rise of the sea. The sands that once beckoned visitors from across the globe are now receding, swallowed by seas which continue to rise. The loss will be irreversible if we do not act, and if we do not act now. The Sustainable Development Goals were meant to shield us from such devastation, offering a progressive agenda to build resilience and safeguard all our citizens. Yet despite their promise, according to the UN's 2024 SDGs report, only 17% of the targets are on track. Nearly half are showing minimal or moderate progress, and over 1/3 have stalled or even regressed. The clock is ticking, and we must do more than observe its passage. We must act before these realities become permanent fixtures in our collective future. In May 2025, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis will proudly co-host the Global Sustainable Island Summit with Island Innovation, a pivotal event dedicated to advancing sustainable development on islands across the globe, titled Sustainable Future for Island Communities. This summit will build on the momentum of SIDS 4 conference held in 2024, tackling the pressing challenges island nations face. This summit will call to action, a space where we share practical solutions and partnerships that ripple far beyond our shores. Our islands are sentinels of climate change and the proving ground for sustainable development. It is with this spirit of shared responsibility and urgent action that I extend a heartfelt invitation to all leaders of island nations gathered here to come, to engage, to commit to meaningful change. A recent and commendable stride toward equity and inclusion has been the adoption of the MVI, the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. This serves as a powerful testament to the potential of multilateralism when it is both purposeful and effective. St. Kitts and Nevis stands with the Caribbean community and the Alliance of Small Island States in welcoming Resolution 78/322, while urging this esteemed body to rally the necessary political will and resources to drive its implementation across international financial institutions and multilateral development banks. For us small island developing states, the MVI is not just another metric. It is a lifeline, offering a means to cushion the relentless blows of climatic and economic crises that disproportionately affect us. Its full implementation will demonstrate to the world that the United Nations, and by extension the global system, remains committed to uplifting those most vulnerable. It will restore trust in a system that must not only recognize vulnerability, but actively work to address it. The time has come to reshape the United Nations, to reform its structures so that they reflect the realities of our modern world. Too many voices remain unheard. Too many nations marginalized. The UN Security Council must include representations from the regions most vulnerable to the threats of our time. Regions such as Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. Nowhere is this change more urgently needed than in the international financial architecture. St. Kitts and Nevis stands in solidarity with the government of Barbados in its fight for financial and climate justice, pledging our full support for the Bridgetown Initiative. This bold framework demands a reformation of the global finance, making it more responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of small island developing states like mine. We cannot build resilience without first ensuring that the international system works for the most vulnerable among us. In the Caribbean, we continue to call for and guard our zone of peace. The Argyle Declaration serves as a shining example of how we in the Caribbean manage security challenges. We go back to basics. We talk to each other. Specifically, the Declaration has been instrumental in facilitating dialogue between Venezuela and Guyana, demonstrating that even the most complex disputes can be navigated through peaceful means. This model of engagement, one of dialogue and cooperation, is the very essence upon which this institution was founded. The international community would do well to follow this approach and inject new life into our diplomacy. And to this end, I reiterate CARICOM's call for an unconditional ceasefire in Gaza to put an end to the suffering. The only pathway to peace and to secure fundamental human rights and dignity is through the two-state solution, and St. Kitts and Nevis stand in full support. Mr. President, as we face these global challenges, we should always remember Haiti. I want to reiterate that again, Mr. President, that we should always remember Haiti. Haiti, the beacon of resilience and courage, stands at the crossroads of its next chapter. St. Kitts and Nevis, alongside the Caribbean community, firmly supports the work of the National Transitional Council as it strives to create an environment conducive to a multi-stakeholder political solution. Haiti was there for the downtrodden of the world, lighting the path toward freedom for many. And now the world must be there for Haiti, not because it is a place of sorrow, but because it remains a symbol of human endurance and defiance against injustice. With the establishment of the Multinational Security Support Mission, the Caribbean community seeks to usher in a new day for Haiti's families. And to this end, I want to thank the government and people of Kenya for their significant contribution. And of course, we want to usher in a new day for Haiti's families, a day where schools become places of learning, hospitals are places of healing, and markets are not arsenals for gangs, but havens for community and prosperity. Haiti's future is not only one of security, but one of sustainability, and we must rally to give it the peace it deserves. Mr. President, year after year, This body sends a strong message to the people of Cuba, a message of hope and a message of support. The embargo that has isolated Cuba for decades is not right, Mr. President, and it continues to be a stain on our collective conscience. St. Kitts and Nevis joins the Caribbean community in calling for an end to this unjust embargo and for Cuba's removal from the State Department's list of state sponsors of terrorism. Cuba has long been a friend to the Caribbean, its doctors, educators exemplifying true philanthropy. And I might state here, Mr. President, that I'm a graduate of the Cuban educational system. Instead of denigrating the island, we should elevate and learn from its sustainable solutions that have empowered their people and in turn the region. A stronger, more sustainable Cuba enhances the security and sustainability of the Caribbean. Mr. President, in the same breath, we must not forget Taiwan. The people of Taiwan have proven time and time again their firm commitment to sustainable development. The theme of this assembly, leaving no one behind, compels us to ensure Taiwan's inclusion in the work of the United Nations system, particularly in the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization. Taiwan's leadership in innovation and technology is not just an asset, it's a necessity for the global community to meet the challenges of tomorrow. The United Nations must extend its vision to include Taiwan, a nation whose exclusion undermines the very principles we stand for: peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis, citizens of the world, St. Kitts and Nevis is not seeking for pity. St. Kitts and Nevis is not seeking for anyone to feel sorry for us. We are small, but as we say in our country, we are Talawa. St. Kitts and Nevis is seeking for partnerships. We are on a transformative journey to become a sustainable island state, guided by 7 pillars, which are water security, energy transition, food security, sustainable industry, sustainable settlements, circular economy, and social protection. We are taking bold and tangible actions by building renewable energy desalination plants for reliable 24/7 water supply, aggressively advancing geothermal energy on our sister Isle of Nevis with the goal of a unified sustainable energy grid for both islands, St. Kitts and Nevis, and extending it to the rest of the Caribbean, constructing our first modern climate-smart hospital, building climate-smart affordable housing solutions, ensuring that our people have safe, sustainable places to live and to call home, finalizing one of the Caribbean's largest solar plus storage projects. We are on track, Mr. President, to meet CARICOM's 25 by 25 agenda, reducing our food imports and bolstering local food production. We created, for example, a children's medical fund to ensure that disadvantaged families can access vital medical care for their children. And may I state, Mr. President, that as a result of this policy, St. Kitts and Nevis recorded no death of any child between the ages of 1 to 4 in 2023. We continue, therefore, to advance our education beyond our universal compulsory system, promoting lifelong learning as key to national development. All of these and more we are pursuing, Mr. President, demonstrating to the world that we don't just complain. We don't want to be a part of just problems. We want to be a part of the solutions. And that is why we will continue to seek partnerships, Mr. President. My friends, we stand at the crossroads. We can no longer afford the luxury of inaction. We must meet the moment with the courage it demands. We must reject business as usual and embrace a new path forward, one that values people over profit, one that prioritizes the planet over power. As we gather in this assembly, let us remember, we are all stewards of this fragile world. The rising tides do not respect borders, and the fires of conflict burn without discrimination. For St. Kitts and Nevis, for the Caribbean, for every small island nation whose future hangs in the balance, I ask you to stand with us. Let our voices rise like the oceans that surround us, powerful and unyielding, calling for a future where peace is not just the absence of war, but the presence of justice, of sustainability, of hope. Mr. President, citizens of the world, leaders, all who are present, together, let us seize this moment and shape the future. Together, let us stand proud and strong. Together, let us act now, for the moment demands it. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security, Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Xanana Gusmao, Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sua Excelência,
Your Excellency,
Sr. Vice-Presidente da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas,
United Nations General Assembly,
todas as formalidades protocolares cumpridas,
all protocols observed.
É uma honra dirigir-me novamente a
It is
esta
an honor to
Assembleia
address this
em
assembly
nome
once
de
again on
Timor-Leste.
behalf of Timor-Leste.
Esta sessão tem um
This
significado
session
especial
holds a
para
special
nós
significance
timorenses.
for the Timorese.
No mês passado,
Last month,
celebramos em Dili, com
with
a
the
honrosa presença do Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, os 25 anos da nossa histórica consulta popular. Há um quarto de século, o povo de Timor-Leste, sob a égide das Nações Unidas, exerceu o seu voto pela independência. Com o apoio da comunidade internacional, foi possível devolver aos timorenses o seu destino, o de viver em paz, liberdade e independência, após 24 anos de resistência numa guerra esquecida que impôs ao povo o sacrifício de mais de 200 mil timorenses. Em 2002, quando nos tornamos o membro 191 das Nações Unidas, foi um dia memorável para o povo timorense e foi, sem dúvida, um triunfo do sistema internacional. Hoje, estou perante vós com orgulho a representar uma democracia vibrante, uma democracia que acolheu a paz, o diálogo, os direitos humanos e o Estado de Direito. Timor-Leste, apesar de ser um pequeno país e um jovem Estado, é o exemplo desta procura incessante pela paz e tem afirmado esta posição no cenário internacional. Logo após a nossa votação pela independência, iniciamos um processo de reconciliação interna entre nós timorenses e externa, com os nossos vizinhos indonésios. A reconciliação é um poderoso mecanismo para apaziguar o passado e construir o futuro. A reconciliação e a confiança são os instrumentos para a paz de que o mundo precisa. Excelências, a história de Timor-Leste é uma história de esperança e resiliência. A criação da Organização das Nações Unidas foi fundada com a esperança. A de alcançar a paz em todas as suas dimensões e em todos os lugares. Promover o desenvolvimento sustentável. Encontrar soluções coletivas para os desafios e ameaças globais. E unir a cooperação internacional em torno destes objetivos. No entanto, nunca houve tanta desesperança, incerteza, instabilidade e desconfiança como nos dias de hoje. As crises globais são realmente múltiplas e complexas, como é do conhecimento de todos. Os objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável cumprem-se daqui a 6 anos e, eu diria, estamos longe de os cumprir, como todos ouvimos muitos panelistas que vieram aqui. Mas alguns países já perderam a corrida antes mesmo de sair do ponto de partida. Timor-Leste e os países do G7+, propuseram a inclusão do ODS 16, paz, justiça e instituições fortes, na Agenda do Desenvolvimento 2030, porque acreditamos que não deixar ninguém para trás significa chegar primeiro àqueles que são mais frágeis. A paz e a estabilidade são a prioridade para alcançar o desenvolvimento sustentável. Sem paz, não há justiça, não há instituições fortes e não há desenvolvimento. E sem desenvolvimento, a paz torna-se frágil. Há 2 dias, o G7+ teve um evento paralelo aqui nas Nações Unidas, onde cada um expressou os sucessos alcançados ou retrocessos observados. Contudo, o problema comum que todos enfrentam para a solução dos seus problemas internos é a escassez de financiamento. Timor-Leste orgulha-se de ter já registrado alguns progressos significativos, mas estamos conscientes de que ainda há muito que fazer. A sobreposição de crises no mundo exacerbou as desigualdades sociais e económicas. A fome é o rosto mais ilustrativo da desigualdade. As mulheres, os jovens e as crianças são quem ilustram esta tragédia de forma mais perturbante. Num mundo em que os gastos militares globais ultrapassam os 2,4 mil milhões de dólares. Mais de 800 milhões de pessoas no mundo sofrem com fome extrema. Há países a registrar níveis alarmantes de fome e de fome grave. Isto nas regiões devastadas por décadas de conflito e instabilidade. Excelências, Timor-Leste, sendo uma meia-ilha, está atualmente focado na diversificação da sua economia, com especial ênfase na agricultura e na economia azul. Ao investir nestes setores, pretendemos melhorar a subsistência do nosso povo e aumentar a segurança alimentar. Timor-Leste está a lidar, como outros países, com as alterações climáticas e com as atividades insustentáveis no oceano. Como sabemos, e nas palavras de Silvia Ierle, precisamos de respeitar o oceano e cuidar dele, como se as nossas vidas dependessem disso. Porque dependem. Timor-Leste está localizado no Triângulo de Coral, uma área magnífica em biodiversidade marinha. Os nossos mares hospedam importantes ecossistemas e vida marinha e servem como uma importante rota migratória para espécies como as incríveis baleias azuis pigmeus. Timor-Leste tem o gosto de partilhar que ratificou o acordo relativo à conservação e à utilização sustentável da biodiversidade biológica marinha das áreas não sujeitas à jurisdição nacional, ao abrigo da Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre o Direito do Mar, e apoia e participa ativamente na negociação do Tratado sobre Plástico Marinho. Internamente, estamos empenhados em explorar os nossos recursos oceânicos de uma forma equilibrada e sustentável, garantindo que podemos desenvolver o nosso país e, simultaneamente, proteger o nosso ambiente marinho para as gerações vindouras. Excelências, reconhecemos que os pequenos Estados insulares em desenvolvimento e os países menos desenvolvidos enfrentam enormes desafios para alcançar o ODS. Participei na 4ª Conferência sobre o CID em Antigua e Barbuda e a nossa percepção de desvantagem geográfica e histórica é comum. Sem condições financeiras, reforço de capacidades e transferência de tecnologia, não conseguimos fazer melhor. Além disso, estamos presos a sistemas financeiros internacionais que nos colocam em desvantagem, sobrecarregando-nos com ajuda condicional, assistência financeira e dívidas. O Fundo de Perdas e Danos, aprovado na COP28 no Dubai, tem de conseguir contribuições mais significativas por parte dos países ricos e desenvolvidos. É urgente assumirem este compromisso. Como referiu o secretário-geral António Guterres durante a sua visita a Timor-Leste no mês passado, muitos de nós vencemos a batalha contra o colonialismo e a luta pela democracia, mas ainda estamos a lutar pelo desenvolvimento sustentável. Diz também, na sua nova agenda comum para a paz, que o sofrimento desigual criado pelos efeitos das alterações climáticas está entre as maiores injustiças deste mundo. Timor-Leste subscreve esta afirmação. Todos sabemos que só podemos vencer esta batalha com solidariedade e esforços globais genuínos. É preciso um apoio incondicional, com base nas necessidades e prioridades por nós identificadas. Porém, é com tristeza que me apresento perante vós num mundo assolado por conflitos e guerras internacionais. Um mundo que, se não está todo ele em guerra, está ameaçado de guerra. Existem os instrumentos do direito internacional, da diplomacia e da cooperação multilateral para resolver litígios pacificamente, mas estes instrumentos não são aplicados de forma coerente e são frequentemente ignorados. Apelamos à resolução pacífica dos litígios e conflitos internacionais, quer se trate de fronteiras, de soberania ou de cooperação. Timor-Leste vai acolher a 24ª Conferência Regional do Comitê Especial sobre a Descolonização em maio do próximo ano. Senhoras e senhores, o Saara Ocidental é um país que enfrenta uma indefinição política desde há 5 décadas. Em outubro de 1975, o Tribunal Internacional de Justiça estabeleceu que o Saara Ocidental era um território não autónomo e que deveria seguir os parâmetros e os princípios declarados na resolução da Assembleia Geral da ONU para a autodeterminação através da livre e genuína expressão da vontade dos povos do território. Mais recentemente, acordos dos tribunais da União Europeia, bem como a decisão do Tribunal Africano dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos, afirmam que o Saara Ocidental é separado e distinto de Marrocos, sem que este país exerça qualquer soberania sobre o território. Quando, em 1991, o Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas estabeleceu, através da Resolução número 690, a missão das Nações Unidas para o referendo no Saara Ocidental, MINURSO, os timorenses ficaram motivados e com a esperança de que, um dia, irá chegar também a nossa vez. Porém, em 1992, o referendo no Saara Ocidental foi adiado. Apelo agora, após dezenas de resoluções do Conselho de Segurança, que estas sejam implementadas e que conduzam a um referendo de autodeterminação para o povo saharaui. Alegra-me saber da presença da delegação palestiniana como membro observador da ONU, esperando que no próximo ano tenhamos também a presença de uma delegação saharaui. Apelo a um imediato cessar-fogo entre a Frente Polisário e Marrocos, para abrir caminho a um diálogo exaustivo e baseado na boa vontade entre as partes para uma solução pacífica negociada, aceitável para ambas as partes, mas que respeite a vontade do povo saharaui. Apelo ao secretário-geral António Guterres para abraçar esta causa justa deste povo, como Kofi Annan o fez pela causa timorense. Em 99, conseguimos ir ao referendo. Este ano, em agosto, celebramos 25 anos. Saara está à espera há 32 anos. Excelências, a guerra não pode ser um instrumento de dominação. É um flagelo que destrói vidas, comunidades e nações e que não deve ficar, e na verdade nem fica, contido entre fronteiras. Temos de garantir que o direito internacional é respeitado por todos e não apenas por alguns. Timor-Leste expressa sua maior preocupação e evidente apoio a uma solução pacífica para o conflito entre Israel e Palestina e apela ao imediato fim ao genocídio, assim como também para o fim da guerra na Ucrânia. Apelo para que os princípios da Carta das Nações Unidas sejam aplicados com coragem e liderança. Apelo para que se pense mais nos povos e nas pessoas, vítimas de políticas de países e lideranças, e menos no status quo instalado. Como exemplo, Cuba, um amigo de Timor-Leste, sem o qual o nosso setor de saúde continuaria deplorável. O embargo económico, comercial e financeiro imposto a Cuba durante décadas, com a implicação que isso tem para o seu povo, é simplesmente inaceitável. Se as atenções durante este ano recaem sobre a dignidade humana, não nos esqueçamos, por favor, dos povos mais esquecidos do mundo. Excelências, o Conselho de Segurança tem de se tornar mais representativo e as suas decisões devem refletir a vontade coletiva da comunidade internacional. As vozes das nações mais pequenas não devem ser ofuscadas pelos interesses dos Estados mais poderosos. O principal órgão de paz e segurança do mundo deve ser expandido para não haver subrepresentação e deve incluir a voz permanente, não só do continente africano, como também da América Latina e da Ásia. Timor-Leste apoia uma reforma abrangente e a longo prazo do Conselho de Segurança para o alargamento dos membros permanentes e não permanentes, pois só assim haverá uma arquitetura sólida e transparente para a paz global. Consideramos também que a própria Assembleia Geral tenha mais poder em questões de segurança para evitar que os Estados-membros paralisem em situações críticas. Sentimos-nos encorajados pelos apelos do Secretário-Geral para eliminar as armas nucleares e outras armas de destruição maciça antes que elas nos eliminem. Timor-Leste ratificou o Tratado da Proibição Total de Testes Nucleares e o Tratado sobre a Proibição de Armas Nucleares e apela para que todos contribuam para garantir o nosso futuro comum, incluindo a ratificação do Tratado pelas Ilhas do Pacífico. Apelamos a todas as nações, em especial ao mundo desenvolvido, para que se juntem a nós na construção de um futuro mais justo, mais equitativo e mais sustentável, cumprindo assim a visão do Pacto para o Futuro. Antes de terminar, não posso deixar de reconhecer o meu apreço pelo Secretário-Geral, que agora tem também nacionalidade timorense, pelos seus esforços para transformar o presente num futuro de dignidade para todas as gerações. Esta visão só será possível se todos os Estados da ONU conseguirem ultrapassar as suas divergências e atuarem em conjunto para a consolidação da paz e desenvolvimento. A paz é uma missão global. O desenvolvimento é um dever global. E lembro, sem as Nações Unidas, o nosso futuro seria ainda mais sombrio, com todas as suas fragilidades ou necessidades de mudança. As Nações Unidas são um mecanismo comprovadamente mais promissor que temos para ultrapassar as dificuldades do nosso tempo. Sem este organismo, estaríamos verdadeiramente sem saída. Com perseverança e vontade de fazer o bem, por mais difícil que isso pareça, não há desafios que não sejam intransponíveis. Muito obrigado.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Siaosi Sovaleni, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Maloelele, warmest Pacific greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga and our blue Pacific continent. First, I wish to congratulate Your Excellency in assuming the esteemed presidency of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also thank your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Tanis Francis, for his able leadership during a period where global challenges continue to increase in numbers and complexity. I acknowledge the Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his steadfast stewardship of our home, the United Nations, during these troubled times. Mr. President, we convene at this 79th session with the theme of leaving no one behind. My delegation pledges our unwavering support to this noble goal. At a time of escalating conflicts, near conflict situation on the horizon, all too often triggered by political instability, economic disparities, social tension, and the security threats posed by climate change, we must rally around this goal. If we fail to do so, we will further erode world peace and fail people's lives far and wide. The long-awaited reform of the Security Council is now urgent, crucial, and must happen swiftly. It is our responsibility to resolve adequately the security challenges of the 21st century. We must include non-traditional security issues like climate change in each agenda. Further, we must include the voice of small island developing states. In our quest to leave no one behind, we must take a hard look at the lagging process in achieving the sustainable development by 2030. This goal is equally in peril unless we change our approach. Human dignity is intrinsically built on both peace, security, and sustainability. If we cannot act now, decisively and collectively, the goal to leave no one behind will be just words, and will have further eroded people's trust and hope. The key is not words, the key is our shared commitment to action. Mr. President, I commend the tireless effort that have led to the ambitious and balanced text of the Summit of the Future. Not only do we stand at a critical juncture in our collective history, but it is now where we must safeguard the needs and interests of both present and future generations. The spirit of compromise and commitment demonstrated by delegation and regional groups give us hope that multilateralism can work. As our forebears, our founders did, we pledge to spare succeeding generations from the scores of war, and we commit to building a world where there is hope and they can thrive. Our commitment must be to sustainable development, to the preservation of our planet's resources, and to the pursuit of a future that is inclusive, equitable, secure, and sustainable. We must commit to the highest value of human dignity and justice. Thus, we welcome the adoption of Pact for the Future. We are resolute in our commitment to working collaboratively with member states to advance peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. We hope for action that will leave no one behind. Mr. President, last month, Tonga assumed the chairmanship of the 53rd Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting. We were honored to welcome Secretary General Guterres as a special guest. I reiterate our forum leaders and Pacific people's deep gratitude for his in-person participation. We now look forward to continued and augmented support and tailored solutions from the United Nations in our effort for our people's lives and futures. The theme of our meeting was a resilient Pacific, build better now. The urgency of our theme certainly was understood by underscored by the torrential rains, the flash flooding, and the 6.9 magnitude earthquake that struck Nuku'alofa on the first day of our meeting. This was yet another stark reminder of our vulnerability to natural disasters. Once again, it is also demonstrated our unwavering resilience and the priority we place on the full implementation of our early warning for all initiative by 2027 and for disaster preparedness. Mr. President, the 2024 Sustainable Development Goals report before us is grim. The report reveals what we see every day on the ground, a stark divergence from the ambitious target set forth in the 2030 agenda. Climate change, escalating inequalities, and persistent conflicts are compounding challenges, leaving many countries struggling to meet even the most fundamental goals. Without urgent and coordinated global action, the vision of a more equitable and sustainable world may remain just another elusive dream. This means eroded trust in our ability to keep promises. It will jeopardize both our planet and its inhabitants. We must and we can confront these seemingly insurmountable challenges with innovation and determination. We can no longer afford business as usual. Mr. President, decade after decade, year after year, we present to this esteemed body the existential threat that climate change poses to the Pacific, including Tonga. Our situation has become even more urgent this year. Climate change is the single greatest threat to the survival and prosperity of the blue Pacific continent. Once again, we urge the international community to promptly and dramatically act to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Industrialized nations must strengthen their emission reduction commitment. We must ensure that climate finance is speedily and easily accessible to Pacific Island countries. Let there be no doubt we are teetering on the brink of a climate catastrophe. While in Tonga, the United Nations Secretary General issued a global SOS, or Save Our Seas warning of rising sea levels. The WMO echoed this urgent message, launching the State of the Climate in the Southwest Pacific 2023 report. The report confirms that 2023 was the warmest year on record. The scientific consensus is irrefutable. Our climate is changing at an unprecedented rate with devastating consequences. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and intense. Cyclones and typhoons are wreaking havoc on our communities, leaving behind trails of destruction that take years to repair. The economic toll is immense, but the human cost is far greater. Lives lost, communities shattered, hopes lost, and futures uncertain. Mr. President, the most alarming aspect of the crisis is the unprecedented rise in sea levels. The WMO report confirms that sea level rise in the Southwest Pacific is significantly exceeding the global average. In some parts of the Pacific, sea level have risen by 10 to 15 centimeters in the past 30 years, more than double the global average. Without bold and coordinated global action to expedite assistance to the Pacific and its most vulnerable inhabitants, Tonga and other Pacific countries can expect sea levels to double by mid-century. This will exacerbate the frequency and severity of storm surges and coastal flooding. For the nation of the Pacific, these changes are not merely environmental issues. They are existential threats that jeopardize the very existence of small Pacific Island countries, including Tonga. Rising sea levels are eroding coastlines, swallowing entire islands, and forcing families to abandon their ancestral homes. This is not just about losing land, it's about our very identities, losing heritage and culture. We issued a strong call for including sea level rise as a standalone and permanent agenda in the UNGA. And Mr. President, the upcoming COP29 presents a critical opportunity to operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund, transforming pledges into tangible support for vulnerable nations. Mr. President, our ocean, seabed, and land are simply who we are. As I mentioned earlier, the severe and irreversible threats posed by climate change-related sea level rise will disproportionately impact the lives, livelihoods, food security, ecosystem, and the well-being of our people. We have established key declarations. For example, the 2023 Declaration on the Continuity of Statehood and Protection of Persons Amid Sea Level Rise, and the 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones Against Climate Impacts. We have also developed and endorsed the Pacific Regional Framework on Climate Mobility and introduced the Framework for Resilient Development in the Pacific. The latter is the world's first regional framework linking climate change and disaster risk. Now we need to act now. We commend the United Nations for addressing this critical issue and welcome the high-level plenary meeting on addressing the threats posed by sea level rise. The 2023 Beef Declaration on the Continuity of Statehood takes a clear stance on protecting Pacific people's rights and sovereignty. By asserting the continued existence of Pacific Island Forum members' statehood, sovereignty, and rights and duties, the Declaration underscores our determination to safeguard both the territorial and human dimension of our states under international law. The Declaration commits to protecting persons affected by climate change, ensuring that human rights, political status, cultural heritage, identity, and dignity are upheld. We call for global cooperation to achieve the Declaration objectives in line with international principles of fairness, equity, and shared responsibility. Mr. President, yes, the challenges we face are immense, but they are not insurmountable. The resilience of the Pacific people is legendary. Through centuries, our communities have weathered countless storms, adapted to changing conditions, and preserved our rich culture through adversity. Now more than ever, we must draw upon this resilience. It is now that our Forum Islands countries urgently require timely, predictable, and scale-up access to climate finance to protect our communities. Tonga is proud to announce the establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, or PRF, a Pacific-led, member-owned, and managed climate and disaster resilience financing facility. Tonga will host the PRF office, and we acknowledge the commitment and contribution received from our development partners and friends of the Pacific thus far. We call upon global partners to support our Pacific-led solutions, the PRF. The key goal is to bridge the financing gap for smaller, high-impact adaptation projects. I would like to once again thank the United Nations Secretary General for his leadership and commitment in supporting the Pacific Island Forum by convening a global pledging event for the PRF in 2025. We again urge multilateral climate funds, such as Green Climate Fund and Adaptation Fund, to establish dedicated climate finance access windows tailored to the conditions and needs of vulnerable countries like the Pacific Small Island developing states. Mr. President, we appreciate the support for the new 10-year blueprint recognized the special case of small island developing states, the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, or ABAS. This agenda goes beyond being a merely policy framework. This is our collective vision for sustainable growth and resilience in the face of unprecedented challenges. We support the allocation of resources and tailored systems to facilitate the implementation of the concrete action outlined in ABAS's 10 thematic areas. At the same time, forming the international financial architecture will be crucial to support this new program of action, and this includes three substantive global policy agendas. redefining eligibility for development resources, improving access to climate finance, and creating long-term debt sustainability. Implementing the APAS is a vital step towards accelerating the achievement of the SDG by 2030. We request the support of key entities within the UN to help implement the APAS. Recognizing our unique vulnerabilities by fellow Pacific Island Forum leaders, we welcome the adoption of the MVI. This practical instrument, advocated for over many years by SIDS, offers a more comprehensive understanding of the vulnerability, providing renewed hope and impetus to the 2030 agenda through a more context-responsive approach. We look forward to the operationalization of MVI in relevant MVI setting, UN setting, and urge international organizations and financial institutions to consider MVI ratings in their eligibility criteria for grant and concessional financing. Mr. President, the opinion may be that our Pacific communities are remote and small. Let there be no doubt our economies continue to suffer, like so many, from the effects of geopolitical tension and supply chain disruption. Our people suffer from rising inflation, and we go through increased hardship and deepening poverty, particularly for the most vulnerable in our blue Pacific continent. However, at such critical times, the Pacific Island Forum is steadfast in its commitment to building a resilient Pacific region, a region of hope and prosperity that ensures all Pacific people can lead productive lives. We invite all partners to support our development aspiration outlined in our 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent and our forthcoming Pacific Roadmap for economic development. Resilient transformation demands for Pacific peoples to have access to quality, affordable, accessible, and inclusive health and education services. Our Blue Pacific region will focus on improving climate-resilient healthcare and education infrastructures and digital platforms to mitigate risks, manage climate-sensitive diseases and NCTs effectively, and ensure continuity and equity in learning across our Blue Pacific continent. We remain resolute in our commitment to the global fight against NCT. We reaffirm our commitment to building stronger partnerships between government sectors and other relevant sectors to address the root causes of NCTs through a holistic whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach. Addressing the global plastic pollution problem, especially in the marine environment, is a priority. This is a threat to our ecosystem and health, and the Pacific Ocean is our Pacific identity. It is a vital resource for food and livelihoods, and a healthy ocean will aid in our fight against climate change. Mr. President, the actions of the government of Tonga focus on three key thematic areas: national resilience, quality services and affordability, and progressive economic growth. Our goal is to enhance national resilience by creating stronger platforms to tackle natural disasters and address the persistent issues brought about by climate change. We aspire to alleviate related poverty and improve the quality of social protection measures. We will also mobilize national and international responses to reduce the supply and use of illicit drugs and address harm reduction processes. We aim to enhance education for everyone, prioritizing safer schools, tackling dropout rates, advocating for gender equality, and expanding vocational training opportunities, all while ensuring quality services and affordability. Our efforts are also directed towards improving access to health care that is both affordable and of high quality, with a particular emphasis on addressing COVID-19, NCTs, and preventative measures. Our focus is on development governance services that are of exceptional quality and can be easily accessed by all. This entails enhancing access to high-speed broadband technology and ensuring that energy, communication, drinking water, and a clean environment are more affordable. Our main objective for fostering progressive economic growth include giving priority to trade and private sector development, enhancing the quality and accessibility of public infrastructure, and forging stronger partnership to drive development. Mr. President, as I conclude, allow me to close the circle and come back to the critical element of this session's theme, leaving no one behind. This aspiration must be our guide for eradicating poverty, ending discrimination, and upholding the fundamental rights of individuals, reducing inequalities and vulnerabilities that not only undermine our shared humanity, but also leaves too many without hope. The advancement of one community or nation cannot occur in isolation from the well-being of others. By embracing a fair and equitable playing field, we foster a more resilient and harmonious global society, advancing peace, sustainable development, and human dignity. We must travel the path to ensuring peace and sustainable development with a sense of urgency, just as others have done before us. In this, let us be guided by shared values of justice and human dignity. Our collective endeavor to leave no one behind must ensure every person's potential is recognized, their rights upheld, and so we must bridge gaps, dismantle barriers, and amplify voices that have historically been marginalized. This is what we owe present and future generations. I thank you, Mr. President, and may God bless Tonga, and may God bless the United Nations.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hamaz Abdi Bare, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency Filip Ivanović, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me to begin by congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Please be assured of Somalia's full cooperation as you undertake the responsibilities entrusted upon you during your tenure. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank your predecessor, His Excellency Denis France, for the successful presidency of the last session. Mr. President, this session of the General Assembly convenes amid a rising number of global challenges, from escalating transnational conflicts and humanitarian crises to the existential threats of climate change and growing economic inequalities. This resonates profoundly for our theme of this year, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations. In the spirit of our unity and shared responsibility, we must confront the persistent and escalating conflicts that continue to cause immense human suffering and destabilize entire regions. Today, we are facing with crises that test our collective conscience and our commitment to peace. In Sudan, the conflict has escalated into severe humanitarian crisis, displacing millions and ravaging communities. Civilians endure indiscriminate violence and widespread gender-based assaults. We urgently call for immediate cessation of hostilities, the protection of civilians, and adherence to the international humanitarian law. It is crucial to ensure safe, unrestricted access for humanitarian aid and to foster inclusive dialogue that respects the rights and aspirations of all Sudanese people. In Gaza, the situation has reached catastrophic levels, driven by the persistent blockade and relentless cycles of violence that have created one of the most severe humanitarian disasters of our time. Despite the senseless killing of tens of thousands of men, women, and children since last October, over 2 million Palestinians are trapped in open-air prison, where access to basic goods, services, and medical care is severely restricted. Children in Gaza have particularly suffered the most, with the many enduring unimaginable trauma, malnutrition, and lack of access to education and health care. They live under constant fear as their homes, schools, and hospitals are repeatedly targeted and destroyed. The ongoing conflict has not only destroyed the physical infrastructure of Gaza, but also crushed the hopes of entire generation. The world cannot continue to turn a blind eye on this gross injustice and the continuous violations of international law by the Israeli government. We call on the international community to take immediate and decisive action to reinforce an unconditional ceasefire, to lift the inhuman blockade, and to recommit to a political process that ensures a just and lasting peace based on the two-state solution, thereby restoring the rights, dignity, and future for Palestinian people. In Ukraine, the war now in its third year has inflicted a devastating toll on civilians, destroying homes and critical infrastructure and leaving millions without essential services. The legacy of trauma and displacement will affect generations. We urgently call for an immediate cessation of hostilities, a ceasefire, and adherence to international humanitarian and human rights law, including avoiding attacks on civilians, critical infrastructure, and nuclear facilities. It is essential to open channels for dialogue and achieve the lasting political settlement. The international community must act swiftly to prevent further escalation and support efforts for peace. Mr. President, while international crises demand our attention, we must not overlook regional threats that directly challenge national sovereignty and stability. Somalia currently faces a serious threat from Ethiopia's recent actions, which flagrantly violate our territorial integrity. Ethiopia's attempts to annex parts of Somalia under the guise of securing sea access are both unlawful and unnecessary. Somali ports have always been accessible for Ethiopia's legitimate commercial activities, reflecting our commitment to regional trade and cooperation. However, Ethiopia's aggressive maneuvers, including its controversial agreement with one of our regional administration, undermines Somali sovereignty and embolden secessionist movements threatening our national unity. These actions not only sow division at the time when Somalia is striving for peace and cohesion, but also serve as propaganda for terrorist groups like Al-Shabaab, who exploit Ethiopia's provocations to recruit and radicalize vulnerable individuals. Such destabilized behavior poses a significant risk to the security and stability of the entire Horn of Africa. Somalia asserts its sovereign rights to defend its territorial integrity and calls on Ethiopia to cease its provocations and adhere to the international law. We urge the international community to stand with Somalia in condemning these violations and upholding the principles of international sovereignty and territorial integrity, which are the cornerstones of international peace and security. Regional stability depends on mutual respect for these principles, and Ethiopia must be held accountable for actions that threaten to destabilize the Horn of Africa. Mr. President, while the conflict may capture the headlines, we must not lose sight of other pressing global challenges that demand our immediate action, our immediate attention and collective action. Somalia's experience underscores the importance of sustainable funding for peacekeeping. For over 15 years, we have hosted key African Union missions like AMISOM and ATMIS, which have been critical in countering Al-Shabaab and supporting state building. As the new mission, AUSM takes over with a focus of counterterrorism and capacity building. Its success depends on reliable funding. Peacekeeping is about creating lasting stability, not just maintaining peace, and we urge the international community to support innovative funding solutions to ensure these missions fulfill their vital roles. Mr. President, climate change is a global crisis that touches every life and every community, but nowhere is its impact more deeply felt than in vulnerable nations like Somalia. We endure relentless droughts, devastating floods, and rising temperatures that tear apart our communities and threaten our very survival. While the recent COP28 conference made important strides with the creation of a loss and damage fund and the commitment is to expand renewable energy, there remains a significant challenge accessing these funds. For many developing countries, the reality is that complex bureaucracy, rigid criteria, and lack of necessary resources often stand in the way they receive the help they so desperately need. It is not just about making promises, it is about ensuring that those promises can reach the people who need them most. We call on the global community to simplify access to these crucial funds so that countries like Somalia can build resilience, protect our people, and secure the future where everyone has the chance to thrive. Mr. President, reforming the United Nations Security Council is essential to ensure it reflects today's geopolitical realities. The current structure no longer adequately represents the voices and concerns of world nations, particularly those in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. We support the Zamora consensus, which calls for a more representative and inclusive council. This reform is necessary to enhance the UN's credibility and effectiveness in addressing the full spectrum of global challenges, from peace and security to development and human rights. Reforming international financial institutions is also crucial to building a fairer global economy that promotes inclusive growth and sustainable development. The existing international financial system is heavily skewed in favor of a view, perpetuating inequalities and restricting the ability of developing nations to thrive. We call for reforms that make these institutions more accountable, transparent, and responsive to the needs of the world's poorest and the most vulnerable. Mr. President, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is not an ambitious, it is a necessary. With only it is a necessity. With only 6 years left, the world is far behind on our collective promise to end poverty, protect our planet, and ensure peace and prosperity for all by 2030. We must urgently renew our commitment by increasing funding, creating innovative partnerships, and focusing on reaching the most vulnerable. As Somalia takes its seat on the UN Security Council, we stand ready to work with all nations to address these challenges, strengthen cooperation, and promote multilateralism, and build a world where no one is left behind. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Somalia has come a long way on its journey toward stability and development. This past year has been particularly significant, marked by critical milestones that signal Somalia's rising trajectory. We have successfully completed the debt relief process, allowing us to reclaim our economic sovereignty and integrate into a global financial system. Additionally, Somalia's accession to the East African Community marks a new era of regional integration, trade, and cooperation. We have also made a historic stride in lifting a long-standing arms embargo, a step that will further enable us to safeguard our sovereignty and security. Security is fundamental to development, and Somalia has prioritized to prioritize the fight against terrorism with remarkable success. In the past 2 years, our national security forces have reclaimed more than 2/3 of the territory that was once under the control of a Shehbaz terrorist group, significantly diminishing their operational capability. Mr. President, with marked progress in governance, democratization, and political stability, Somalia stands on the brink of significant economic growth, with vast untapped resources and strategic location along major maritime trade routes. Our arable land offers great potential for agricultural protection, and our livestock sector is already among the strongest globally. We also have one of Africa's highest potentials for renewable energy, particularly on onshore wind power. And our extensive coastline provides rich opportunity for sustainable fishing and other sectors of blue economy. To capitalize on these assets, we are drafting a national transformation plan that outlines our vision for leveraging our resources to achieve stability, self-reliance, and prosperity. And we welcome international investment and cooperation to help us realize this potential, integrate into the global economy, and contribute to regional peace and stability through strong partnerships. Mr. President, as we look ahead, Somalia is determined to be defined not by the hardships of its past, but by the possibilities of its future. Let us act now to build a future where every nation, every community, and every person can thrive in dignity and peace. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Christian Nitze, Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Madagascar. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President,
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et
heads
de
of state and
gouvernement,
government,
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies,
United Nations Secretary General,
honorables délégués,
distinguished delegates,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen.
animé d'un profond sentiment d'honneur et de
I have come
responsabilité,
here with a profound sense
je
of
m'adresse à
honor
vous aujourd'hui,
and responsibility
fort du mandat que m'a confié Son Excellence
to address
Monsieur
you today
Andrej
with
Président de la
the mission
République de
entrusted
Madagascar,
to me by His Excellency
et au nom du
Mr.
peuple
Andrej
malagasy.
Recean, President of the Republic of
Je
Madagascar.
voudrais saluer
And on
l'élection
behalf
de
of
Son
the
Excellence
Malagasy
Monsieur
people,
Philémon Yang
I wish to
à la
applaud the
présidence
election
de
of
cette
Mr.
79e session de l'Assemblée générale des
Philemon
Nations
Yang,
Unies.
His Excellency,
Votre
to the
parcours
presidency of the
exemplaire
79th session of the General
et
Assembly.
votre profonde connaissance des
Your
enjeux
exemplary
internationaux
parcours and your
sont des atouts inestimables pour guider nos
wealth
travaux.
of knowledge in terms
Soyez
of
assurés,
global affairs
Excellence,
are undeniable
du
assets
soutien
to
de
guide
Madagascar
our work.
dans l'accomplissement de votre
Rest
noble
assured, Your
mission.
Excellency, of the support of
Madagascar,
in the
en tant que
fulfillment
vice-président
of your
nouvellement
noble
élu
mission.
de cette Assemblée
Madagascar,
générale pour ce
as
mandat
newly elected Vice
2024-2025.
President of this General Assembly, is
Monsieur le
honoured to
Président,
serve for this
Mesdames et
term
Messieurs,
2024
le thème retenu pour
2025.
cette session, de laisser
Excellencies,
personne
ladies
de
and
côté,
gentlemen, the theme of
agir
this session
ensemble
of the
pour la
General
paix,
Assembly,
le
leaving
développement
no one
durable et la
behind,
dignité
acting
humaine des
together
générations
for the
présentes et
advancement of
futures
peace, sustainable development
résonne
and human
avec une
dignity for
acuité
present and future
particulière
generations,
en ces temps
particularly
d'incertitude grave
resonates today
dans et
in
pour
this
le monde.
time of grave uncertainty in the
Aujourd'hui,
world and for the world.
combien cela nous rappelle-t-il avec
Today,
force
we are
l'interconnexion des différents
strongly
défis
reminded
mondiaux,
of how
la nécessité
interconnected the
d'une
different
réponse
global
collective,
challenges are and how
solidaire
important it is to
et
engage
résolue.
in a collective response
En effet,
with
la
solidarity
paix,
and
socle
being
fragile d'un monde en
resolute.
proie
Indeed,
aux
peace,
divisions,
the
est aujourd'hui
fragile
mise à
foundation
mal
of a world that faces
par une
divisions is today
multiplicité
being
de crises
jeopardized
aux
by
ramifications
many different crises, a multitude
géostratégiquement
of crises
dangereuses
with
et
dangerous
profondes.
and profound geostrategic
Loin d'être un conflit
ramifications.
régionalisé,
Far from being a regional
la
conflict,
guerre en Ukraine
the war in Ukraine
ébranle l'ordre
is
international,
shaking the international
exacerbe
order
les tensions
and
géopolitiques,
exacerbating
aggrave
geopolitical
l'insécurité
tensions,
alimentaire et
worsening
énergétique
food and energy
et met
insecurity,
en péril la paix
and
et la sécurité
putting
mondiale.
global peace and security
Le
in
terrorisme et
peril.
la criminalité transnationale
Terrorism
continuent de s'aimer la
and
terreur et la
transnational
désolation,
crime continue
touchant
to
de
sow
manière
terror
disproportionnée
and,
les populations
distress
les plus
affecting
vulnérables.
in a disproportionate
La
way
prolifération
the most
des armes
vulnerable
et de la drogue,
populations.
notamment
The proliferation
dans les
of
zones
weapons
de
and
conflit,
drugs, in particular in
nourrit un
conflict
cycle
zones,
infernal de violence et
are
d'instabilité,
feeding a hellish cycle
entravant
of violence
ainsi
and
les efforts de
instability,
développement sur le long terme
thus hindering
et
the
hypothéquant
long-term
l'avenir des
development
générations entières.
objectives and mortgaging
L'urgence
off the future
climatique
of entire generations.
est devenue une réalité
The climate
tangible
emergency
et
has become a
dévastatrice.
tangible and
La multiplication des
devastating reality.
événements climatiques
The multiplication
extrêmes,
of extreme climate
la
events,
dégradation des
the
écosystèmes
degradation
et la
of
perte de
ecosystems
biodiversité
and the loss of biodiversity
sont autant de
are
signaux d'alarme qui doivent nous
all
pousser à
warning
agir
signs
avec
that should
détermination
push us to act
et célérité.
with a sense of determination
Les
and
inégalités
clear-sightedness.
croissantes à l'échelle
Growing
internationale
inequalities
constituent
across
un
the
terreau
world
fertile aux tensions sociales,
make
aux conflits et à l'instabilité.
fertile ground for social tensions,
La
for
pandémie
conflicts and for
de
instability.
Covid-19,
The COVID-19
loin
pandemic,
d'avoir été un grand
far
niveleur,
from having been a great
a
leveler,
exacerbé les
has
fractures existantes,
exacerbated existing
mettant en
gaps,
lumière la vulnérabilité des
shedding
systèmes de
light
santé
on how
et de
vulnerable
protection
healthcare
sociale de nombreux
systems are
pays
and social
et
protection
creusant
systems are in
davantage
many
de fossés
countries
entre
and
les pays
further
riches
widening the gap
et les pays en
between
développement.
rich countries and developing countries.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs,
President, ladies and gentlemen,
face à ces menaces,
faced
nous ne pouvons
with these
céder ni à la
challenges,
peur
we cannot give
ni
in
à la fatalité.
to fear or to fatality.
Le multilatéralisme incarné par les Nations Unies
as embodied by the
demeure
United Nations,
notre meilleure arme
remains
et notre instrument
the
collectif
best weapon
pour
that we
construire
have
un
available
monde
to
plus
us and
sûr
remains
et plus
our
pacifique.
collective instrument
Cependant,
to build a more safe
et
and
malheureusement,
peaceful world.
Force est de
However, and
constater
unfortunately,
que le
we
système
must note,
multilatéral actuel, datant de
we must
l'après-guerre,
realize that the
peine à
multilateral
répondre
system
efficacement
that
aux défis
was
d'un monde
created in
en
the post-war
mutation
period is struggling
rapide
to effectively
et profonde.
respond to the challenges of a world
Une réforme
that
courageuse
is so
et
swiftly
ambitieuse des Nations
and
Unies,
significantly changing.
notamment du Conseil de sécurité,
A courageous and ambitious
s'avère
reform of
plus
the
que
United
jamais
Nations, in particular the
indispensable.
Security Council,
L'Afrique,
is now
continent en
more than
plein
ever
essor
essential.
démographique et
Africa,
économique,
which is a
ne
continent
saurait
with
rester
huge
à la
demographic
périphérie
and
des
economic
centres
growth,
de décision
should not be
mondiaux.
left to the sidelines of
La mise en
the
œuvre effective de l'accord
hubs
de
of global
Paris
decision-making.
et le renforcement des
The
engagements
effective
pris
implementation of the
en
Paris
matière de
Agreement and the
réduction des
strengthening of
émissions
commitments made
de
to
gaz à
reduce
effet de
greenhouse
serre
gas emissions
sont des impératifs catégoriques
are
pour préserver
absolutely
l'avenir de notre
essential in
planète
order to
et garantir le
preserve the
bien-être
future
des
of our
générations
planet
futures.
and to guarantee the
À
well-being
cet
of
effet,
future generations.
le président de la République de Madagascar,
To this end,
M.
the President
Andrej
of the Republic of Madagascar,
a rappelé,
Mr. Andrej
lors de son intervention
Plenković,
à Glasgow,
recalled
à la COP
during
26,
his
en
statement
septembre
in Glasgow
2022,
at the COP26
la nécessité
conference that took place
d'accélérer
in
la mobilisation de 100
2022,
milliards
how
de
important
dollars
it is to ramp
de
up the
l'accord de Paris
mobilization of $100 billion
pour financer une politique de transition
in
énergétique
line with the Paris
en Afrique.
Agreement in order to finance
La
the
lutte contre le changement climatique ne saurait
energy
être
transition
donc
policy in
dissociée
Africa. The
de la
fight against
question
climate
du
change
développement.
can therefore not be
Il est impératif
decoupled from
d'accompagner
development
les pays
issues.
en
It's
développement
essential
dans leur
to support
transition vers une
developing
économie
countries in their
verte
transition
et résiliente
towards a green
en leur
and
fournissant
resilient
les
economy
ressources
by
financières
providing
et
them
technologiques
the financial
adéquates
and
en
technology
reconnaissant leurs droits
resources
au
that they
développement.
require
Il est
while
impératif
recognizing
et
their right to
urgent
development.
de promouvoir un
It is
modèle de
essential
développement
and urgent
du
to
monde
promote
plus inclusif
a
et
development
plus
model
équitable
for a more inclusive
qui
and
ne
more
laisse
equitable
personne
world
de
that leaves
côté.
nobody behind.
Au-delà des paroles,
Above and
l'heure
beyond
est à l'action.
words,
Il
now
est temps
is
de
the time to
traduire
act.
nos engagements en
It is
actions
time
concrètes,
now
surtout
to
pour l'Afrique,
turn
en
our
investissant
commitments
massivement
into
dans
concrete
l'éducation,
actions, especially
la
for
santé,
Africa, by
l'eau
investing
potable,
massively
la
in
protection
education,
sociale
in
pour tous,
healthcare, in
l'infrastructure,
drinking water, in social protection
l'innovation
for all,
et
in
la création
infrastructure and
d'emplois,
innovation,
notamment pour les
and in
jeunes
job
et les
creation,
femmes,
in particular for young people and
pour
for
un
women.
multilatéralisme inclusif.
For inclusive
Il est temps de
multilateralism,
promouvoir un
it is
commerce
time
international
to
plus
promote
juste et plus
more
équitable,
just and more
de
equitable
promouvoir
international
et
trade,
garantir l'accès
and to
équitable aux
promote and
connaissances,
guarantee equitable access
aux
to
technologies
knowledge
et au
and
système de
to
financement
technology
et d'investissement
and
plus
to
juste.
the
Il en va ainsi de la
finance
justice
and
sociale
investment systems,
et de
and
la paix
they need to be
dans le
fairer
monde.
as well, and the same goes for social
Monsieur le Président,
justice and
Mesdames et Messieurs,
sustainable peace in the world.
Madagascar, conscient de ses
President,
enjeux
ladies and
planétaires et de l'urgence
Madagascar,
d'y apporter des solutions
aware of
concertées
these
et
global
pérennes,
challenges and of how
s'engage avec
urgent it is to
détermination
bring
aux côtés des Nations
concerted
Unies
and
et de ses
lasting
États membres
solutions is
pour
committed
construire
with a
un
sense
monde
of
plus
determination
juste,
alongside
plus
the United
solidaire
Nations and
et
its
plus
member
durable.
states to build a
Le
more
Fiavanana,
just and sustainable
art de
world
vivre
with more
ensemble
solidarity.
profondément, ancré dans la culture malagasse, guide notre action.
The
Il traduit
Fiavanana,
notre aspiration
which
profonde
is a
à vivre en harmonie,
national way of
dans le
living
respect
together, is
mutuel
profoundly
et la
rooted in
solidarité,
Malagasy culture and guides
en
our
veillant à
action.
ne laisser
It
personne au
brings
bord du chemin,
across our profound
à ne jamais
aspirations to live in
oublier les
harmony
plus
with mutual
vulnérables,
respect and solidarity,
en
ensuring
œuvrant
we leave
ainsi
nobody
pour
by the
société plus
wayside,
juste.
and never forgetting the most
La politique
vulnerable,
générale de l'État de
working
Madagascar
thus for a more fair
traduit ainsi la
society.
vision de son Excellence M.
The
Andrej
general
Plenković, le
policy
Président de la
of the
République,
state of Madagascar,
place le capital humain comme le premier
implementing the
pilier
vision
du
of His
développement.
Excellency, Mr. Andrej
Durant les 5
Plenković,
dernières
President
années,
of the Republic, places
Madagascar
human
a
capital
énormément
as the
investi dans l'éducation
main
et
key
l'enseignement,
pillar for development.
la santé
Over
et
the
le
last
planning
5 years,
familial,
we've
la
invested
sécurité,
enormously in
les
education,
programmes
in
sociaux
training,
novateurs
health,
et
security,
inclusifs,
innovative
la lutte
and
contre la
inclusive
malnutrition,
social programs,
les
the fight
infrastructures
against
pour
malnutrition,
rattraper le retard
and
de
in
développement
infrastructure
et
in order
briser ainsi
to
le cercle
catch
vicieux
up
de
with our
la
development
pauvreté.
deficits and thus
Le pays continue
break
à
the
investir
vicious
massivement
cycle of
dans ces
poverty.
domaines
The country
qui
continues
constituent
to
le pilier
invest
de base de
massively
notre action
in these
en faveur
areas
du développement
which
humain.
are
Fidèle à sa tradition de pays au peuple pacifique et tolérant, Madagascar a fait de la démocratie, du respect de l'état de droit et de la bonne gouvernance des outils cruciaux pour garder la stabilité, renforcer la paix et la sécurité et consolider son cheminement vers un développement durable. Bien entendu, cela justifie explicitement et amplement le classement du Global Peace Index qui place Madagascar en seconde position des pays les plus paisibles en Afrique subsaharienne en 2024. Certes, les défis sont nombreux pour mon pays. Néanmoins, le leadership de son Excellence M. Andrej, président de la République, se trouve à la hauteur des espoirs de mes concitoyens qui lui ont remis un nouveau mandat en 2024 pour les transformations agricoles et industrielles de Madagascar, afin de créer plus d'emplois et de revenus décents pour les jeunes et les ruraux, de générer plus de valeurs ajoutées pour l'économie malagasy, d'engendrer plus de paix et de développement durable pour le pays. Aujourd'hui, Madagascar est le 3e pays producteur de riz en Afrique. Mais nous avons une ambition d'en devenir le premier, avec la nouvelle orientation politique de développement rural du gouvernement, en misant sur l'exploitation optimale de tous les bassins rizicoles du pays, en misant sur les nouvelles connaissances et technologies en matière d'utilisation d'intrants agricoles pour tous les agriculteurs et d'amélioration des infrastructures d'irrigation afin de doubler, voire tripler la productivité sur le court terme, en misant sur l'agrégation agricole pour mieux attirer des investissements privés dans la production intensive du riz et d'autres spéculations agricoles comme la pomme de terre, les grains secs, etc. Par rapport aux défis de développement, Madagascar compte renforcer ses efforts inlassables pour améliorer son réseau routier, en bâtissant en particulier la route du soleil, reliant toutes les régions de la face orientale de la grande ville. Cela engendrera davantage la croissance des investissements publics et privés, la fluidité du commerce, la promotion touristique des régions, la transformation accélérée des économies régionales, le renforcement de la paix et de la sécurité du pays. Ces efforts concernant le patrimoine routier entrent dans l'action prioritaire du gouvernement de bâtir de grands projets structurants pour mon pays. L'énergie renouvelable figure ainsi parmi les priorités auxquelles mon gouvernement s'attache aujourd'hui pour réaliser son plan d'industrialisation et ses actions multiples visant à améliorer les conditions de vie de la population, notamment rurale, en réduisant ainsi de façon substantielle et pérenne le budget de l'État, subventionnant le coût de production de l'électricité pour l'affecter judicieusement au projet de développement. À cet effet, nous accélérons pour l'heure la mise en œuvre du parc solaire pour 45 districts à travers le pays, le début de construction de plusieurs centrales hydroélectriques et de centrales solaires avec des investisseurs privés et des partenaires au développement, pouvant ainsi faire atteindre une production supplémentaire de près de 500 MW sur un horizon de 4 à 5 ans à venir. L'objectif recherché est de parvenir à doubler à la fois les parts des secteurs agricoles et industriels dans le PIB de Madagascar, afin de générer une véritable croissance créatrice d'emplois et de revenus durables pour les jeunes et les ruraux, transformant ainsi l'économie et réduisant substantiellement la pauvreté pour un nouvel essor de développement pour la grande île. Conscient des menaces du changement climatique sur la paix, la sécurité et le développement, Madagascar, bien que faible émetteur de gaz à effet de serre, figure parmi les pays les plus vulnérables aux effets du changement climatique, subissant de plein fouet les cyclones, la sécheresse, l'érosion côtière et la perte de biodiversité unique. Cela risque de réduire considérablement, voire anéantir, les progrès économiques et sociaux engendrés par les transformations agricoles et industrielles impulsées à l'heure actuelle par le pays. Comme Madagascar est un des rares pays qui sauve la planète, avec une empreinte carbone négative grâce à nos forêts, un des véritables poumons verts du continent africain, j'exhorte ainsi la communauté internationale à intensifier et accélérer le financement de l'adaptation climatique pour tous les pays vulnérables, notamment les pays insulaires dont fait partie Madagascar. Madagascar est ainsi déterminé à préserver ce précieux patrimoine naturel pour les générations futures. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, en conclusion, Madagascar appelle plus que jamais pour un multilatéralisme renforcé et plus juste, un multilatéralisme fondé sur le dialogue, la coopération et la solidarité. Madagascar continuera d'œuvrer sans relâche aux côtés des Nations Unies et de ses États membres pour construire un monde de paix, de développement et de dignité pour tous. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Republic of Madagascar. I now give the floor to His Excellency Filip Ivanović, Deputy Prime Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Montenegro.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address to you today on behalf of Montenegro and to reiterate our unequivocal support and commitment to the goals and principles of the UN Charter, as well as the overall mission of the World Organization, as we are confronted with unprecedented challenges across the globe, not only in terms of international peace and security, but in other domains as well. Allow me to extend due acknowledgement and gratitude to the President of the previous session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Denis Francis of Trinidad and Tobago, for his achievements and guidance through these unsettling circumstances. Furthermore, I would like to express our best wishes to his successor, His Excellency Philemon Yang of Cameroon. We wish him a successful tenure and we welcome the choice of this year's debate theme as it faithfully portrays the very mission of the United Nations, and you can count on the full support of the Montenegrin delegation. Ladies and gentlemen, leaving no one behind while acting together for peace and security, sustainable development and human dignity are the key challenges lying before the United Nations, to which, unfortunately, as a community, we still have failed to provide an effective and a comprehensive response. Achievement of a peaceful and sustainable future against the backdrop of one-sided, arbitrary and authoritative actions of a handful of international actors, but whose actions are jeopardizing the peace and welfare of the majority, will insist on our full-scale vigilance and awareness and put our words and our rhetoric to a practical test. Even though the occurring geopolitical developments have clearly demonstrated that our efforts have fallen short and that we must do much more, and not just more, but much better, there is a solution and an alternative. Multilateralism at its best and strongest, led by a more powerful United Nations at the helm of international cooperation and global response, if we are to have a peaceful and prosperous global society. Dear colleagues, national-based narrow approaches instead of global solutions still dominate the international environment, and rather than uniting in joint endeavours with positive global circumstances, we are losing ground to authoritarianism and unilateral behaviour. In addition to the crisis in the Middle East, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, civil war in Sudan, instability in the Horn of Africa, Yemen, Democratic Republic of Congo, Myanmar, Haiti, we are facing a number of other issues, including the climate emergency, growing food insecurity, erosion of democracy and human rights, growing terrorism and violent extremism, cyber threats and backsliding on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, only contributing to an already alarming global situation. We commend and support the Secretary-General's new Agenda for Peace, which offers and identifies indeed the needed tools and measures for generating a quality response to the ongoing challenges, especially through disarmament, more investments in diplomacy and mediation, mitigation of geopolitical influence on the population, prevention of further fragmentation of global trade rules, effective tackling of the climate change issues, as well as prevention of violence and human rights violations. As we are all very much aware, the pace of the SDGs implementation is not at the percentage we hoped for. Member States need to commit to the realization of the 2030 Agenda as the best possible way to build long-standing peace and prosperity. However, we need to take into consideration that the developing economies are not able to sufficiently finance policies to implement the SDGs, especially in the light of the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and other crises. We are committed to the promotion of good governance and strong institutions at all levels as key enablers of sustainable development, peace and security, and we strongly advocate for reforms towards a more inclusive and representative international financial architecture. Therefore, we support the Secretary-General's appeal for a wholesale reform of the financial architecture, which at the moment does not offer developing countries the affordable financing needed to achieve the SDGs, and we join the UN in calling upon the international financial structure to finance these countries in a form of eligible credit arrangements. Within its capabilities, Montenegro will continue to fully support the transformation based on accelerating the implementation of the goals and objectives of sustainable development, with the aim of achieving continuous, inclusive and sustainable economic growth while protecting natural resources, improving the state of human resources and strengthening social inclusion. Excellencies, in view of the volatile situation in the Middle East, I would like to express Montenegro's deep concern over the escalating violence and the humanitarian situation in Gaza, with the destruction of infrastructure, lack of water, food and healthcare. We call upon all the parties to de-escalate and engage in a meaningful dialogue. Our position is clear. We have condemned the indiscriminate terrorist attacks by Hamas on Israel from October 7, 2023. At the same time, however, we also condemn every act of violence against the civilian population, as well as the interruption of water, food and energy supplies in the Gaza Strip. It is of absolute importance that the humanitarian corridors are opened and humanitarian aid provided to civilians. Any response to a terrorist attack must be undertaken in accordance with international humanitarian law. We call for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza, during which negotiations would be conducted towards a two-state solution, as only a two-state model guarantees lasting and sustainable peace in the region. Again, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations, the international law must be upheld by all the parties to the conflict and all hostages still in captivity released immediately and unconditionally. Montenegro also reiterates its strong condemnation of the destruction that the Russian aggression has caused in Ukraine, including the killing of civilians as well as unlawful attacks on civilian infrastructure, sexual and gender-based violence, and reports of child abduction. We emphasize yet again that there can be no impunity for war and other heinous crimes, and that we must ensure responsibility as a precondition for ensuring a durable peace. In this regard, we support all accountability initiatives to fight impunity and ensure justice. As the aggression has been particularly devastating for children, we call on the Russian Federation to fully respect the international humanitarian law and to immediately implement measures to protect children. In addition, we call on the Russian Federation to cease attacks on civilian infrastructure and allow aid to the affected civilian population, including areas under temporary Russian military control. I would like to reconfirm our support to Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. Montenegro will continue to support Ukraine and will continue to provide financial, humanitarian, military and diplomatic aid. Like the entire international community, we want to see a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine in accordance with the UN Charter and the adopted resolutions of the UN General Assembly. Dear colleagues, I believe we can all agree that the ongoing global crisis represents one of the gravest challenges to international peace and security since the creation of the World Organization. The world ought to be united as ever before in defending democracy, human rights, the freedom of choice, rule of law, and ensuring peace and prosperity, but above all preserving human lives. The international community must also do significantly more in the fight against climate change, with decisive actions much needed, such as the full implementation of the Paris Agreement and the resolution of the interconnections between the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution are needed while strengthening climate action. Sustainable development goals and the fight against climate change are fundamentally linked to peace and security and human rights. Without peace, all other goals, from human rights and gender equality to addressing climate change, water and energy and food security, will not be achieved. The increasing number of conflicts, as well as ever-growing threats to international peace and security, require a change in the current global practice and the application of a holistic and coordinated approach within the UN system based on prevention. It is in this context that we must take a better advantage of the preventive capacity of the Human Rights Council. As a member of the Council for the term of 2022 to 2024, we fully recognize its contribution to the early warning system when it comes to prevention of violence and mass violations of human rights. Unfortunately, as it is the case with other forums, I am afraid we do not use them properly and to the fullest scope of their potential. Nevertheless, Montenegro remains a dedicated defender and promoter of human rights and freedoms, their universality and indivisibility, which we must not take for granted. Advancing and supporting the integration of human rights and the gender perspective in all aspects of the work of the United Nations and preserving the universality and independence of the human rights system remain our absolute priority, and in that light, further strengthening of the Human Rights Council role in responding to situations of serious human rights violations globally. Excellencies, there are still far too many places in the world where peace, stability, human rights, and even basic necessities are a luxury. This is something which we cannot be proud of. On the contrary, we more often place emphasis on reactionary humanitarian response rather than on a preventive one. Nevertheless, although of vital importance for the affected population, the humanitarian aid needs to be followed by an adequate political solution representing the best way to sustainably end violence and to establish long-term peace. Montenegro is firmly committed and determined to actively and constructively contribute and support collective efforts to preserve world peace and security, and in this line supports the new agenda for peace as an opportunity to shape new responses to old and emerging threats, including strengthening prevention, adapting UN peacekeeping forces to this new environment, and strengthening the peace-building architecture, including ensuring adequate, predictable and sustainable financing for peace-building and implementation of Agenda Women, Peace and Security in all its dimensions, as well as the Agenda Youth, Peace and Security. At the same time, Montenegro continues to actively participate in peacekeeping missions, aware that only a safe neighborhood can provide a guarantee of our own security and prosperity. Furthermore, we hope the new Agenda for Peace will contribute to the preservation, implementation and further strengthening of the global architecture for arms control, disarmament and non-proliferation, as well as multilateral export control regimes, strengthening at the same time multilateral capacities to address the challenges of terrorism and violent extremism, hybrid threats, as well as cyber risks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the solution to all of these challenges must go hand in hand with the reform of the UN system, in line with the reform agenda of the Secretary-General. In particular, as a small country, we are interested in strengthening the authority and role of the General Assembly, as well as its efficiency, but also other main UN bodies. The reform of the UN system presupposes a flexible attitude of all participants in the negotiation process, especially in the process of reforming the Security Council. We believe that the reform of the UN Security Council as the guardian of international peace and security is necessary, with the expansion of its membership achieving a more equal representation of regional groups, which would thus enable more effective maintenance of international peace and security. In order for the United Nations to maintain and strengthen its central position in the global governance system, it is vital that the organization is reformed and adapted to the geopolitical realities of the 21st century and modern democratic values. Excellencies, in the conditions of an increasingly sharp international polarization, fragmentation and instability, economic and geopolitical uncertainty, it is our common responsibility to show the true value of the United Nations and effective multilateralism as a global solution to global challenges. We can either choose further isolationism and erosion of trust, growing xenophobia, nationalism and extremist ideas, or we can make a breakthrough by choosing a future based on the highest civilizational values of equality, justice, responsibility and solidarity,